So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about What If Naruto Space Time Bloodline. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Stupid Uchiha loving times. Naruto thought for the 100th time. The day had been like any other, unfortunately. Flashback. He had arrived in training ground 7 at their usual meeting time as usual. After waiting for a few hours, their sensei finally arrived. After they listened to his lame excuse for the day, they took a D-ranked mission. How's pulling weeds a mission? Once they had finished, they did an hour of teamwork exercise. Well, Naruto tried to work with them. All he received was insults and punches to the head. Alright, that's enough training for the day, spoke their so-called sensei. Kakashi-sensei, when are we going to learn or take a real mission? Asked Naruto. Sorry Naruto, but you're not ready for either. He spoke, never looking up from his book. You need to increase your chakra. How? He insisted. You haven't taught us how. You'll figure it out, try asking Sasuke or Sakura, they have good chakra control. He answered, or didn't, before he shined away. He turned to look toward his team in hopes of help. Unfortunately, they were preoccupied. Sasuke-kun, would you like to go on a date? Asked Sakura. No, he answered before walking away to brood more. I'll go on that date with you, Sakura-chan. Naruto tried. His response was a punch in the head. Why would I go on a date with you, Naruto baka? Turning back, she ran after the Uchiha. Wait. He called, stopping her. Do you think you could help me with my chakra control? Why should I help you? She asked if it wouldn't do a dope like you any good. You were a failure in the academy and you'll be a failure as a ninja. With that, she walked off, leaving a hurt Naruto. Flashback end. As the memories continued to replay in his head, he came upon his destination. It was one of his favorite spots, a safe haven. It was one of the few he had away from the hateful villagers. It had a waterfall that flowed into a river that reached his knees. He would often fish here when he couldn't afford Ichiraku ramen. There was an empty field with a bit of wildlife. The field also held an array of plants and berries he liked to eat. His favorite part was the large and deep cave behind the waterfall. The water came inside, making a little pool, the rest was a dry place to rest. He would often hide or camp here when he needed or wanted to. It was partly because of this place he hadn't starved. Why did he have shelter when his home was wrecked by villagers? A home from home. He even had a small family here. Hey, I'm here. He called. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt 4 light impacts to his chest. They didn't hurt, but it was enough to knock him over. As he tried to straighten himself out, he felt as they curled around inside his jumpsuit. He quickly pulled them out and set them down. Not even a hello before you go looking for treats? He asked in mock hurt. When they lowered their heads in shame, he smirked. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a few pieces of dried fish. Once they laid eyes on it, they dove for it. He sighed happily as he watched them eat. Foxes, it was ironic that they were his closest family. After the Kyuubi attack, foxes were illegal in Konoha. Most people would just kill them out of spite. That made it hard for them to survive since the villagers hated them. Not him, he happily did his best to help take care of them since they were alike. Hated for something they had no control over. The oldest female was the mother. Her name was Aki for her constant autumn coat. The oldest male was the father. His name was Jin for the patch of silver on his head. It was more pronounced thanks to his black fur. The youngest son took after the father. His fur was black with a silver collar. That's how he got the name Ariko. The older sister was an enigma. She didn't take after either parent. Her fur was a constant snow white. He decided to call her Midori thanks to her grass-green eyes. He then undressed as he laid himself into the stream. Bracing his feet into rocks, he closed his eyes and relaxed. This way he wouldn't float off but stayed relaxed. He felt the foxes lay down beside him. He loved the flow of the water on his body. The feel of nature to his senses. The peace of seclusion. It was here that he could let his mask drop. It's right over here, girls, came an unfamiliar female call that was heading toward him. That's just not fair, he growled. He quickly grabbed his clothes and started putting them on. Once Naruto was dressed, he moved deeper into the cave with the foxes. It was one of the problems with being here. The place was practically boxed off. Once inside, there was only exit. Unfortunately, one way was occupied by whoever they were. He didn't want to have a run-in with whoever they were. Something told him they were ninja. He was always good at telling who was a civilian or not. These were definitely not. He sat and waited. See, I told you, this entire place is great. And you're sure this place is away from perverted eyes? Positive, I'll even have the triplets scout the area while we're here. Relax Nai-chan, if there are any perverts we'll give them the beating of a lifetime. That doesn't stop them, and I think some are enjoying it. Okay, there are 4 women, most likely Kunoichi. Then there are the triplets, maybe pets. He decided to move further into the cave. He really didn't want to be seen. Unfortunately our blonde ninja forgot his bride attire. Hey. Who's there? Show yourself. What's wrong Anko? Stay calm, maybe they didn't see me. I saw a hideously orange color. I think someone's in there. Darn it. Come on out. Hana thinks the triplets can drag them out. No need, he called. He took a deep breath and allowed his mask to reform as he motioned for the foxes to hide. Then slowly and cautiously he made his way out. As he stepped out he saw who caught him. Who are you? Asked the one closest. Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage. Spoke on instinct. And you are? I'm the sexy and single Anko Mitarashi, the first spoke Snake, mistress of Konoha. I'm Yugao Yuzuki Kenjutsu, mistress of Konoha. I'm Kurenai Yuhi. The now named Anko seemed to urge her for more Genjutsu, mistress of Konoha. She continued with a sigh. I'm Hana in Yuzuka. I started the last second hound princess of Konoha. Yugao was a woman with purple-violet hair that came to her waist and chocolate-brown eyes. She seemed to be wearing reddish-purple lipstick. She was wearing standard Anbu clothing. Something about her seems familiar. Kurenai had long, black wavy, shoulder-length hair. She seemed to be wearing an outfit that looked to be made of bandages. Her hand and upper thighs were wrapped in the same material. Her eyes were what stood out the most to Naruto. They were an odd but truly beautiful shade of red. She seems familiar as well. Anko had light brown pupil-less eyes. Her hair was black with a tint of violet, styled in a short wild ponytail. She was wearing a tan trench coat and a mesh bodysuit under it. Over it was a dark orange miniskirt. Never seen her before. Anna had long brown hair and a ponytail with 2 locks hanging in front of her face. Her eyes were an average black. She had a light shade of pink-red lipstick and Inuzuka markings. She was wearing a beige medic uniform. Those markings mean that she's related to Kiba. Their headbands proved what he feared. They were all Kunoichi. What are you doing here? Are you spying on us? Asked Yugao. He didn't answer. How about we play with him? Offered Anko. We won't go all out, just teach him a lesson for what he's done. Anko, he's just a genin. Stated Yugao. If he doesn't learn his lesson now he could grow to be worse than Jiraiya. Stated Kurenai. None of them could deny that. Besides, he'll just heal. The truth was she didn't care about that. She just wanted it. Boy to suffer for what he did. Tell your friends to come out as well. Ordered Hana. What friends? I'm here alone. He lied. My companions here say they smell others, stating Hana. Bring them put or they'll be dragged out. Naruto stood defiantly. Let's do it, Hana, called Anko, is too stubborn to listen. With just a gesture one of the triplets were making their way toward the cave entrance. Not wanting his friends hurt, Naruto stood in front of the approaching canine. He glared at the dog with such intensity that it actually started to whimper. After a few more seconds he ran back behind Hana and his siblings. Anko, seeing the distraction, decided to have a little fun. She threw kunai. Thanks to all of his years of living through the hate of Konoha, Naruto gained an extra sense. It was one that warned him of danger. It was warning him now. Ducking his head he avoided the kunai. As he stood right he felt slender but powerful arms wrap around his neck holding his head still. Struggling as he might, he couldn't get free. Holding him tight Anko he heard one of the women shout. The triplets will drag whoever's in there out. Wait. He begged, he didn't want his only friends to be hurt because of him. Don't hurt them. Them? Asked Kurenai. Go got them boys. Ordered Hana. As the triplets closed in on the entrance Anko decided to have a little more fun. Whoever is in there is in for a world of pain. Leaning toward his ear she whispered, right. Foxy-kun. At hearing the name his blood ran cold. They know about Kyuubi. That's why they're here. It was replaced by boiling rage. Using what little chakra control he had he directed it to his arms. With all the power he could muster, he pried Anko's arms open. He broke free. Spinning in a full 180 he kicked Anko in the stomach. The blow didn't harm her, but it was enough to stun her. To say the Kunoichi and dogs were shocked would be an understatement. Anko was special perhaps, but all the same. To see a mere genin force his way free was truly amazing. Putting his hands in a cross form he shouted his signature technique. Shadow clone. At the name 10 solid clones appeared. They took a protective stance in front of the cave. So the little one wants to play, huh? Asked Anko. Well, let's play. Charging forward Naruto threw 2 exploding tags toward the women. As they scattered to avoid the explosion the clones charged. This is getting out of hand, spoke Yugao as she dodged another kunai. We have to restrain him. They nodded in agreement. Hey, run, Hana called. You're not the only one with moves. Weaving her clan's hand signs she called. Man beast clone. At the name the brothers jumped to her side and went up in smoke. When they were visible it was revealed that they took her form. After weaving more signs they all dropped to all four. Ninja art beast mimicry. All fours. They charged forward before jumping into the air. Multi-fang over fang. All four Hanas began to spin, taking a blurry drill-like form. The attacks then began to rotate around each other as they charged forward. They tore through the clones. Naruto saw the direction of the attack, they were heading toward the caves. He knew what he had to do. Thinking he would just jump out of the way, the Hanas pressed the attack. To her surprise he only put his arms up to defend himself and stood defiantly. He'll move, she thought, as did the rest. He'll move. He'll jump away. Move already. He didn't. Move, you Baka, Hana called, but he didn't and it was too late to stop their attack. Each Hana hits Naruto. They tore through his closet and his body. He fell to his knees bleeding. Once the attack ended the real Hana turned to ask why he took the attack. Or at least she tried to. As soon as she turned she saw a kunai fly past her, a kunai with a tag. Each Hana barely had enough time to cover themselves in a coat of chakra. It was enough to save them from the explosion. The blast knocked them each far back in a different direction. They transformed back and were unconscious before they hit the dirt. Naruto would have continued if it weren't for Anko. Striking shadow snakes. Multiple snakes ejected themselves from Anko's sleeve. Turning he was able to see the attack, but not dodge. The snakes each coiled around his limb and various parts of his body. Each snake then latched onto Naruto with their fangs. He felt the burning sensation as the venom spread through his body. The poisons in these snakes aren't lethal, but they do cause great pain. Stated Anko cheerfully. To her continued amazement, Naruto had more surprises. Using his very will and chakra, he moved his hands together. She herself added chakra to strengthen her technique, but it wasn't enough. Not when facing a host of a tailed beast. This has more chakra than even me. Shadow clone jutsu. Summoning 4 clones, he smirked. Kurenai Jinjutsu ordered Yugao now. Kurenai began weaving. They each drew a kunai and cut through the snakes, freeing the original. They gave a cry as they rushed forward. Anko drew another 2 kunai and took aim. Not knowing which was the real one, Anko threw them toward non-lethal spots. They both hit their mark. The first hit a clone, dispelling it. The second hit Naruto in his upper leg. It embedded itself deep, drawing blood. The pain was only intensified from the venom. Anko cried, Kurenai, you stopped my Jinjutsu before it set in. Oops, sorry about that. Nai-chan apologized to the sheepish snake mistress. He continued forward, not even losing speed, with only a limp and slight flinch to show he was hurt. The remaining 2 of them proceeded to henge into demon windmill shurikens. Looking at his opponents, he took aim. Need to get rid of the biggest threat. But the spin to build up momentum, he threw it with all his might. It flew past the snake mistress and the mistress. He was aiming for Kurenai. She had to admit, she was impressed. Naruto was holding his own, he even managed to take out Hana and the triplets. Turning her head, she let the giant weapon fly past her. She never noticed it graze her cheek. But it's not enough. The shadow windmill henge flew right past her and lodged itself into a tree. It dispelled itself a second after contact. Hey Kurenai? Asked a hesitant Yugao, are you okay? In her confusion she felt a warm moisture drip down her cheek. Bringing her hand out she felt the spot and pulled her hand back. There was a light stinging sensation. She looked at her hand, blood. That henge. It was real. She started in shock. A real illusion. That should be completely impossible. Even some of the greatest Jinjutsu users in the world can't make a real illusion. Naruto prepared the second shuriken. As he prepared to throw it, something clamped down and stopped his arm. Painfully. It caused him to drop and dispel his clone. Looking at what stopped him, he saw that one of the triplets had latched its fangs around his arm. He felt a second latch onto one of his legs. The final blow came from Hana herself. She tackled Naruto from behind, pinning him under her legs. She held a kunai to his throat, forcing him to be still. I've had enough of this, she snarled, we'll find out who you're hiding. As soon as the words left her mouth, the final brother stepped forward, out of the cave. What Naruto saw in the dog's mouth horrified him. It made his blood go cold in his very veins. It was the foxes. The dog was dragging their bodies out by their tails. No. No, he pleaded. This can't be happening, not them. No Aki, Jin, Oriko, Midori. When they didn't respond, his fear was taken, in its place he was given hatred. It was raw and uncontrolled hatred. It was so much that he even started to pull on chakra from the Kyuubi. This isn't good, Kunoichi thought. They didn't know what to do as they watched the red chakra become visible. All they wanted to do was punish a pervert. Now things were truly out of hand. He knocked Hana and the 2 triplets off just by simply standing. There were burn marks on them as well from Kyuubi's corrosive chakra. He dashed toward the family of foxes. When the remaining triplet saw the approaching Naruto, it dropped the foxes and fled. As he knelt down to them, he calmed himself down. Kyuubi's chakra began to disappear. He was angry, but he wasn't blind. He saw what had happened to Hana and her dogs. "Come on guys, get up," he pleaded. He wanted his family to be okay. "Come on, you guys are all I have." They didn't move, they all just laid there, unmoving and lifeless. He reached for them but pulled back when his blood fell on them. He didn't want to let Kyuubi's influence touch them. He turned his attention back to his attackers. They flinched at the level of hate in his glare. He felt both his rage and Kyuubi's chakra return, with a vengeance. It was more potent. You could even see a fox head grin at them. "Damn it, he's drawing on the fox, and Hana is out. No choice. Everyone, we need to end this, no more holding back," spoke Kurenai. "I need a distraction." "Come on," Naruto shouted, "I'll take you all on." Anko went first. Jumping high into one of the trees, she yelled. Multiple striking shadow snakes. As the name said, multiple snakes flew toward him, much more than the first time. However, they weren't aimed for him. They were aimed at the foxes. He rushed back to their side to take the blow. As the snakes hit dead on, it seemed that the masses of them consumed Naruto and the foxes. With a mighty roar, he sent out a shock wave of chakra. It tore through the massive snakes, leaving only shreds behind. He stood under their falling parts, not losing an ounce of hate. Not even uttering a command or forming signs, a clone popped into existence. As soon as it formed, it became another windmill shuriken. Giving a mighty heave, he threw it toward Kurenai. She tried to dodge it but didn't count on its angle. To her surprise, it turned as she did, cleaving her in half. "Kurenai!" cried Yugao in disbelief before schooling her Anbu, "So control yourself." "Yugao," cried Hana, "they could use some help now." Running forward, the mistress attempted to perform her namesake. As she came in range, she raised the weapon high in the air. She intended to knock him unconscious with her sheath. As she came into striking distance, Naruto made his move. Stretching his arm out, he grabbed her arm. Adding pressure to her wrist, he forced her to lower her sword, but she didn't drop it. But it was enough. Grabbing the sheath, he yanked it free. Holding the blade's sheath, he took a stance. He then started hacking away at her, or would have. Thanks to years of practice, she was ready. She was able to dodge or block every single strike. His stance and form are great, she thought, for an amateur. He must have a great teacher. If only she knew. Unfortunately, it was because of that experience that she did what she did. Out of pure instinct, she dropped back and lashed at him. She cut him across the eye, causing a short grunt, probably ruining it permanently. But it didn't stop him. He was too angry to feel any pain. Not that he would have anyway. He stopped suddenly. Something was holding him in place. Looking at his restraints, he saw vines. He struggled against them, he even hit them with the sheath, but they just carried him off the ground. Now he had no leverage. String bean bind illusion. Looking toward the one who named the attack, he saw a giant bean pod. As it opened, Kurenai stepped out. "This is a genjutsu from the Kurama clan. You won't be getting out that easily." "What are you doing?" asked an aged but powerful voice to release him. They turned to the source of the voice. Standing before them was the Hokage. And he was angry. Kurenai stepped forward. "Hokage-sama, she was cut off." "That was an order," he stated. She did as she was told. As soon as he was free, he charged Kurenai. With a powerful jab, he struck her in the stomach with the sheath. He continued charging painfully, pushing Kurenai along the dirt. Humming to a sudden stop, he drew the sheath back. Kurenai dropped to her knees, gasping in pain. Raising the sheath, he brought it down across her face. She was out cold as she hit the ground. He prepared another strike when he felt the familiar sensation of fangs biting into him. "We're done here," stated Anko. Dropping the sheath, he grabbed two of the snakes. With a mighty heave, he pulled Anko free from the tree, but he didn't stop there. He kept pulling, and with a spin he aimed at her. She crashed face first into the downed Hana. Turning, he looked toward Yugao. And then there was one. He started coldly. "That won't be necessary, Naruto-kun." Turning to the voice, he saw a rush of red and white. Five-pronged seal. He felt an intense pain in his stomach where he had been struck. As the chakra faded, so did his consciousness. Chapter 2. Apology. After removing the seal from Naruto, they stood outside of the hospital room. Inside was Naruto resting after the ordeal. The doctors had checked him over, they say he'll be up in the morning. He doesn't need this. He had allowed his surrogate grandchild the secret. Hiruzen was always aware of Naruto's comfort spot. It had kept him sustained, so he saw no reason he couldn't have it. It was out of the way, so Naruto had all the peace he could want or need. Until now, it was a good thing he made regular checkups on him. Of all the irresponsible and stupid. He ranted. The four Kunoichi stared at their village leader. They felt an immeasurable amount of shame from their actions. "Do any of you have anything to say?" he asked. They each flinched at his cold tone. They were used to their kind and soft-spoken leader's warm tone. Not this cold tone that could cut even steel. I have never felt this disappointed in you three, he stated, you two especially. He pointed to Anko and Yugao. What do you? Asked Hana but was stopped by his glare. Yugao, you used to protect him as his personal Anbu guard when he was a child, the only one that would. He whispered the last part. Why? It was true. All of the other Anbu would sit back and let the civilian and ninja beat on Naruto. On many occasions they would often join in. She was the only one that would save him, both on and off duty. I am sorry, Hokage-sama, was all she could say. You will turn in your mask, you are unsuspended, he stated, you will return to regular duty as a. I understand, she stated. Anko, you know his pain. It was all he said, causing her to reach for her neck. It was all he needed to say. Anko wasn't very well liked in the village thanks to her sensei. She was used by him, blamed for all of his crimes. She even had a burden. She never wanted to. Now here was one of the few people that accepted her, now utterly ashamed of her. She couldn't feel lower. Hokage-sama, they would start but never finish. They were too ashamed. Anko, I was going to push to become full, but for now you will remain a special jounin, he stated. Hana, you will be put on leave from the vet and your mother informed. Kurenai, you and your genin team will be receiving the most humiliating D-ranked missions for half pay. How long, Hokage-sama? Asked Hana. The Hokage here is in Sarutobi's side. He leaned back as disappointment replaced the anger. The years became visible on the powerful leader. Until Naruto forgives all four of you, he answered, not a moment sooner. Understood, Hokage-sama, they stated in unison. Be in my office first thing in the morning. With nothing left to say, he left via Shunshin. They all walked home to wait for him to regain consciousness. They needed to find a good way to apologize. They planned and worked the remainder of the day away. The next day, Hiruzen made his way toward the hospital only to find Naruto asleep. He waited but not long. When he awoke, he only asked. Am I in heaven or hell? Neither, you're alive, Hiruzen answered. How do you feel? Okay. Good, come with me. He grabbed Naruto Shunshin to his office. When Naruto looked around, he found himself surrounded by his attackers. They expected him to shout out, attack or even panic. He did none of these, he only looked at them. Who ordered you to kill me? He asked so offhandedly it scared them. What? Asked Kurenai. Don't play dumb, was it the shinobi or the civilian council? He snapped. Neither, Anko answered, if it happens so often that he can be so casual. I would be out for blood. So you all just hate me as well? He simply stated. No. Shouted Yugao, none of us have anything against you at all. Right, girls? They all agreed. Then why? He growled, why attack me? Why kill my only piece? Why kill them? The foxes? Asked Hana. Yes, he answered blankly. They aren't dead, she stated, when I found them they were healed to near full health, I healed them the rest of the way. She added proudly. Why? He asked in shock. How? We in Yazuka don't hurt canines if we can avoid it. What she and her companions did to the foxes has shamed her so much. Her mother was so angry that she took the triplets from her until the Hokage's punishment was over. She even made Hana go back to help the foxes, that's how she knew they were alive. She is telling the truth, Naruto stated, their leader. It seems that when your blood falls onto them and has some healing properties, we will have to do some tests later. Please hear them out. Thank you, he stated, they are very important to me. When Hana took a discreet look at the Hokage, she asked with her eyes, did I do good? The glare he gave was all the answer of a hell no. We don't hate you, Naruto, not for this. Your problem. Stated Kurenai, hoping to avoid mentioning the Kyuubi. That's why we're here, to apologize for what we did. Verbal has brought me a lot of hate. I'm used to it. He stated. I do want to know why though. We thought you were a pervert. Stated Anko. We have a history of being violent with perverts. It's true though, Hiruzen, some of those poor souls never made it home, however the ones that did never peeked again. Except Jiraiya, not even Tsunade could stop him. That's a relief and I agree wholeheartedly with your actions, stating Naruto cheerfully, shocking the Kunoichi. Hey old man, can I go now? The Kunoichi were shocked at the complete emotion change. Even more so that he had forgiven them. Are you saying you forgive us? Asked Yugao. Yep. Just like that, he forgave us just like that. He's so different from what the reports say. Though Kurenai, before realization hit, he's wearing a mask. She looked toward her friend Anko, just like Anko. Wait, I have something for you. Reaching into this desk drawer, he pulled out a few sheets of paper. This is the deed to 3 acres of land, so you are now the sole owner of that area. He held up a second sheet. This is a copy just in case. Can you guess the center of those 3 acres? The happiness in Naruto was indescribable. He was being given the land that had been like a home to him and more, so much more. There was only one way he could properly thank his leader. Thank you, Hokage-sama, spoke to Naruto through a deep bow. To say that Sarutobi was shocked was an understatement. Naruto, as in Naruto Uzumaki, had been respectful. He quickly recomposed himself before sadly asking, "This isn't going to happen often, is it?" "No way," an old man shouted at Naruto, "just on special occasions." "It was good to dream," mused the leader, "but I'll get him to give me proper respect one of these days." The aged leader swore. "Well, I'll see you later." Opening a window, the blonde boy jumped out. His shouts of happiness could still be heard from inside. The leader turned back toward the kunoichi. "Well?" he asked. "Get out there and apologize," he ordered. But she was stopped by his glare. "Not good enough." His tone ran them right out of the window behind Naruto. "I meant through the door," he whispered to himself. Reaching into his desk, he pulled out his crystal ball. He would make sure that they properly did as he ordered. "If it happens to get me out of doing paperwork, then it's that much better." Naruto couldn't be happier, even the glares from the villagers couldn't bring him down. He finally had something that was his and couldn't be taken by the villagers. He saw his teammates come into view, even their sensei was there. "I must be late." He decided to hide the deed to his sanctuary, better safe than sorry, he thought as he placed it in his pouch. "Hello Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-chan, team," he greeted. "Baka, you're late," she screeched as she punched Naruto in the head and didn't talk about Sasuke-kun like that. That is starting to get annoying, he thought. "Why are you late?" Dobe asked the Uchiha. "Because of you I couldn't get a mission." "You also missed team practice," spoke their sensei, never looking at his book. "It's not good for a shinobi to be late for Naruto." "Now that is the pot calling the kettle black." "Answer me," Dobe ordered the Uchiha. "If you must know, team." Baka punch. "I was in the hospital." "Well, since you missed the mission and training, the day is over." Probably tripped and fell on your own kunai." He spoke before walking off, missing Naruto's smirk. "I got into a fight with a few here," retorted, much to Sasuke's ire. "There is no way a dead last like you could fight anyone," he snapped. "Yeah, Naruto," Baka screeched, "the howler monkey, only Sasuke-kun can fight, so stop lying." Actually, a calm voice and tone, "He worked us over pretty good. Even if we were holding ourselves back." Was the Uchiha's reply. "Why are you four here?" asked Kakashi, putting his book away. He'd read in front of one or even two of them, but not all four. "We want the boy," stated Kurenai with a bit of an edge after seeing the book. "More training," spoke the Uchiha, stepping forward. "Perfect." "Not you, we want Naruto-kun," stated Hana. "Why are they calling him kun?" "Why would you want that, Baka?" screeched Sakura. "Sasuke-kun is so much better in every way. But he's mine." Shut her up before I go to death," begged Hana. Her enhanced hearing was driving her crazy. "Let's go," Naruto-kun called Yugao. "I demand to know what you want with that done instead of me." "An Uchiha, an elite," ordered an arrogant Uchiha. He froze when he felt the cold steel of a kunai against his neck. "You think you can give us demands, eh?" asked Anko as she cut his cheek and licked his blood before spitting it out. "Oh, that is the foulest blood I've ever tasted." "Hey, you get away from my Sasuke-kun," screeched Sakura, "and his blood is not foul, it's amazing. I wonder what yours is like." She spoke about freezing Sakura. "Let's find out," she said, taking a threatening step forward. What?" She looked around to see if her sensei wouldn't help and Sasuke froze. Only the Baka, smirking inwardly, put on her most pitiful face. "You wouldn't let them hurt me, would you, Naruto-kun?" He only stared at her. "Save me already, you Baka. Tell these hussies to get lost. Please leave Sasuke and Sakura alone." Kakashi finally said, "I need my best students in full health," he said, ignoring Naruto's feelings. Inside, a mock depressed Anko, "But I'll get her blood," she vowed to herself. Yugao grabbed onto Naruto and the four kunoichi sunshine away. They arrived inside an empty training area. "Whoa, what was that? Can you teach me?" he asked. The kunoichi stared at him, even through his mask they could see he wanted to learn. A kid will always be a kid. "Drop the mask," ordered Anko. "Anko, that's," Yugao started. "I'll drop mine if you drop yours." He started, gaining a shocked glare from Anko. Not many could see through hers but her friends and those with a similar mask. "Naruto-kun, we were in Anko, Yugao, Hana, and I feel awful about yesterday." Kurenai motioned to each of us. "Oh, we want to make it up to you, each of us. If it's out of pity, then save it," he stated coldly. "I don't need pity from anyone." "It's not saying, Anko, we don't do anything out of pity." That earned her a smile, a real smile. "Where shall we go?" Hana was cut off by a deep rumble sound. It seemed to echo from Naruto and cause him to shake. Was that your stomach?" Anko asked in disbelief. Naruto had actually blushed from it. "Well, I haven't eaten since yesterday," he answered sheepishly. "How about buying me some food?" He missed Anko's smirk. "Here is a perfect chance for me to pay him off. I'll be full in no time." "Well, if you're hungry, let me introduce you to the greatest food ever made," she said with stars in her eyes. "But I already know about ramen." Ramen, I'm talking about dango. Her mouth watered. The food of the gods. Ramen is the broth of truth and the noodles of hope. You poor misguided soul, she said with a shake of his head. Reaching into her trench coat she pulled out a hissing snake. Allow me to convert you with pain. The three remaining kunoichi watched in amusement as they went back and forth. They were a bit upset at the fact that Anko took the first chance of forgiveness. But the show mostly made up for it. They decided to stop things before they escalated to another brawl. Anko put the snake away. Naruto, no clones. Ordered Yugao. How about we eat the ramen offered by Kurenai, receiving a betrayed glare from Anko. We eat dango so often, we need a change. She then gained a mischievous smile. You did say you were paying for. Ichiraku. Shouted Naruto, dragging the four kunoichi. 18 bowls of ramen later. Anko was crying over her wallet. He's still going. She mentally shouted. Where is he putting it all? It also didn't help that she was paying for her friends as well. Yep, another bowl. Ni-chan. He froze when he saw the look in her eyes. The crazy snake lady is paying. Let me guess, you offered to pay for the whole meal, didn't you? Asked Am, the ramen cook's daughter. Yes, she answered, ignoring the snake lady name. Neri-chan, you aren't going to break this nice lady's wallet, are you? He froze at the accusation. Crap, I've been found out. As the sweat poured down he remained silent. And no, nothing like that at all. That's good to hear. Tucci spoke in his usual cheerful tone. It's good to see him with some friends and such beautiful ones. He eyed Naruto. I'd hate to ban him for being ungentlemanly. It's okay, here earned it, grinned Anko, leaning her impressive bust onto his head. Surely Naruto-kun brings the team at least? Asked Hana, noticing him tense. Naruto-kun, huh? When did my number one customer becomes a player? Tucci asked, ignoring the question. It's not like that, they're just treating me as an apology for a misunderstanding, he answered. What happened? He asked, interested. We accused him without any evidence and were punished for it. Yugao answered, causing the four kunoichi to shy away and be ashamed. How would you ladies like to know a secret about Neri-chan's whiskers? Am asked in a mischievous way. This gained the interest of all the kunoichi. No, Ni-chan, he begged. Just give them a rub. Spoke Tucci before walking into the back, ignoring Naruto's call of traitor. Wait, if you don't do it I'll pay for my own meal. He pleaded. Not happening, Hana held him down. Anko ordered sadistically. Wait, Anko, I think you should take him up on that. Reasoned Hana, just look at how much he ate. As she looked at the piles of ramen bowls her wallet started to feel very small. He had somehow eaten another 19 bowls. When did you? How did you? She looked him in the eyes. Why? You shouldn't turn your back on me, he chided. Remember, I'm the prankster from hell for a reason. Fine then, she growled, pay for your own meal. Looks like I'll be special for a little longer. After an extra 2 bowls, Naruto paid for himself and the kunoichi. Kurenai's turn. Since you are a genin, we've decided to take you shopping for proper clothes. A real shinobi would never be caught dead in that monstrosity. They heard him mumble something under his voice. Could you please speak up, we can't hear you. Yuga requested. It's all the villagers let me buy. He repeated, they either sell me out of date or ruin stuff for over double the price, usually both. Anko lowered her head in understanding. She went through the same thing when her sensei left the village. No one wanted to do business for the snake whore. His mask jumped back on. It's not all bad, I actually like oranges. I know a place that will sell to you. It's where I persuaded Anko to go. It's a shinobi only store so you can get clothes and weapons, but not food or household items. Spoke Kurenai. Where is it? What's it called? Can you show me? He asked almost desperately. Come on. Grabbing his arm she shunshined them away. Barry appeared in front of the shop. It was a wide one-story building with several wide windows. A symbol of a Chinese dragon coiling around a leaf sat on the center of the roof. There was one thing that really caught Naruto's attention. One of the windows was boarded and it looked as if it had been boarded several times. This is the leaf dragon. Stated Anko, you can get anything for a shinobi here or have it custom made. Be it clothes and weapons to fighting styles and low mid-level. Walking inside they were greeted by the owner standing behind a counter. He was a tall man with strong-looking hands and arms. He seemed to be going gray but gave off the power of a man in his prime. He watched each customer with a calculative eye. There was a long scar running down his cheek. The new customer, huh? He asked, who are you and what can I get you? Cough demon cough brat, one of the customers hinted not too subtly. Instantly Naruto turned to leave but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Surprisingly it wasn't from either of the kunoichi. The hand was from the owner. Excuse me a second, sir. He spoke kindly. This is going to be good. Giggled Anko. The owner calmly reached over the counter to the one that had broken the third's law. Grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, he hurled the man out the boarded window. Reaching under his counter he easily pulled out a large twin-headed axe. Does anyone else want to insult my customer? He asked menacingly. I have plenty of windows. Silence, no one was crazy enough to say anything. A few people did leave quietly. They'll be back, they always come back. He ran one of the best shinobi stores in the village. Naruto, this is Daiki, he did the same for me the first day. Spoke Anko. Perfect shot. Doesn't look like it. Spoke Hana. You missed the center. Wasn't aiming for the center, there was a rusty nail sticking out. He grinned. Like I said, Anko had a perfect shot. Now what can I get you? He asked Naruto. Naruto was in a state of shock. Not only was this man allowing him to shop here, he had protected him. We want to get rid of this. She motioned to his jumpsuit and made him look like a proper shinobi. But leave some oranges, and he seems to like it. Alright kitty, spoke Strip and Spready ordered in a serious but slightly dark and sadistic tone. What? Cried Naruto, ready to jump out the newly opened window. Wait, Naruto shouted Yugao over Daiki and Anko's laughter. I need to take proper measurements, he said after calming down from his laughing fit. Your jumpsuit is too bulky. That's just how he pranks new customers and speaks Kurenai before sending him a glare and speaks to his long-time customers. You think you would have learned after all of the people you've run off or the Kunoichi who have attacked you? Chastised Hana. This means war. Spoke Naruto low and sinisterly. He was the king of all pranksters in Konoha. He would not be a prank victim without retribution. No one pranks the prankster from hell and gets away with it. Now Daiki paled. He had heard how Naruto pranked people for revenge. They would always be remembered for their high degree of humiliation. No one shakes a bee's nest without getting stung, he thought. Wait, I'm sure we can reach an agreement. Daiki spoke, sweating heavily. I'm listening. I have an elite set of training weights in the back. He hurried, they only need chakra so you won't have to take them off during battle. He explained they're yours. For half off. I need to eat too. Naruto's mouth was watering at the prospect of those training weights. He could train at all times while doing the simplest of tasks. I'll get stronger in no time, believe it. He spoke with his best poker face. As Naruto had his measurements taken, a thought occurred to him. It had been bugging him since they had picked him up from his team. They had given him an answer, but now he wanted the whole truth. Once the measurements were finished, Daiki went to the back. He chose that moment to ask. Why are you all doing this for me? He said, I told you that I forgave each of you in the old man's office, so I want the real reason. We told you, it's. You're lying, he stated. I know when I'm being lied to. We felt sorry for you, Anko answered before mentally kicking herself. It was half true, but if he's anything like me, he'll. Not even getting a chance to finish her thought, he starts speaking. Pity, you did this all out of pity. He was already walking out the door before he was pulled back. Naruto, I think you should know the whole truth, stated by Yugao. They told him everything. How the third Hokage ordered an apology. How he demoted them until they were fulfilled. Everything. I see, he stated calmly. I'll tell him I forgive you and you can go back to your lives. You won't have to bother with me again, he whispered the last part sadly. No. Stated Anko. What? He asked, confused, isn't this what they want? I said no, she repeated. I am going to apologize properly, tell me what you want. You don't need to. He stated. I said tell me, she hissed. Do you want money, Jutsus? Do you want someone dead? She thought. Do you want me to sleep with you? No, maybe and no. He stated. I don't want you to do something out of. He was stopped by a hard slap across the face. Daiki, who had returned, thought that will leave a mark. He had no idea what was happening, he just knew it would be best to stay out of sight. You asked me to drop my mask, right? Well, here, she stated. Look at me. He did, he looked her in the eyes. He saw everything, her pain and regret. There was the fear that it would never end. It was all being held on a small line of hope. Your eyes are just like mine, he stated. Yeah, she admitted, just not as intense as yours. Not far behind. Naruto, I ask you again, what do you want? He knew what he wanted. It was something he had been denied since the academy. Do you all feel this way? He asked, receiving a yes from them, to train me in your arts, so that I can be powerful. That's all. She asked if we could get plenty of scrolls for you. No, I want you all to train me, not buy me off. Can you do that? He asked. Do this for me, and we're even, if not I'll still tell the old man I forgive you. There aren't many ninjutsu or taijutsu we can teach you. Spoke Yugao. I know, he said. I want to be trained by you in all of your arts. The Kunoichi looked at each other. There was someone who wanted to learn their skills from them. He was even offering them a way out if they decided not to. What about your sensei? Asked Yugao. He must have taught you something. My sensei hasn't taught me anything. All he does is go on and on about teamwork and needing better chakra control, which he hasn't taught me, then focuses on the Uchiha. They frowned at the obvious favoritism. He hadn't even seemed to care that they were taking Naruto. They shared a smile, he had shown great potential in their scuffle. We've warned you that we can't teach you a lot of flashy things. Hana warned, if we do this you have to give us full commitment. The minute you start slacking we stop and are even. He answered, but I have one request. Depends. We keep this secret from everyone on my team. Deal. They gave Naruto an encouraging smile. It was quickly replaced by a look of true sadistic pleasure. Well then Naruto, welcome to hell. Chapter 3. Training. That concludes today's training and puts another mission under your belts. Kakashi, you've all improved, but Naruto, you need to. I know to increase my chakra control. Naruto cut off with a drawl before smirking. I've got the feeling it'll be getting much better soon. Aka screeched the pink harpy to show sensei more respect. She rolled up her sleeve as if to look intimidating. To her and everyone else's surprise, he just looked bored. Are we done, sensei? He asked, still bored that I needed to go. Yes, he answered, never looking from his book. As Naruto turned to leave, he heard the arrogant voice of the Uchiha. What does a dove like you need to do? He too was cut off and hung around those whores of yours. Shut it, team, he snapped, and don't call them whores, they're better than any woman you'll ever get, if any, the way you turn down your fangirls. Naruto, you need to be more respectful of your teammates. Spoke Kakashi into his book. Yeah, you should know you're better and. I can't stand this, goodbye cruel world. Naruto shouted. Let boss deal with them on his own. Grabbing a kunai, he impaled himself. He just couldn't deal with them any longer. He went up in smoke. The shadow clone, they thought, since when? Naruto was excited. Today was the day that things changed. It was the day that he started getting proper training with his new senseis. He had gone to the Hokage and told him that he had forgiven the Kunoichi. After a few minutes of discussing everything, he agreed to Naruto's terms. They had decided to train him in rotations so that they could keep up their duties. He would train with Anko and Yugao, then Hana and Kurenai. The only real downside was he had to wait for Daiki to make his clothes since they were custom made. They'd take a while to be done. Until then it's just you and me in a jumpsuit. The second and most obvious was his team. They made my clone kill itself. An upside to that was that he had been training all day. He was wearing the weights that Daiki had sold him. They were 100 pounds on each limb, and chasing that cat was a great workout with them. I just couldn't stand Uchiha always trying to be better. Time for my real training, he stated to himself, and then I could get a few bowls of ramen. Now here he was at his training ground on his land. He loved how that sounded. He looked around and saw the open field. The only one there was the foxes, who were playing with the foxes. Where are they? Though I know they aren't like Kakashi-sensei. He closed his eyes and relaxed as a smile appeared on his face. So that's your game, huh? Hello Anko-chan, he greeted over his shoulder where she stood silently. With a kunai in hand, Yugao-sensei into a tree where his second sensei dropped from. How do you always know where we are, Foxy-kun? Asked Anko, impressed. And how come only Anko gets a chan? Asked Yugao. I've always known when people were near me, since I was little. He answered honestly. And the chan? Asked an intrigued Yugao. It doesn't seem fair. You didn't threaten to do horrible things to me with a snake if I called you san. He answered blankly. Well, now you call us all chans or sensei, spoke Anko, that way my friends aren't jealous. On a serious note, a lightly blushing Yugao stated, she may have been a little jealous. You say you feel for people. Yeah, it used to help me hide from the mobs when I was little. I've gotten a little better at it. Naruto, are you a censor? Asked Yugao. She didn't want him to even think of those mobs. The what? He asked. They didn't cover that in class. Asked Anko, shocked. Censor Nin were the best trackers, even better than her clan, not that they'd admitted. That's something important, I thought they'd warn you about them. They probably did. He answered, it was probably one of those days they'd kick me out of class. How much have they neglected this kid? Where their collective thoughts were, they needed to do their best to make it up to him. Naruto. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to focus and tell me where the foxes are. Looking around, he saw that they were indeed gone. Relaxing his body, he felt as far as he could. Raising his hand, he pointed in their direction. 10 meters that way, he answered correctly. Now they are moving toward us. They'll be here at 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as he predicted, they came bursting through the woods. The Kunoichi gave a smile of understanding. Well, you are a censor, Anko spoke. We'll try to train you in that as well. Truth be told, she didn't know what she was going to train him in. Impress us and we'll teach you. Naruto, please make as many clones as you can. He did so without question. Soon the field was full of hundreds of Narutos, that is. A lot. I can make more if you want. He was proud of his clone skills. No, the first thing we need to work on is your chakra control, stated by Yugao. First thing we'll do is tree climbing. Focus your chakra to a certain point and maintain it as you take a step. I've come up with a way you can work on that, your reflexes, and entertain me. Stated Anko sadistically. I don't like that entertaining part, he stated fearfully. Where's this going, Anko-chan, and why do you have that smile? Why do you have that kunai? Dodge, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Throwing the kunai directly at him, she frowned. She threw it slow enough for him to dodge, but fast enough for him not to know she did. I have a reputation. However, all he did was let it hit him in the arm. If it had been the real one, he'd have a horrible gash. That's what she was talking about. Naruto stated, whether or not you just took a kunai to the arm. I have a high pain tolerance. He stated. Naruto-kun spoke about a sad Yugao we know about the villager. No need to hide anything, not from us. The villagers would often gang up and beat Naruto until he was physically broken, but never emotionally. His birthdays were the worst of them. Instead of beating, they would actually torture him. It had happened so frequently that only the birthdays were the ones that truly hurt. They stopped when he started his ninja training, but the damage was done. That is why if you kill two birds with one stone, Yugao, using your clones, can work on chakra control. What do my clones have to do with this? He asked, and what will I be doing? The Kunoichi frowned at this. What has Kakashi been teaching him? They knew he was neglecting Naruto's training, but this was ridiculous. Your clone's knowledge will pass on to you, explained Yugao. You can train faster in anything but not strength, speed or reflex. It was how most Anbu trained. That was with 2, 3 or 4 clones. Naruto had much more. If a clone is destroyed, you won't be able to get stronger. Now. Dodge. This time the clones dodge good, now I can begin having fun. Dodge. She is enjoying this a bit too much for my taste, he thought. They decided to train in another part of the field. It was difficult for Naruto to focus on Anko trying to kill him. Especially since she liked to aim for what made him a man. Every single time. It was a sad day to be a clone. They will do that while we work on a few beginner katas. Spoke Yugao. Naruto, focus. I'm going to teach you the first katas to this style, she ordered. Pick up that katana and hold it like so. She held a ready stance, but saw he was strained. Are you okay? She wanted him to get used to the type of weapon he'd be using and the dangers of self-harm from it. Unfortunately for Naruto, she wouldn't let him have a real one until he needed it. Can I take off these weights? He asked. A strain is getting to me. He has been wearing them all day, she contemplated. No, she said after a minute of thinking, it's best you keep them on to build more speed and force in your blows. She reasoned. She had been expecting him to protest or even groan. She was proud to see him only set himself for practice. What determination. Okay sensei, he answered. You can drop the weight a bit if it gets to be too much, she offered. If you master these series, I'll teach you a technique. With the promise of he was given new energy. She trained Naruto in a series of katas. He even made a few clones to watch himself to see his errors. There was a lot, but Yugao proudly stated that most came from his exhaustion mixed with weights. As the sun began to set, Naruto ended his chakra control in practice. Even though he hadn't mastered the series of katas, he made progress. He did, however, master the tree walking. You did good, just need to dispel the clones. Anko spoke. Hey clones. She called. As they turned to the source of the voice, they blushed. They were greeted with the sight of Anko's bare chest. It took them a full 3 seconds to register it as they flew back in a massive nosebleed before dispelling. Unfortunately, the strain of hundreds of clones dispelling at once was too much. It caused him to pass out on the spot. He did, however, have a goofy smile and trail of blood flowing down his nose. Anko, who was scolded by Yugao, is trying to turn him into a pervert. Hey, with that much stamina I wouldn't mind. She answered truthfully, gaining a blush from her fellow Kunoichi. Well, let's get him home. Stated Yugao. He'll love the surprise he'll find when he wakes up. Well, maybe my gift, Anko. When Naruto awoke, he found he was in his apartment. He had an extra hour until the team meeting began, then an extra 2 before Kakashi arrived. Deciding to get out of bed, he found slight difficulty. I must have trained harder than I thought. As he grabbed for the ramen in his cabinet, he felt something off. Where is all of my ramen? He found a note and 2 scrolls. Irgaki. Stop eating ramen. It's why you're so short. Here's some dango sealed in the first scroll, just add chakra. You had better eat and love it. Also, don't even try that ramen stand. I paid them off not to sell to you for the week. PS, you earned the second. PPS, I doubled your weights. PPPS, dodge. As soon as he read that last line, he tossed the scroll. No sooner than he did, a kunai flew out of it. It lodged itself into his wall. Sealing a kunai. I think she's trying to kill me. Wait. She doubled my weights. Reaching inside of the second scroll, he unraveled it. It was a small book. Sensor Nin and its mechanics. We found you a book on sensors at Daiki's shop. Shunshin. High-speed movement allows ninja to move short distances at near instantaneous speed. Enjoy. Forgetting all about his hunger, he headed toward his training ground. He wanted to impress his real senseis. Baka, why are you late? Cried a harpy, and what's with that smile? He wouldn't let them ruin his day. He would do his best to get through the day as fast as possible. I'm not late Sakura, I beat Kakashi-sensei, he answered. Both were in shock. Not only had he said something logical, he hadn't called her Sakura-chan like normally would. Deciding not to get involved with them, he chose to sit away from them. I have an hour until he arrives, it's a good time to work on being a censor. After 20 minutes of reading, he closed his eyes and allowed himself to relax. He skipped through straight to the how-to. As he focused, everything seemed to become more vivid than with his eyes open. He could feel everyone from his teammates to the insect crawling near him. He tried to extend it, the further away he went the less vivid it became. It seems my range isn't far, but it's focused. After messing around with his abilities, he decided to read more and eat some of the dango Anko packed for him. She'd make me suffer if it went to waste. As the smell of fresh dango spread across the field, he felt his hunger kick in. At the first bite he thought, not ramen but a close second. He sat back in peace, enjoying the book and food. "Hey Baka, give me one of those," howled a certain pink-haired monkey. And just like that, my piece is gone. No, he answered, he wasn't giving up anything given to him by one of his senses. Not to any of them. What? She asked. She had just been denied something by Naruto, it was hard to believe. He's supposed to worship me. Yo, sorry I'm late, I got lost on the road. What are we learning today, sensei? Asked Naruto. He wasn't going to listen to another excuse. I can't teach you much until you increase your chakra control. By turning to his other student Sasuke. I have a new technique for you. Sakura. I want to watch Sasuke-kun train. She stated. If you don't train Sakura you'll be weak, stated Naruto. Who asked you? She screeched. I'll have Sasuke to save me and then we'll get married and. He just turned her out. Can I be dismissed? He asked. Not even waiting for an answer, he walked off. He doubted any of them hurt him. He wanted to get some real training done. Hello Hana-sensei, he said from his book. You can stop hiding, Kurenai-sensei, I knew you were there the minute you came into the field. Anko and Yugao warned us about Kurenai coming into view from her genjutsu. They never said it was so. Creepy, continued Hana as she walked into the field. If you want I can stop it. He offered. No need, Kurenai stated. Now tell me, what genjutsu you know? Denji answered. And? That's it. He finished, sensei. Can a person use genjutsu without a hand seal? Yes, but you still need a medium, like your eyes are sound and better control, and yours is. Kurenai looked for the kindest way to raise it. Could you teach me? He asked to spare her, at least she cares enough to spare my feelings. I can only do a few myself, but maybe later. They then began the lesson. As it turned out, Hana had decided to teach Naruto's clones how to make storage seals. Kurenai did her best to teach Naruto some genjutsu. Naruto was in a bad mood. It had been 2 weeks and he couldn't learn his sensei's simplest genjutsu. He was going well. He didn't blame her, far from it. Kurenai had spent hours trying to teach him and find the reason why he was having trouble. She had even given him low-level scrolls to practice. He blamed himself and the reason he couldn't learn. The fox. Since one needed balanced chakra to do genjutsu, he couldn't learn. His and the fox's chakra were always fighting. The only reason he could do henge was because control wasn't needed. His thoughts were focused on that so long he never noticed himself falling asleep. Mindscape. So, my jailer finally decides to show up. Stated a deep gruff voice, what do you want? I want answers, he shouted, shocking the giant fox. Why are you ruining my control? There was no fear in his question. There was plenty of anger in it, but no fear. That only enraged the fox. Rearing back, the fox let out a roar. It was enough to shake a village and knock people over. Naruto just stood and glared. Come closer, the fox ordered. Seeing no reason to fear the fox, he did so without hesitation. That enraged the fox as well. But the speed of. Well, a demon, the fox stabbed the giant claws at Naruto. They never made it to him thanks to the bars stopping them, just inches from his face. Naruto hadn't so much as flinched at them. Damn you, boy. Came another roar. Fear me. I am the very stuff nightmares are made of. Why should I? The blonde asked. Just give me control of myself. And why should I? Enraged Cole, you've always preached about hard work, so go with that. Why must you ruin everything in my life? He screamed. Well now this fox, he spat, I don't fear you and I want control so I can continue my training. Ah yes, your training, he commented in a tone Naruto didn't like very much. Fox like you. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked, he hated where this was going. Now, genjutsu is a fox domain. He started a sword for claws and you're already a trickster. Those are so I can get stronger, he stated, and they're happy to train me. How would you like even more help? The demon asked. Help in both training and more. What are you getting at, fox? Naruto wasn't as dumb as he let on, he wouldn't be tricked so easily. Just a deal between a host and his burden, Kyuubi commented, it could be beneficial for the both of us. I'm listening, he stated. The deal is simple, I give you the means to take your skills to a whole new level. The fox offered for a price. How would you do that? His answer was simple. Seeing that he had the boy's attention, the fox continued and gave you a few needed modifications. What do you want? It was worth listening to. 3 things the fox stated. The first, since you won't give me my freedom, I want access to your senses. The second, I want you to spread fear in my name. He roared before smiling cruelly, and finally, a little piece of your mind became mine. What? I could agree to the senses, but why would I spread fear in your name? He asked. It would give the villagers even more reason to hate me. It's not like they could hate you more than they do, the fox stated, and I doubt they'll even try to like you. Why do you want fear? It had been bugging him for a while. That goes back before I was even the Kyuubi. He spoke in a memory, days back when I was just an average, larger than normal, but average fox. If you weren't born a demon, how did you become one? He interrupted. The fear, from the very beginning, was the fear that gave me my power. The bloody kitsune, they called me. My reign of terror was legendary, dozens of villagers would fall to my claws at a time until I was slain. It was then I became something worse, the stuff nightmares are made of. I became a demon. Since I was so feared, the fear brought me back as a demon, and the fun really began. Then why do you need me? He asked. Can't you keep escaping death? Because of your 4th Hokage. The beast roared. After I was sealed, people thought I was dead and they lost fear. He continued. Being dead isn't a problem, but being forgotten, now that's a bitch. I can't come back if nobody fears me, I can't come back if nobody's afraid. That's why you need me. The blonde stated. Without fear you're nothing. Yes, I need you. That has to hurt. You've got the body, I've got the brain. Why do you mean some of my mind? Do you honestly believe you can be cruel enough? It seemed to be an honest question. Do you think you could get the amount of fear I need? The bloodline, what would it do? He asked, ignoring the question. The bloodline is called the Fox Glare. It has 2 abilities. First, you can learn and use any jinjutsu you know. The second is trapping a person inside a jinjutsu domain controlled by you just by eye contact. Explained the demon. Through it you can either hold or break, a long-lasting side effect. What is the drawback? He wasn't stupid, there was always a risk. You need to see the opponent or the jinjutsu will run wild. Kyuubi stated. If you use jinjutsu, anyone around will be affected the same, such as pain by fire or drowning, unless you're focused. The fox wasn't finished. Anyone better at jinjutsu or smarter or have a stronger will can defeat you at your own game. Taking a moment to think, it also can't be turned off or hidden through jinjutsu, so good luck hiding it. Anything else? You can detect jinjutsu but not break or copy it, the fox added. Those are your own skills. And the modifications would I receive? Enhanced. Everything with slight fox features. Your blood will be a great cure for all ailments. Taking another minute to think. I will also train you in a few techniques, so your body sensing skill will be taken to new levels. What's the catch? Increased levels of bloodlust and cruelty. Deal. Kyuubi wanted to chuckle but wasn't foolish. The fox knew that so much as smiling could ruin the deal. Tear off 1/10 of the seal, the fox ordered, and prepare for pain. Doing so, Naruto experienced something he hadn't felt since his childhood. Pain. He felt pain coursing through every part of him. It seemed to be focused behind his eyes and in the center of his head. The fox's constant laughing wasn't helping. Be damn. The fox got out before the darkness claimed him. Real world. Jumping up, Naruto was sure he wasn't getting back to bed. Damn fox, well, I have an hour until the team meeting. Getting out of bed, Naruto noticed that he felt as light as a feather. Guess I'll be increasing my weights again. He also noticed that he was at least a foot higher off the ground than usual. The changes. Walking toward his mirror, he eyed his reflection. His once sun-kissed blonde hair now carried traces of red highlights. His teeth were now razor sharp, fang-like. His blue eyes were the same, but his pupils now had slits. He couldn't help but give himself a few once over. I'll need some new ones. Daiki told me he would be finished today. He tried dressing in his now too small clothes. When that didn't work, he decided to hinge into his regular self. Since mine is real, they'll never notice. Reassured, he dressed and left. Leaf Dragon. Hey, Naruto greeted Daiki. Usually I wasn't expecting you until much later in the day. What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. Don't you have any employees to cover the night shift? Nope, I do everything, and using soldier pills I can keep going. He explained. Daiki. How many of those pills have you had? He asked. So I assume you're here for those clothes? He asked, ignoring the question. Yes, Naruto answered worriedly. Smiling sheepishly, Daiki grabbed one of his clothes. They were the standard black Anbu pants, a new pair of black steel-toed combat boots. A crimson-red trench coat similar to Anko's with black flames licking the bottom and end of sleeves. In the center of the coat was a kanji. The kanji said Kitsune, which stood for fox. The clothes even came with great features. Add chakra and they'll grow to any size, dry themselves and even keep the wearer warm. Great for extra chakra control. Daiki only blinked and the clothes were on the blonde. Naruto liked the clothes so much he brought several sets. Usually this would be out of his price range, but Daiki worked him a deal. If he purchased all of his ninja items from the Leaf Dragon, then everything was half off. "Naruto, why do you have a henjon?" Daiki asked, losing all humor. Deciding the gig was up, he dropped the disguise. The clothes instantly grew with him just as they were created. "Well?" The semi-blonde asked nervously, "How do I look? I can't have the only useful shop that hates me." Daiki stared at the now red highlighted blonde in front of him. His gaze was even and calculative. It made Naruto a bit uneasy as he stood there. "You need something for the eyes," he spoke, to cover up their extra features. "Have anything that can completely cut off my sight?" he asked, relieved I'm training in being a censor. "Sure." Pulling a crimson cloth from somewhere, he handed it to Naruto. "It's from the same material as your suit, created just for you." Written on it was a kanji meaning mirage. As he tied the cloth, he decided to explore until his sensei arrived. "Maybe I'll go to an empty training ground." He continued around until he entered the training ground. The area was littered with weapons and the posts were horribly beaten. He felt a powerful chakra signature and two weaker ones. "It is most unyouthful to spy on my team," came a voice from behind. Naruto acted on pure instinct. Turning, he threw a kick toward the source of the voice. It never connected because his leg was caught. The grip on his leg was like iron. That too is most unyouthful. The source of the voice was a kid wearing green spandex with orange leg warmers. He had an awful bowl cut and, good lord, are those his eyebrows? They look like caterpillars. "How did you get behind me?" Naruto asked. "How come I can't sense your chakra?" He felt out of it. "I still can't feel it." He was even tempted to take the cloth off his eyes to see if he was there. "Even if it were civilian level, I should feel it." "Lee, what is going on?" asked an older looking version of the now dubbed Lee. "Have you brought another to the ways of youth?" "Not yet, Guy Sensei," he yelled, "but if I cannot convert as many as you to the ways of youth, then I shall do 500 laps around the village backwards on my hands." "Lee, my student," the older version yelled, "your flames of youth glow brighter every day." "Guy Sensei." "Lee." "Guy Sensei." "Lee." "Guy Sensei." Naruto didn't know what he was seeing. He didn't want to know. The two looked like they were starting to hug, with his legs still in the middle. As they did, a horrible sunset began to form behind them. "Why can't I dispel that thing?" He didn't know how, but he had to get free. He saw only one option. Drawing a kunai, he prepared to see through his own leg. "Lee," Guy Sensei came a feminine cry, "you're about to make another person sever their limbs for freedom." They finally released his leg. Turning to his savior, he began to thank her. He never got the chance as he was stopped by a cold, arrogant voice. "Who are you?" he asked. "Naruto Uzumaki, and you?" "I am Niji Hyuga." He gives off the same vibes as the Uchiha. "This is my teammate Tenten." "Thank you, Tenten, for saving me," he spoke, "but they seem to be finishing, so I need to run." "Wait," she called, "this a private area, what were you doing here?" "I just wanted a spot to train," he answered. "Did someone say train?" He noticed the two by seeming motioning for him to say no. "Yes." "Then let us train," the lookalike shouted as one. "I shall make you into a youthful shinobi and continue in my conquest for world youth." "What have I gotten myself into?" the blonde asked himself. "Youth, my friend," spoke Lee quietly. "Youth." Training for Naruto was hell. He wasn't able to keep up with Lee's speed, but he matched him in stamina. The others were very surprised to see it happen, especially when they found he wore weights. Tenten was able to help Naruto train with his. She kept an array of weapons, so he was always kept on guard. He bonded pretty well with all but the Hyuga. Naruto couldn't stand his arrogance. Putting on a henge and his blindfold, he headed toward his team meeting. They were already in progress, most likely never noticing his absence. When he made himself known, well, he wished he hadn't. "Naruto Baka, where have you been?" howled a pink monkey. "You're late." Naruto just ignored her, he was too tired. Practice with Guy was tough, what possessed me to schedule more with them? "Naruto, where have you been?" asked Kakashi, "and why do you have a blindfold around your eyes?" "It's for training." The blonde answered, not a complete lie. "What kind of training?" asked the Uchiha. "If it's useful, I should be the one learning it, not you." Deciding he wasn't going to deal with them, he turned to his teacher. "I can believe he reads that stuff in front of us, we're minors." "What are we learning today?" the blonde asked. His answer was predictable. "Since you missed another mission, we decided to do some teamwork." "Hey, where are you going?" "The train," the blonde stated, "but before that I felt the need for my oldest friend. Ramen, and lots of it. Ichiraku ramen." "Hey, old man Tucci," Naruto called Am-chan, "Naruto needs his ramen." 15 bowls later and he felt better. There was one thing that was making it difficult to enjoy the food to its fullest. Actually it was three things, three people. Rocks aren't square. He started moving toward his next bowl of ramen. So you saw through our disguise. The rock spoke. I expect nothing less from my rival. At the end of the sentence the rock went up in smoke. There was a lot of coughing and complaining from the one inside. Yuden Konohamaru shouted that you used too much powder. Hey, you wanted a big entrance. Yuden countered. Naruto-kun, who are these kids? Asked Am. Seeing an opportunity for their entrance they began posing. I'm Konohamaru, future Hokage. I'm Yuden, I like maths. I'm Ogi, the cutest girl in my class. And together, taking another pose, they spoke as one. We are the Konohamaru Corps. They waited for some type of response and they got it. It was clapping. From Am. Naruto had already turned back to his ramen. That's so cute, isn't it, Naruto? She asked. Not after seeing it every time I see them, he stated. Boss, can you teach us something please? Asked Konohamaru. Please. Sorry, but I have my own training. He stated. I see Mogi bringing out the big guns. Konohamaru ordered. On command Mogi was in front of Naruto, giving him the puppy eyes. He tried to resist, but they pulled him to look. They commanded him to obey. I'm wearing a blindfold. How am I affected? Fine, I'm sure those puppy eyes are some kind of. I guess I'll teach them what I learned. What will we learn? They asked. One, a secret skill, how to. Dodge, he stated. What? Yuden asked. Drawing a kunai he leaked out killer intent. He let a bloodthirsty aura fill the area. It was a small amount, but to fresh academy students it was level. Dodge. The chase had begun. After running the kids back to class, much to their annoyance he headed for his land. I think I'll surprise them with a page from Konohamaru, a flashy entrance. As he arrived he decided to use his new abilities. Dropping the he let his real appearance out. The Kunoichi sat in patience, minus Anko, as they waited for Naruto to appear. They had all appeared today for various reasons we won't go into. It didn't usually take this long since he was punctual. Out of nowhere a reddish blonde-headed guy appeared in the forest. He stood there as the Kunoichi took guard. This is a private area. Stated Hana. I know, he stated. Please leave. Ordered Kurenai. No. The Kunoichi were now ready to fight. They each took a position around the intruder waiting for him to act. What do you want? Asked Anko. To meet some of the most powerful and beautiful Kunoichi of Konoha, he answered. From there it's anyone's best. Who would they be? Asked Yugao, both upset at the compliment. Don't tell me he's a pervert. I'm looking at them. He spoke. Anko took the first opportunity to act. Drawing a kunai she cut his cheek, allowing a bit of blood to flow. Compliments will get you everywhere. She started taking a lick of his blood. Wait a sec. I shouldn't be surprised you've memorized my blood, Naruto stated, after the amount you've drained from me. What's with the new look? They asked. And were you flirting? I'd like to answer all the questions, Naruto said over dinner. Naruto, are you asking us a date? Asked Kurenai. As in all four of us? Maybe. Realization fell into place. He was Naruto Uzumaki, pariah of the village. Why would they even consider dating him? Sorry, he spoke. It was a foolish idea. Naruto, you aren't a fool. Spoke Yugao. Yes I am, I'm a no-name genin, he said, pointing to himself, and you are four of the elite Kunoichi of the village. Pointing to said Kunoichi. Naruto. To top it all off, I ask all four of you out. He ranted that it was a perverted thing to do. I don't want to be a pervert. Why would you want to date us? Asked Hana. You all have been nice to me. He started. As you're all amazing women. He continued. You're each skilled and proud, but not the slightest bit arrogant. He thought for a moment. And my time with you all has been the happiest of my life. They could see that he was really upset about this. He seemed to want a genuine relationship with them. Not just a mindless pervert. They then shared a look. It was one of those looks women get when they're somehow having a conversation. You men know the one. They nodded their heads as if reaching an agreement. Naruto, you aren't a fool, Hana stated. Yes I am, he countered, a demonically enhanced fool. Naruto. Yugao snapped. You are not a fool, do you know why? No. Because my mother told me never to kiss a fool. She shouted. Grabbing Naruto by the back of his head she pulled him forward. Their lips locked and Naruto felt absolute bliss. The world seemed to pause as he enjoyed the kiss. All too soon it came to an end. We each expect a reinforced clone to pick us up tomorrow by 8 to show us a wonderful night. Stated Kurenai. Remember, we each have different tastes on what we believe is a perfect date. Warned Anko. Dress casually, he spoke. Until then my Himes gained a blush from said Himes. Chapter 4. The date. Naruto was nervous. He was going on the first date of his life and it was with 4 women. Most men in his position would be boasting. He however wasn't most men. He stayed silent. He had taken the day off of training from his team and the Kunoichi. There were a lot of things for him to do for his date. Not that he neglected his training. He sent multiple clones out to practice. Some in Genjutsu with the scrolls Kurenai left. Some in the katas Yugao had shown him. Find something for each Kunoichi to enjoy. Find places where he wasn't hated. Find out how to act on a date. Get advice on what to do for the date. I need serious help. Advice? Who can I go to? Should I ask the Ichiraku family? No. How about the old man Hokage? No, he's a pervert, I've seen those books. There's always Iruka-sensei. 10 minutes later he was in front of his old academy. It seemed his teacher was giving a lecture. Oh how I hated those. Deciding to spare the kids the pain he went through he entered. Hey Iruka-sensei, I need your advice. He called. Naruto? He asked, shocked. I'd love to help you, but I'm a bit busy with class. He looked at the class of children. They were either sleeping from the lecture or talking. Deciding to be honest to his teacher he said. Sensei you've lost them. Just tell me what you need. He said, why does nobody like my lectures? Dragging his former teacher outside he said I need dating advice. Now Iruka had to admit that he was shocked. It didn't mean he would show it. He was after all both a ninja and a teacher. What do you need to know? He asked. Not even taking a minute to think Naruto simply said everything. Flowers. Yamanaka flower shop. Hello, welcome to Yam Naruto. What are you doing here Baka? He did his best to ignore the insult. I'm here to buy flowers for my date. He said I'd like to make a good first impression. Who would go on a date with you? She asked. I bet you just annoyed Sakura until she said yes. I am not going on a date with Sakura he stated. He really didn't want to deal with a fangirl. I just want to buy some flowers and leave. Fine, she sneered. What do you want? I want 4 bouquets. Each mixed with red and black, pink, orange, and white. One for Anko, Kurenai, Hana and Yugao. Right now I have to tell you what they mean she sighed annoyed you probably just chose them for looks anyway. I know what they mean. Red love, black the beginning of new things, when not death, pink elegance and refinement, orange warm vibrant tones, white humility and innocence. Ino was in shock. Not only had Naruto of all people picked out flowers, but he actually knew what they meant. How does someone like you know what they mean? She asked. Can I have my flowers? He asked ignoring the question. Why would you need 4? She asked if you were cheating on somebody, you are, aren't you? She probably accused some poor civilians who you lied to and said you did all the stuff Sasuke-kun did. How is Sasuke-kun, has he mentioned me? Enough. He roared I'm not cheating on anybody he stated, I just want to buy my flowers for my dates. If you want to talk about the Uchiha then find Haruno. Baka shouted you should treat me with respect. I'm heiress to the Yamanaka clan and I don't have to sell you anything. She started but wasn't finished and you are just a nobody. What is going on here? Asked a new voice. Ino and Naruto looked toward the source of the voice. It was Inoichi Yamanaka, Ino's father. He had been watching from the beginning. Your daughter refuses to sell to me stated Naruto. He knew Inoichi had been watching and she constantly insults me. But he's a nobody. She stated trying to defend himself. And what are we Yamanakas without the Nara and Akimichi clan? He asked me to apologize for my daughter, the flowers are free. Not wanting to wait a second longer, Naruto grabbed his flowers and left. He had 4 different dates to prepare for. Remember everything Iruka-sensei told you and you'll do fine. Who does that Baka think he is? See Dino getting me in trouble with daddy, I'm going to make him pay. Okay Naruto you can do this. He repeatedly chanted in his head. I just have to show them a good time. Stealing his resolve he knocked on the door and… Anko? Hello he behind he greeted getting a blush from Anko I brought flowers. Hello Foxy-kun greeted Anko as she took the flowers. Well come in and we can get down to business. Down to business? He asked what do you mean? Well what do you think men and women do? She asked with a perverted leer. Naruto's face put a tomato to shame Anko-chan. I don't think I'm old enough for that. There is a motto many shinobi live by. She said that if you're old enough to kill then you're old enough to drink and have sex. We're not well enough into a relationship for that. He tried. Anko saw that he honestly wasn't in this for the sex. He wants to just have a relationship, I guess I'll throw him a bone. Fine she spoke, but if we're going anywhere I want you to drop the henge he did so happily, it made him feel accepted. What will we be doing? She was honestly curious. There's a place my former sensei recommended. He answered that it's supposed to be unbiased for us as well, he said, referring to her problem as well as his. Do they have dango? If they didn't there would be trouble. And red bean soup he added. Well what are we waiting for? She grabbed him and literally started dragging him. Which way is it? Grabbing her arm he shunshined them to the location he was given. When they arrived it looked like a bar mixed with a diner. It seemed to be a decent place on the outside, however there were very few people around. Fire in the hole. Came a shout from inside. No sooner had that been said, a man ran out through the entrance. What the? He never finished. The whole building started to light up. Before coming down in a fiery explosion. Hey, what are you doing here? Asked another voice. This area is closed for demolition. Looking around, Naruto became aware of the signs. Well, Gaki teased Anko. What do you have planned? He took a minute to think but came up empty-handed. I've got nothing. He admitted. I do, spoke Anko giddily, a little too giddily for Naruto. Grabbing her date, she took him a few blocks from their location. When they arrived, they were surrounded by unfriendly-looking people. They didn't seem to pay much attention to them, but the few that did just glared and looked away. Anko? He asked. Where are we? This is a place I go to celebrate after a mission. She spoke. As they walked inside a shady-looking pub, Naruto knew he was in for a wild night. Anko was greeted by several people as they made their way toward the bar. They took a seat and waited for the bartender to notice them. Hey Anko, the bartender greeted me. What can I get you? Do of the usual, she ordered, but make his a small. She pointed toward Naruto. He was tempted to say he would take the same as her until he saw what it was. It was a drink, that much was obvious. Anko quickly snatched hers and started downing it. A second later it was half gone. Taking a pause, she let out a large belch. Naruto eyed him. It looked to be mostly foam. Taking a single, but large, sip, he tasted it. It didn't stay long before he swallowed it all. It doesn't taste half bad. He quickly downed the rest. We got ourselves natural. Laughed the bartender as he handed out a refill. 5 minutes later they were having a drinking contest. Anko was impressed. Naruto was able to hold his liquor. I should take him out more. Another 10 minutes later they lost count. Naruto wasn't drunk, but the same couldn't be said for Anko. Hey Naru-chan, cooed Anko, how about we go back to my place and become much closer. Sorry Anko, but you're drunk, he said. I'm going to have to take you home. Oh, but I want my Foxy-kun, she whined. Truthfully, she wasn't completely drunk, she just wanted to know what he would do. Please. When you're sober, he reasoned. Unfortunately for Naruto, Anko knew it was sobering. After fumbling through a series of hand signs, she was back to normal. There, I'm sober, she stated. Let's go. Wait, you tricked me, he accused me of, gaining a laugh from Anko and the bartender. Hey, if you don't want her, we'll happily take her off your hands, and a new gruff voice will come. Turning to the source, Naruto and Anko were greeted by an awful sight. There were 3 men, all dressed like thugs. They had made a small circle around Naruto and Anko. They constantly gave Anko lusty looks and Naruto glares. Sorry pal, but she's my date for the evening. He spoke coldly. I hope you 3 understand. I hope you understand, but the apparent leader sneered that we don't care if she was with the Hokage. Naruto was about to tell them to leave when he saw Anko smile. She has that look on her face, it usually ends up with pain. Hey Naruto, do you know what would make this evening perfect? She asked as her smile grew. No, Naruto noticed the bartender lower himself out of sight. What would happen? Taking a sharp kunai, her smile grew. As fast as a ninja, she drove the kunai deep into the shoulder of a stranger. She then tossed the bloodied weapon into the hands of the leader of the trio. The stranger stood and looked toward the couple, then the trio. He spotted the weapon and stood to full height. This guy has to be 7 feet tall. Letting out a war cry, he dived toward the trio. Our fight. 20 minutes later, Anko and Naruto were the only ones standing. Even the bartender had jumped in at some point. Anko was happy, exhausted but happy. She got to drink, fight and even eat some poor sap's food for free. He shouldn't have gotten knocked out so soon, she stated. Naruto wanted to remind her that she was the one that knocked him out, but decided against it. The worst part was she sodomized several innocent people. With her snakes. Let me get you home, Beanie Haim, stated Naruto. They reached her apartment a minute later through Shunshin. They stood there for a full minute. They stared at each other, or in Naruto's case felt her chakra. Deciding not to wait any longer, Anko made the first move. Leaning forward, she gave him a chase kiss. It felt wonderful to Naruto, no matter how short it was. I had a wonderful evening with Naruto-kun. She stated. I hope we can do this again soon. She hinted. So do I, he admitted as she opened her door. He turned to leave but was stopped by a large snake coiled around him. Then Naruto, she ordered while licking a kunai in hand. How can I say no? He nervously laughed. Hana. At Hana's home he was greeted by Hana's mother. Hello, you must be the pup's date, Naruto spoke to Hana's mother. Hana will be down soon. Hello Ms. Tsum-san, he greeted. No need for formal, Naruto-kun. Spoke Hana, descending the stairs. My mother hates them as much as you. Hello Inuheim, he greeted, gaining a blush, handing her the flowers. I have these for you. Do you know what they mean? Tsum asked, looking at the colors, gaining a nod from Naruto. Have a good time, pup. Tsum before taking a teasing tone. Have her back before 10 and don't let me know if you're in the house. Mother. Zoom wasn't finished. Don't forget I want grand pups. Grabbing Naruto by the hand, she dragged him out. Once they arrived at the destination, Naruto dropped his disguise. They were in an open field on top of the Hokage monument. In the field was a blanket and picnic basket. Inside Hana, I could smell a lot of delicious items. It was making her appetite grow. Let's see Hana outside with a beautiful view, delicious food. You did your homework on Inyazuka women, Naruto-kun. I tried my best. He said. Tsukyun, he offered. They were Hana's favorite. She was even more impressed when she found he had made them himself. They sat and ate in silence. It was a comfortable silence but still silent. Hana decided to break it. Naruto-kun, she called, gaining his attention. Where are we? The Hokage monument. He too was glad the silence was broken. This was my first comfort spot. He said. I still come here to think. Why did we come here instead of your field? Looking up, he answered. They sit in the vastness that we know nothing about. They hide from us during the day while staying in plain sight. She saw what he meant. The stars. They're beautiful, she whispered. Yeah, you are, he whispered, thinking she hadn't heard. She did. Naruto, see, can I touch your whiskers? She cautiously asked. Naruto visibly tensed at the request. He didn't let many people touch his whiskers, and the ones he did were rare. To Naruto that was a very intimate thing. As he thought the request over and over in silence, Hana mistook that as a no. Sorry I asked, she apologized. Realizing he had been silent for too long, he apologized. No, you can touch them. She assured her. It's just. They are a very sensitive part of me. Really? She knew it was like someone touching the family tattoo on her cheeks. Reaching slowly, she rubbed him. What happened completely shocked her. He purred. Oh. My. Gosh. She mentally squealed, which is so cute. She couldn't contain herself. She playfully tackled him to the ground, knocking his blindfold off. It seemed like she was pinning him but was in fact hugging him. To her even greater surprise, he flipped her over and pinned her. When she looked into his eyes, she saw that they were innocent and playful. Like a young pup. Or young kid. Sorry, Naruto, but I like being top. They repeated the process over several times. It wasn't long before they were running and chasing each other on all fours. They looked like a fox and a dog playing. It felt great for Hana. She felt like a child again, not a soldier. She wished it could last forever. But all great things must come to an end. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Inuheim spoke to Naruto as they approached her home. I did, Naruto-kun, and she said I felt like a pup again. She admitted, blushing. She then stared at Naruto. How would you like to come in? It was Naruto's turn to blush. He quickly recomposed himself. He leaned in to kiss her and turned to leave. He didn't get far. In front of him were the triplets growling fiercely at him. They seemed to have surrounded him. The center triplet stepped forward and pointed his paw toward Hana. I think I'll take you up on that offer, Hana-chan. He stated, but could you call off the triplets? Yugao. Hello, Yuzuheim, he greeted as he handed her the flowers. Hello, Naruto-kun, she returned. They are beautiful, so where are we going? Well, I know how you're tired after Anbu and rarely relax, he spoke, and she admitted it was all true. So I've planned for a smooth and calm evening for you. Naruto held to his word. He had taken her to see the latest Princess Gale movie. It was a few days after airing, so it was relatively empty. They watched in peace. Yugao was impressed when Naruto made no attempts to feel her up. He simply let her watch in peace. Once the movie had finished, they had taken a stroll through an abandoned park. I've got to admit, Naruto-kun, she started, this simple evening has been amazing. Deciding to take a break, they sat on a bench. He noticed that Yugao would constantly rub her shoulders. Are you okay? He asked. Yugao smiled at his concern. Yes, just a little stiff. I could give you a shoulder rub, he offered, if you don't mind. If you do, I totally understand. She thought the offer over in her head. He seems to want to help. He hasn't made any perverted attempts. I'll trust him. Sure, she answered. Turning so that she wasn't facing him, they began. He started by giving gentle rubs and kneads. These earned groans of pleasure from Yugao. With this encouragement, he added a bit of pressure, and the groans grew louder. Naruto, would you mind adding a little chakra? She requested. I don't mind, but my chakra isn't. Good, he offered, to destroy my chakra while my blood heals. Oh, she had forgotten about the fox. I could use that, he offered. Why, your blood? Yes, but. He trailed off. But what? You'll need to take off your shirt. He flinched and brought his hands up for defense. Not the face. Relax, I'm not going to hit you, Naruto, she assured him. I've already taken my shirt off. When did you? He asks why. You're wearing a blindfold, she explained. As long as it stays on, then I know you aren't a pervert. Don't worry, he promised, it'll stay on. Pulling out a kunai, he made a small but deep cut on each hand. He let the blood fill his hand before the wound healed. they close faster now. Began to rub around where she felt the tensest. The groans increased further as the blood healed the pain. "Naruto-kun?" called Yugao. "Yes?" he asked. Instead of answering, she simply turned toward him. Because of the blindfold, he wasn't aware of the expression on her face. Leaning forward, she gave him a deep kiss. It was a complete surprise to Naruto, but he loved it. Before he knew it, she had knocked him to the ground. Removed his blindfold. And some of their clothes. "Yugao-chan," he gasped, "you're moving a bit too fast." "SHH, SHH, SHH," she shushed him. "But Yugao." She silenced him by drawing a kunai. And slamming down. Beside his head. She drew a second one. "You were saying?" she asked. "Nothing." "Kurenai." "Hello Beanie Haim," he greeted, handing the flowers over. "El Naruto-kun," she greeted with a smile. "What have you planned?" "I was thinking of a nice dinner." He stated, "There is a place that makes great seafood." Taking his arm, they sunshine away. They appeared in front of a small casual restaurant. "Hello, I'd like a table for two," requested Naruto. "Table for one coming right up." The greeter spoke with a sneer. "If you would please follow me, miss." "I think you misheard him speaking, Kurenai." He said a table for two. She spoke with emphasis. "I'm sorry, miss, but we don't serve." He seemed to think of the right word. That. He pointed as if accusing it would be bad for business. I saw Naruto. Time to gather my first bit of fear. Removing his blindfold, he allowed his new eyes to be seen. Seeing the fear in the greeter, he decided to take it up a bit. He allowed his hinge to unravel, slowly for added effect. He gave his best feral smile. It would have made Anko proud. "Now about that table," he stated coldly. "The table for two, coming up." They were quickly seated and abandoned by the greeter. The waiter, after seeing the look, took their orders and disappeared. As he attempted to reapply his disguise, but was stopped. "I want a real you," she stated. It was not a request. "What do we have here?" came a new voice. Turning to the source, they saw Asuma Sarutobi, son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hello Asuma-kun," she quickly corrected Naruto. "This is my friend Asuma," she said, getting a raised eyebrow from Asuma. "Nice to meet you, Naruto." He greeted you, ignoring Naruto's appearance. "You don't mind if I join you, do you?" "No, great," he said, pulling up a chair before either could answer. "It's not as if this is a date, is it?" "Actually, it is," corrected Kurenai. What Asuma was in total shock, but he. Later Asuma said to Kurenai fiercely that we'd like to enjoy our date. She really hoped he caught the hint. He didn't. "How did you two meet?" he asked. "I'm trying to teach him a bit on Jinjutsu," she answered. "Huh?" He thought on it. "Wouldn't you prefer ninjutsu? Or even taijutsu?" It seemed reasonable with all the chakra and stamina Naruto was said to possess. It was well known from his prank sprees. "Actually, I've seen how useful Jinjutsu is firsthand with Naruto. For taijutsu, a blade can do a lot more than a punch." "I understand the blade part, I use them myself," agreed Asuma, "but you usually can't use Jinjutsu in combat without support, time or focus." "Reasons, Asuma, but Jinjutsu can usually be easily broken in multiple ways." "Yes, but you also can't use a ninjutsu because of allies, surroundings and even bystanders," countered Naruto. "Also, if the Jinjutsu is strong enough or the wielder is skilled enough, then those things are unimportant." "True, but..." Kurenai was upset that Asuma was ridiculing Jinjutsu, her specialty. She was happy that Naruto was defending the art. As she watched the arguments continue, their food arrived, as did Asuma's. "When did he order?" Asuma then began to light a cigarette. This seemed to irritate Kurenai, which in turn irritated Naruto. If Asuma noticed their expressions, he happily ignored them. "Could you please not light that here?" asked Naruto. Asuma took a light look around before speaking. "Don't worry," he said, "there are no smoking signs." This irritated both Kurenai and Naruto further. "Okay, how about this?" tried Naruto. "Let's make a deal." "What kind?" "If I can prove, right here right now, that Jinjutsu is just as useful as ninjutsu," he thought, "then you pay for our dinner." "Deal," he agreed, "and if not, you pay for my steak and rice." "Maggot," stated Naruto. "Fear, here I come." "What?" asked Asuma, confused. He didn't like Naruto's smile. "Is there something squirming in my mouth?" "You're eating maggots." Asuma looked down at his food. There on his plate were maggots squirming on his food. The food itself looked rancid and had a mixture of various trashes. Realizing what the squirming in his mouth was, he began to vomit. He wasn't able to continue emptying his stomach. It was as if his very mouth had been sealed shut. It didn't stop the puke from filling up. Looking toward Naruto, he saw a deformed face. It seemed to be a meld, a fox and a man. The shock was too much for him. Jumping from his seat, he saw that the seat was empty. All of the seats were empty. He did hear a chuckle and felt a piercing sensation in his back. Turning, he saw that it was Naruto. He was holding a kunai that he had lodged deep into Asuma. He continued to twist the blade, drawing out the agony in the Naruto then raised his hand and punched Asuma in the face. Attempting to block, Asuma raised his arms. He never felt the blow come. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was still sitting at the table. Naruto was giving an attempted and failed innocent look. Kurenai only sat back with a smug expression on her face. "What was that about Genjutsu, Asuma?" she asked. "Also, I'll let you know we changed our orders." She chuckled. "It wasn't cheap." "How did he do that?" he asked. "I never even saw him weave any hand signs." He looked at them before her words sunk in. "When you two ordered an 8, I was out for only a few seconds. There weren't any hand signs," Naruto admitted, "and with Genjutsu time becomes irrelevant. That kind of Genjutsu takes years of experience," Asuma shouted. "You're just a great teacher," countered Naruto. Kurenai blushed at the compliment I had from a student that was as very eager to learn. Their eyes met and they shared a blush. Kurenai felt like a girl on her first date, Naruto was a boy on his first date. "A deal is a deal," Asuma admitted before reaching around his pockets. "Oh dear, it seems I've forgotten my wallet." He spoke trying to be sly. "Well, that's too bad because you spoke to Naruto with a smile because we've already left." But that both Kurenai and Naruto faded out of reality. "Sir, I was told to give you the bill for your companions," spoke the waiter. Looking at the bill, Asuma felt his heart stop. She wasn't kidding when she said it wasn't cheap. He looked at his cigarette. "If I smoke my whole pack, now will it kill me and keep me from paying?" There is only one way to find out. Somewhere in some park, Kurenai and Naruto were sharing a laughing fit. When they regained control of themselves, they began walking toward her apartment. "Oh, Naruto-kun, that was truly hilarious," she spoke. "Where did you learn to do that?" "I used what you tried to teach me and those scrolls," he explained. "I then added a little change." "Well, it was amazing," she stated. "You taught him not to underestimate Genjutsu, and I'm sorry he ruined our evening." "I'm sorry that he ruined our date," stated Naruto in a sadder tone. "It's okay," she assured honestly. "Well, I'd feel much better if I could make it up to you," he stated. "I know, look that way." He gestured toward the sky. Looking in the direction, she saw something that truly amazed her. The sunset. She watched as the village was illuminated by the setting fireball. It was as if the sun was trapped in a state of orange and crimson perfection. "He did this for me," she thought to herself in amazement. The raw beauty was overwhelming. Kurenai couldn't stop the single tear that escaped from her eye. And like that, it was gone. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it any longer. I need more practice. I need more practice." He then saw her tear-stricken face. "Oh no, Kurenai-chan, what's wrong?" She looked at him and smiled. "He really cares," she thought. "Nothing is wrong with Naruto-kun," she assured him. "I didn't mean to make you cry." He was cut off by a finger to the lip. Kurenai then leaned in and gave him a chaste kiss. She then deepened it as their tongues fought for supremacy. And like the Genjutsu, it came to an end all too quickly. "Naruto-kun?" she asked. "Would like to come in for some coffee?" Now Naruto wasn't the smartest, but even he knew what she meant. There would be no coffee if he entered. "I'm not a coffee per." He stopped at the scene in front of him. Kurenai was staring blankly at him, as if dead. Her hair seemed to be moving on its own. The shadows seemed to crawl around her. This all made her crimson eyes all the more vivid. "Naruto-kun," she stated coldly, "I'm sure you will love some of my coffee." "See, coffee sounds great," he spoke. Next day. Anko. Morning. Naruto-kun greeted Anko as she watched Naruto awake only seconds after her. "How are you this morning?" "I'm fine, Hibihime, and you?" he asked. But, she trailed off. "But what?" Naruto asked. "There is something I want to try," she explained, "and so far no man has wanted to even give it a try." "Well, what is it?" He asked. "If I'll prove I'm not like other men," he stated. "Oh, you have Foxy-kun," she admitted again and again and again. She snickered. "But what I want to try is for what we've been doing." Sure, he was open for more of last night. "Great." She squealed in joy. "Trouser snake, I should not have to explain this." Naruto proceeded to stare at Anko. He then made a dash for the front door. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a mass of snakes. The front was blocked and behind was Anko. Only one option left. He jumped out the window. "They always run," one of Anko's snakes spoke. "Yeah, guess I'll go see how the other dates went. Hana. I'll be getting those grand pups in no time though." Soon before noticing the silence, they finally stopped. "Finally!" cried several members of the family. As the people laid themselves down to sleep, they felt bliss. Time for some well-deserved rest before work. Ring. 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 The alarm clocks went off. It was time to begin another day of work. Several of the family members began to cry. All they wanted was to get some sleep. As Naruto and Hana stepped out of Hana's room, they were greeted by several faces. Tsume, who was looking at Naruto and Hana in great interest. Tiba, who eyed them both in disbelief. Several Inyazuka men in envy. Several Inyazuka women in jealousy. Zoom spoke first. I want to name some of the grand pups. Oh. Shouted Kiba, what are you doing here? He looked at Hana and with my sister. Hey, don't blame me, Naruto blamed the triplets, they forced me to stay. The triplets themselves were regretting their actions. They, like all present, didn't get any sleep. Orochimaru ordered Kiba. Okay, I can't fight him because he's Hana's brother. What can I do? Naruto did what any man would do when faced with his predicament. He ran like the devil was after him. Get back here, Uzumaki, roared Kiba, you'll pay for defiling my sister and keeping the clan up all night. I guess I'll go meet the girls, thought Hana. Yugao. When Naruto awoke he noticed that he was in an empty bed. When did we leave the park? There was, however, a note and a scroll. Dear Naruto-kun. Have Anbu meeting then meeting with the girls. Feel free to raid the fridge, then practice katas and scroll. Yugao. PS from Anko. No. 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 Dodge. Kurenai. Kurenai awoke to an empty bed. She looked around the room and saw that his clothes were gone as well. She felt a great pain in her heart. No, he's just like the rest. The tears of the betrayal she felt just fell. Kurenai-chan, you awake? Asked Naruto from nowhere. I made breakfast. He noticed her teary face. Is everything okay? Yes, Naruto-kun, she answered quickly, but I can't eat, I have to meet the girls. I can't believe I doubted him. Girls. They headed to their usual meeting spot. When they arrived they noticed that each of them had a certain glow. It was one they themselves were familiar with and were experiencing. They each pointed a finger at another and shouted, you slept with Naruto-kun, they accused of each other. They eyed each other before breaking. Those hands spoke Yugao. That body spoke Kurenai. That size spoke Anko. That stamina spoke Hana. That tongue, they spoke as one. They then sat around each other as they each recounted their dates with Naruto. Each kunoichi began going into their more graphic night activities, which happened to go early into the morning. They were interrupted by a cough, 3 to be exact. Hello girls, spoke Hade, eyeing Yugao. We were just wondering why you were sleeping with Naruto, continued Iruka toward Anko. When you are supposed to be Asuma and Kurenai. Dating us? They finished as one. We. Can you explain? They said. Chapter 5. C-rank mission. Ever since Naruto changed, his training was upped. He didn't mind, in fact he was happy. His progress was what most considered genius. Naruto, however, wouldn't take that kind of credit. He gave credit to his sensei and his longtime companion. They never questioned Naruto on his change after that. They didn't care, they trusted him. They also trained him in stuff outside of combat. Hana was happy to finally have something to train Naruto in. His newly heightened senses, it was perfect for her. There were basic manners and politics taught by Kurenai. To his misery there was human anatomy by Anko and basic sealing. Yugao taught Naruto about a lot of the village's laws. Ever since he learned Jinjutsu his pranks have increased. Naruto's relationship with his sensei has also been amazing. They kept it mostly a secret from the general populace to avoid the hate. Kiba kept silent so many wouldn't know that he was dating Hana. They would keep each other company in public, though he kept his henge on. He also kept his blindfold on to help him with his sensing. He had improved greatly without a proper teacher. The Hokage was aware of his new changes and abilities. At first he nearly had a heart attack, much to the fox's delight. Naruto made him promise to keep it a secret until he was ready to reveal it. However, neither the Hokage nor his sensei knew of the fear collecting. They also noticed that he was receiving extra training from the fox. They were some of the few people he didn't want fear from. When he wasn't with the mistresses or ice queens as the male populace named them, he kept busy. He often trained with Team 9. Tenten and Lee were very fond of Naruto, the Hyuga was another story. Neji seemed to think Naruto was weakling. He tried to challenge Naruto to a fight, often insulting him. Naruto would just ignore him and act as if the Hyuga was beneath him. He often thanked his sensei for teaching him to control his emotions. Even when he slept he was busy. He would often spend this time with Kyuubi. The fox had taught Naruto a lot of Jinjutsu, even taught him a bit of. When he awoke he instantly started training and everything. I love clones. The fox taught Naruto more about his new bloodline. The more fear he gathered the more powerful both would become. His illusions would become stronger and more realistic to the victim, and he would also become stronger and faster. If he looked someone in the eyes he could find their worst fears. However, he could only use fox Jinjutsu with Kyuubi's chakra. When he gathered enough he could use his skill without limit. When he wasn't training himself he trained the Konohamaru Corps. He hadn't taught them any. He did help increase their speed, stamina and stealth. They were now physically better than Sakura. They had collected a lot of fear but nowhere near enough. He needed to gather true despair. Training wasn't all he did. When with his Heims he would relax. Often giving them massages or taking them on dates. There was however a major downer in his happiness. Naruto Baka screamed, Sakura, pay attention. His team, and he used that title loosely. They were no team of his. If any, his would be Team 9 minus Niji. Naruto had to deal with his team's insults and constant ridicule. His sensei would ignore it in him. He has also neglected to teach Naruto anything, often favoring the Uchiha. Sakura just sat on the sidelines doing nothing but praising Sasuke and ridiculing Naruto. Not that he showed much. He held everything back during their team bonding exercise and training. He would bide his time. To show them what I can really do. He couldn't wait. He even continued his sensor training, not even putting a Jinjutsu over the blindfold. Alright, what mission do you want today? Asked their leader. We have babysitting, gardening, catching too. Please don't say that the cat's name, begged Naruto. Can't we get a real mission, not these chores? Naruto, you are still a fresh genin. Granted, Iruka, taking a higher mission will require months of experience, and hey, are you listening? Old man shouted at Naruto. If I don't get a real mission, I'll teach your paper to multiply. The Hokage paled at the threat. He was sure Naruto could and would do it. Naruto spoke to an uncaring Kakashi. You shouldn't threaten your superiors. Especially one a dope like you couldn't go through with. Spoke the arrogant Uchiha. Okage-sama, spoke Naruto in a lower tone. I've already taught the paper Shadow Clone Jutsu. Looking at his desk, everyone noticed that the paper had multiplied. It was so much that the stacks couldn't keep balance. They soon fell over, and he couldn't tell which he finished and which he still had to do. Iruka, get them an S-rank mission, ordered the village leader. Get it now or else. He was cut off. Okage-sama. Shouted the Chunin in disbelief. They are genin. Alright, the old leader agreed. I lost my head for a second. I have a C-ranked. He stated. Send in the bridge builder. At his order, an old man walked in. He seemed to be drunk and continued to drink sake. He eyed the genin. These are the snot-nosed brats who are supposed to watch me. He asked if they look like they'll wet themselves and run at the first sign of danger. He eyed them closely, especially the short blonde one. Everyone was surprised when they didn't have to restrain Naruto. He simply looked at the client and stated. We are shinobi, we are meant to be deceiving. He used his best Anko smile, but if you want sinister then just say so. The minute he saw Naruto's smile he nearly wet himself. Many of the occupants felt the same way. Then no thanks, here he adjusted himself. I'm the super bridge builder Tazuna, you are to protect me with your lives. Don't worry Tazuna-san, stated Kakashi. Ima and Sasuke here is my best student. We can handle anything. Naruto and the Hokage frowned at the statement. It was the sign of a teacher playing favorites. I'll have to have a talk with Kakashi. Alright, Team 7, called the Hokage. You leave for your mission in an hour, so go prepare. They left. Wait, Naruto. He called. The papers are still multiplying. It was too late, Naruto was already gone. Iruka helped the aged leader beg. Iruka looked as the number of papers grew and grew by the second. It was truly maddening. He didn't want to part in it. I wonder how Anko is doing. With that thought he decided to go for a walk, a long walk. It had only taken Naruto 10 minutes to prepare for his mission. He had already prepared a scroll of all he needed. An hour later they were in front of the gate. Well, it looks like the dope forgot to pack, chided Sasuke. Aka, now we have to wait for you to go pack, added the Uchiha's pet. Actually, I have everything sealed away. Naruto, showing the scroll keeps me from carrying a bulky bag everywhere. He pointed to their bags. They couldn't think of a comeback for his statement. Naruto, that's a bit advanced for a genin, stated Kakashi. Where did you? Who are you? Asked Naruto. What do you mean? Asked Kakashi. You're on time, spoke Sakura in disbelief. Just head out, he ordered. On time once and they think I'm a stranger. The trip was mostly uneventful. The only thing interesting was that Naruto was silent. Hey Baka, why are you so quiet? Asked Sakura. If you're thinking then don't you'll only hurt yourself. He was about to respond when he saw a puddle. Kurenai-chan would be so insulted if she saw that. He stated. What are you talking about, Baka? Saw what? Asked Sakura louder than needed. And who is Kurenai? Everyone just ignored her. As they passed the puddle, 2 missed shinobi jumped out. The duo made their way toward Kakashi, surrounding him with their shuriken chained claw gauntlet. With a mighty pull they severed the 2 pieces. Sakura saw this and started screaming. One down, spoke the first. More to go, finished the second. They ran for Tazuna, but Naruto jumped in to protect the client. The closest struck with his claws into Naruto. With a mighty tug he disemboweled the blonde. The lifeless body collapsed as his innards fell to the ground. They made their way toward Tazuna. Only to be closely lined by Kakashi. The demon brothers, 2 ranked Miss Ninja, with great speed, he restrained both of them out and tied them up. Sensei, cried Sakura, you're alive. She looked toward the body only to see logs you used as replacement. She stated. Yes, but your friend died. Stated Tazuna, pointing to the remains on Naruto. Who cares about that dope? Asked Sasuke. He only slowed me down. Yeah, he only got in between me and Sasuke-kun, stated Sakura. He's better off dead. How can you allow them to speak like that of their teammate? Asked Azuna. He died to protect me. He wasn't even an adequate shinobi and stated that he won't be missed. It's nice to see what you think of me, stating Naruto's walking from behind a tree. My teammate sensei. Dobe, how are you alive? Howled Sasuke. We saw you get gutted. Naruto said nothing. He just glared at them as walked toward his team. Good thing he had control or he might have sent them into a nightmare. Naruto Baka, you answer Sasuke-kun now? Ordered Sakura. Or else? Or else what, Haruno? He asked with such venom. You aren't even a threat to an academy student. This caught everyone, minus Azuna, by surprise. Naruto never bad-mouthed Sakura, even as he started acting strange. In a moment of rage, Sakura charged Naruto with a raised fist. Naruto, seeing her attack, simply back-slapped her. The blow caught her across the face and knocked her a few feet across the ground. She sat on the ground in disbelief. She stared up at Naruto, and even though she couldn't see his eyes, she could feel them. Enough is enough, Sakura, he stated. I won't allow you to continue using me as a punching bag. The others were in disbelief as well. Naruto had struck Sakura. Naruto, that was uncalled for, stated Kakashi. Apologize now or I will have your license revoked. If you do, then you will have Haruno punished. And Naruto, she attacked me on a mission, not including all of the other times she struck me. He drew kunai. In fact, I could execute her right here and now without any repercussions. Why you wouldn't do that to me, would you, Naruto-kun? She asked. That seemed to only make him angrier. Wait, I'll go on a date with. She offered. He didn't even seem to think it over. Sensei made him stop. She begged, running behind their teacher crying like a child. That is enough, Naruto, stated Kakashi. Stand down, or I will have your license revoked for abandoning the client. This was met with a chuckle from Naruto. I never abandoned the client, he stated. Tazuna, come on out. That is, call another. Tazuna appeared from behind one of the trees. It seemed the bridge builder was ready to make a run for it. You sure everything is safe? He asked, gaining a nod from Naruto. Good, glad that. I could have your license revoked for abandoning the client and your students. Stated Naruto, backing Kakashi into a corner. How are there two of the client, Dobe? Asked the Uchiha as the Tazuna closest began to fade away. I placed a Jinjutsu on the area and hid the real Tazuna. He stated. I needed to know who they were after. It had me terrified the whole time, he stated. I'm not going to kill you, Haruno, so stop crying. He ordered. I need you alive so I can continue the mission. Actually, Naruto, started Kakashi, hoping to get some revenge. Since these ninjas are after Tazuna, as you revealed, we will have to cancel it. It's too dangerous. Nice work, Baka shouted at Haruno after regaining herself. Now Sasuke-kun won't have a perfect record. No mission means I don't need you, Haruno, that sent her back to begging and crying. Please beg, the bridge builder wave needs your help. And he went on, trying to guilt-trip the team. Don't worry, Tazuna-san told Naruto, we're going to complete the mission. That is my decision. Naruto stated. Kakashi is not yours, this is a C rank turned A rank. If you don't want people to know your actions, we will complete the mission. Stated Naruto. Are you threatening me, Genin? He asked, his rage at the boiling point. That is a grave offense. No, I'm blackmailing you like a shinobi, he stated. What was your motto again? We will continue the mission, Kakashi strained out. Dobe, where did you learn those illusions? Asked Uchiha. Naruto made no attempt to answer. I demand you tell me. Naruto just continued walking. Sasuke, enraged at being ignored by the Dobe, drew a kunai and tried to attack him. The keyword is tried. Somehow he was on the ground with the kunai gone. It was in Naruto's hand, which he had pointed at Sasuke's eye. Are you attacking me as well, Uchiha? Naruto asked, knowing the question. Maybe instead of killing you, I'll just pluck an eye out. Collecting fear is becoming addicting, he thought. Enough, Naruto shouted to Kakashi. Let's just continue the mission. One sec, the blonde, I need to collect my trophies. Well, tell you nothing, one brother stated. I don't need either of you, Naruto stated. Raising his blindfold, he stared at the brothers in the eye. They looked back. A second later they were asleep. Pulling out a scroll, he sealed the mist and claws inside. What did you just do? Asked Tazuna. I knocked them out and stated Naruto, holding the scroll. My girlfriend will love these weapons. Like a baka, like she never finished. I will end you, he simply stated, cutting her off, and she believed him. The rest of the trip went without incident but was still agonizing. The Uchiha would demand his techniques, while Haruno would cheer him on. I sense a present thought of Naruto there. Drawing a kunai, he threw it toward where he felt the signal. This put everyone on guard. He relished in their fear. When he went to investigate, he saw a white rabbit. This caused Sakura to start yelling again. That color is out of season. Though Kakashi. What are you doing? Asked Tazuna. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'm going to cook this rabbit up, Naruto stated. Rabbit stew is amazing, oh, and you all might want to dodge. At his words, a large cleaver-like sword came hurtling through the forest. The genin ducked to the ground while Kakashi brought Tazuna down. The cleaver impaled itself into a tree. On top of the handle was the enemy. It was another Kiri shinobi. This guy is giving off some powerful chakra, better drop my weights. Zabuza Mamachi stated Kakashi, demon of the hidden mist. Kakashi Haddock, the man who copied 1,000, no wonder the demon brothers lost Zabuza, returned hand over the bridge builder the nin ordered, then added, and the rabbit. This rabbit is going into my stew, stated Naruto. Get your own. Taking a minute to think, you can have the Haruno, he said. It's a fair trade, a harmless creature for a useless creature. I think I'll stick with the rabbit. Enough, stated Kakashi, we won't be handing over the bridge builder. I see, he laughed. Well, let's begin. Jumping away, he landed in front of a lake. Hidden mist jutsu. As its name said, mist began to fill the area. Everyone behind me, ordered Kakashi Zabuza to be a member of the Seven Swordsmen and a master of the silent killing technique. He raised his headband and uncovered his eye. I'll need this. A Sharingan, how does sensei have that? Asked Sasuke. Well, at least he can't copy my Genjutsu, thought Naruto. 8 points came from master voice: larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. He asked, which will I go for? As the mist became thicker, the fear began to set in. It was getting to all the genin minus Naruto. One of his teachers, Anko, thought he should be ready for the killer intent of battle. That's it, Zabuza makes them nice and afraid. The Uchiha is about to slice himself. Naruto then felt a chakra signature appear behind him. Using the speed from all of his training, he turned toward the signatures. He impaled Zabuza with a kunai. However, instead of blood, he got water. The whole body just fell apart in a puddle. Water clone, huh? That kid has some skill, complimented Zabuza. Your fight is with me, stated Kakashi. Anin fights, but with a water clone holding Kakashi. Sorry, but does anyone care? Run, shouted Kakashi. Take Tazuna and get out of here. This fight was over when I was caught. And where would we go? Asked Naruto calmly. This guy would just find us and cut us down. As he spoke, the area started filling with water clones. You should just leave the bridge builder, stating Zabuza. I have no time for kids playing ninja. This coming from a man pretending to be a demon. Taunted Naruto, enraging Zabuza. Let me give you a taste of your own medicine. Handing the rabbit to Tazuna, he stepped forward onto the water. My own medicine? Zabuza asked before laughing. What can a kid like you do? You've probably never even spilled blood. Do you think you're the only one who messes with the enemy senses? He asked, the only one who induces fear. He allowed his weights to drop so he could adjust. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a scroll and unsealed a sword. The handle was average, but the rest was anything but. The blade was crimson red. The guard was actually a fox head holding the blade between its teeth. Well, that's an impressive sword, Zabuza complimented, but nothing out of the ordinary. Really? Asked Naruto. Something sure smells good. Realization hit everyone. The area was lightly filled with a sweet aroma. Zabuza tried to cover his bandaged nose, but the smell got through. No use, Zabuza, stated Naruto to an upside down Zabuza. Welcome to the inverted world. How is this kid upside down? He looked around before realizing he was the one upside down. How did I get upside down? This is the power of my invert. He stated. I reverse one sense of direction. He looked and saw that everyone else was affected before charging. I don't own bleach. That is interesting, Zabuza stated, but not original. Zabuza turned around to face Naruto. He swung the blade toward the blonde only for Naruto to disappear. A gash appeared on his arm a second later. Naruto appeared upside down to his left where he swung. Naruto again vanished and a scar appeared on Zabuza's back. This continued for a few moments as his team watched in disbelief. How is that done? Doing something I can't do? Asked the so-called Avenger. I deserve that power, not him. As Naruto continued to dance around Zabuza, he felt something off. There was no fear coming from Zabuza. He needed to end the fight. Tightening his grip, he charged forward and struck at Zabuza. He brought his blade into range. He struck. He missed. Zabuza had backstepped. The rogue swordsman then swung his sword at Naruto. As the sword came in contact with Naruto, the blonde scattered in an explosion of black rose petals. They reformed into Naruto a large distance away. As the blonde stood there, he covered his chest. He had been able to avoid a fatal blow, but not without some damage. You're a good kid, but as I said, unoriginal, complimented Zabuza. You only distort the sense of sight. It's been done. He stated. I, however, am a master of the silent killing technique. I can take you out with sound alone, and you couldn't hide your footsteps. Realization hit. He needed a new plan. He dropped the invert technique and began to think. Time to put my to the test, he thought. Let's go, Zabuza, taking the stance Yugao had him train, and he prepared. Let's see if a member of the Seven Swordsmen is more than a title. This kid's still willing to fight. Zabuza was impressed. It'll be nice to cut down another swordsman. Zabuza took a swing at Naruto, who blocked. The blow was very heavy for the blonde, but he managed. Giving a heave, he barely pushed Zabuza's sword back, giving a clear view of the older swordsman's stomach. Taking the open shot, he jabbed his sword towards Zabuza. The demon swordsman merely sidestepped. He then swung and swatted the blonde a few feet away with the side of his massive sword. Naruto stood, he needed to stop Zabuza and fast. Zabuza made the move, leaping forward he attempted a downward slash. Naruto quickly jumped back, but Zabuza was persistent. He tried to defend, but the blows were too heavy and getting heavier. Zabuza delivered a kick that sent the blonde tumbling back. While Naruto was off balance, he went in for the kills. He cleaved Naruto in half. Naruto dispersed into black rose petals and let them scatter far and wide. While they held a distraction here, he formed overhead. Humming down, he intended to impale Zabuza through the head. The demon of the mist turned and with a massive swing cleaved through Naruto only to go up in smoke. Crushing snake constriction, Naruto activated. Thank you, Anko. Zabuza couldn't move. He was being held by a snake, it began to squeeze him. More Jinjutsu pulsing his chakra it dispelled. Naruto had already reached him. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Using his clones, he split into 3 different Narutos. The first 2 charged from either side while the third disappeared. As the first 2 came in range, they each struck. Zabuza back-paced and gutted the first, which had tried to attack head-on. Only for him to go up and smoke one down. Raising his sword, he blocked the second strike. With another mighty swing, he decapitated him. Only for them to go up and smoke as well. Where is he? On cue, the final Naruto came from above. He delivered a powerful cut towards Zabuza's torso. Before he could strike again, he too was cut down. As he looked around, he saw no trace of Naruto. He looked toward the kid's team and smirked. It seems he ditched you and mocked Zabuza, holding his wound too bad. Well, who's next? The other 2 grew terrified. Before he could move toward them, he was stopped. Looking toward his feet, he saw vines holding him. String bean binding illusion. The vine continued to grow. They wrapped around Zabuza, raising him into the air. They tightened themselves to restrict the victim's movement. Actually, I was just setting this up, stating Naruto appearing from inside a giant bean pod. What are you afraid of? He asked as he began removing his blindfold. Before he could do so completely, Zabuza started dissolving into water. A water clone. When did he? You were good, he spoke behind Naruto, but not good enough. Raising his sword, he slashed at Naruto. The wound was a large gash across the blonde's chest. Thanks to his high pain tolerance, he could barely stand it. Okay, new plan. Standing to full height, he summoned a clone. With an unspoken order, the clone transformed into a windmill shuriken. The shuriken, he said, impressive henge, but I'm tired of Jinjutsu. He then took a ready stance. Besides, you'll never touch me with it. Naruto did his best to hide his smirk. The same mistake my Heims made. Taking aim, he threw the shuriken towards Zabuza. As it grew closer, he casually leaned to the side. As the shuriken passed him, it slightly cut his cheek. That cut was enough. That shuriken is real. He thought, looking toward the direction it was heading. He wasn't aiming for me. He was aiming for the water clone. The real target was hit. The water clone was dispelled and Kakashi was free. I knew I couldn't beat you on my own, so I freed someone who could start an exhausted Naruto. Now you two play nice, he stated before moving toward land. The 2 squared off. They began circling each other. Well, Zabuza, stated Kakashi, let's see if you've got enough in you to continue. They began weaving their hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu, they shouted simultaneously. From the water rose 2 giant water snakes. They toward above all present. Their attacks collided. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Kakashi will need an edge to win this. They began weaving again. Now. Pay no brows, he called, drawing Zabuza's attention. Haha, you looked. Taking a serious demeanor, he called. Invert. Zabuza went wide-eyed. Turning his body around, he aimed behind him. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. At nothing. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. Turning to the sound, he saw Kakashi wasn't behind him. He was in fact to his side, too close for Zabuza to defend or dodge. He took the hit head on. The force behind it was too much. It carried the rogue all the way to land, knocking him into a tree. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. The tree seemed to come alive as it wrapped around Zabuza. From the tree emerged Naruto as if he were a part of it. He loomed over Zabuza, kunai in hand. Surrender, Zabuza, Naruto ordered. You've lost. Zabuza struggled but didn't have the necessary energy. The demon of the mist gave a glare worthy of his title at the blonde. He stiffened as 2 needles impaled his neck. Then the fallen nin went limp. Looking toward the one who threw the needle, he saw a masked figure. A hunter nin he remembered from his studies. The figure stood beside his team, motioning for him to bring Zabuza forward. He did so. Thank you for distracting him, the hunter nin stated. I've been tracking him for a while. No problem, replied Naruto calmly, but on guard. You were here for a while, why not aid us? The figure stayed silent. I see. Naruto stops harassing the hunter and orders Kakashi and Zabuza over. Boo. That is an order, Genin. Do what you're told, Baka, shrieked Sakura from behind their sensei. Alright, stated Naruto, don't blame me when this fake hunter nin kills us. Fake? They asked as one. Grabbing Zabuza, the fake hunter nin disappeared in a shunshin appearing behind Tazuna. The hunter nin then grabbed the rabbit and left again. No, my rabbit stew, wailed Naruto. What happened? Asked Tazuna. I was ordered to let the enemy live and ended up losing my chance at rabbit stew, Naruto stated. By the way, Kakashi, good night. In 3, 2, 1 at the end their sensei collapsed. What did you do to sensei? Asked Sakura. To fix him now or they'll never find your body, he stated, silencing her. Now Tazuna, is your house nearby? Go by, demand you. He was silenced as well. Sleep. The Uchiha was out like a light. He put Haruno under as well. No real reason behind it. He just wanted her out. Could you blame him? 20 minutes later they were at Tazuna's house. They had sat Kakashi down in a room to rest. It turned out he just had a mild case of chakra exhaustion. The next morning Naruto sensed a familiar chakra signature. Running to the door he saw one of the most beautiful faces ever. Elmai, he greeted Joy, leaning in to kiss her. Chapter 6. Wave. Hoxie-kun greeted Anko. How are you doing? Better now that you're here, Hebeheim, he answered, not to sound rude, but why did the old man send you? I saved him from some paperwork. She eyed him. You wouldn't have anything to do with that. Do you know Naru-chan? Naruto wouldn't meet her gaze. When he continued to avoid eye contact she laughed. She walked in the room. Looking around she saw the family she would help in guarding. Naruto-san asked Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter. Who is this? This is Anko-chan. He introduced Anko to Tsunami, Tazuna, the bridge builder's daughter. Nice to meet you, Tsunami, Anko greeted. Where is the Cyclops, the emo and the pink howler monkey? Upstairs, she answered, giggling. When she entered the room she saw Kakashi was asleep. The Uchiha was in a corner brooding and Haruno was pestering him for a date. Hey Cyclops, Anko shouted, waking Kakashi. Who whooped your butt? What are you doing here, Anko? Asked Kakashi. I haven't sent any backup. I started Naruto right after we were attacked by the demon brothers. We don't need help, Dobe stated Sasuke. I could have handled this mission with it. We ran into a rogue ninja called Zabuza. Sakura answered. Sensei got caught and Sasuke-kun was going to save me, but the Baka got in the way and tried to show Sasuke-kun up and she turned a glare to Naruto, then did something to him and Kakashi sensei and me. So basically he saved you and now you're whining because it wasn't the Uchiha. Anko stated. She turned to Naruto. Tell me what really happened. Naruto lowered the blindfold to reveal one of his eyes. On contact he activated a means for briefing. Flashback. Jutsu, that's right, I went there. As the scenes replayed inside Anko's mind she felt pride. Naruto had used the very skills that she and her friends taught him with great skill. He then admitted that he needed help and freed Kakashi. Nothing is wrong with your sensei, stating Anko. He just has chakra exhaustion from overusing that eye of his. What did you do to me? The Sasuke asked. I put you under a simple genjutsu to knock you out, the blonde answered. It was actually pretty easy. The answer enraged the Uchiha. How could the dope put me in a genjutsu? I'm an Uchiha, the elite. It must be that sword, it has to be. No way that the dope is that strong on his own. Naruto, you have been acting brash this whole mission, stated Kakashi. Learn to respect your team or I'll have you punished. Yeah, Baka shouted Sakura, you won't be as good as Sasuke-kun is. I don't know why I'm surprised, it's not like I just saved their lives. Naruto turned to the door to leave. Where are you going? Naruto continued. I ask you a question, don't ignore your betters. Kakashi. Shouted Anko. What do you think you're doing? She gave a glare that froze them. How can you have such a dysfunctional team? I tried to get them to work together, but some people, he glared at Naruto, don't understand the value of teamwork. That is a lie and a half. I've seen your form of teamwork. She stated. I've known about your negligence for a while now. She wasn't finished. Because of that you have a group of unprepared genin on a dangerous mission. Anko, I believe I can effectively train my genin. Stated Kakashi into his book. They've done well so far. Only thanks to Naruto, the one you neglected. She retorted. If it weren't for him you'd all be dead. Why do you care so much about the Baka? Sakura asked. It's like you're his girlfriend or something. I am, stated Anko. What? Shouted everyone in shock. You're dating Naruto? Naruto has a girlfriend. Come on, Naru-chan, called Anko, you can give me a full body massage. Wait, Dobe, Sasuke called. I demand you give me that sword and the claws from the demon brothers. He held his hand out. Someone like me could use them much better than you. Hell no, stated Naruto, rage building. This sword is mine and the claws are for my other girlfriend. Another girlfriend? They asked. You're nothing but a pervert. Screeched Sakura. That's probably my fault, admitted Anko, but it wasn't me alone. "Women, I demand you take his weapons and give them to me," ordered Sasuke. "I deserve them more than an abandoned nobody." Naruto has had enough. He was used to insults, but doing so to his family was his breaking point. He began reaching for his blindfold. "Sasuke Uchiha," he growled, "what you're afraid of?" "Naruto," shouted Anko. "I think you should go for a walk." The blonde took a few deep breaths before calming. "This is going to be a long mission." "Okay team, time for some training," called Kakashi. "You will be learning something special today." "Woods. Sensei, you can't teach us in that condition," called Sakura, "and why do we need to train? Zabuza is dead, right?" "Actually I can, and no he's not," he replied. "Hunter Nin are supposed to destroy the bodies on the spot. That can only mean he's an ally to Zabuza." "I did say he was a fake," stated Naruto. "What will we be learning it?" asked Sasuke, hoping for a powerful. "You will be learning to climb a tree without hands." "How is that possible?" asked Sakura in amazement. Anko had a different feeling, annoyance at her comrade. "You're just now teaching you're the team tree climbing?" she asked on an A rank mission. She sighed. "Let's go to Naruchan," called Anko. "I was given some stuff from the others for you on this mission," and she gained her usual grin. "We don't want you going soft in training without us." "Anko, I'm afraid that Naruto must train like everyone else," stated Kakashi. "He needs the chakra control the most." "I already know it," Naruto stated. "I've mastered up to level chakra control." There is no way you knew that much about Sakura until she saw he wasn't listening. "Hey, don't ignore me. Why are you wasting your time on a dope like him?" asked Sasuke. "You should be training me, not that." He was cut off by a kunai to the neck. "I will choose who is worthy of my training," stated Anko as her killer intent flowed out. "Let's go Naru-chan." Anko is still a slave driver, he thought. Other parts of Woods. She had increased his weights and then gave him orders to start training immediately. He was happy to be learning new techniques, but he had limits. Running and dodging kunai while trying to learn new sword katas on top of water brings you to them fast. Why is the world spinning? "Did I say you could take a break, Naru-chan?" she said in a false sweet voice. "Yes." He tried. "Fine, let's break something," she grinned. "I'm going for your legs." He was back to training. Anko looked at the exhausted Naruto, and she was nothing but proud. He may not have mastered everything, but he was doing well. He's not even using his clones. He didn't want to be dependent on them. "That is enough for now, Naruto," she called. No sooner had she said that he collapsed. "Dinner should be ready." He seemed to find a bit of energy in her statement. When they arrived, they were greeted by the family. It seemed dinner was ready. Naruto hastily dug into his food. His peace didn't last. "Oh," called the Uchiha. "What did she teach you?" "None of your business," Team Naruto stated. "Naruto baka you answer, Sasuke-kun," shouted Sakura. Naruto did state to Anko, "You just don't like the answer." "It would be helpful to know what Kakashi learned. Looking from his book, we could use it to our advantage." "You mean give it to Sasuke to copy?" the stated Naruto. "I won't give him my hard-earned skills." "Why do you all train so hard?" asked a new person. It was Inari. "Tsunami-san, you're all just going to die. No one can beat Gato. You should all just go back to your comfy homes." "Kid, you shouldn't speak on things you know nothing about," stated Anko as Naruto tensed. "Some people don't have the luxuries you think they do. You all think you can just come here and be heroes. Heroes don't exist." Inari shouted. "None of you know suffering, so go back to your peaceful homes." "Suffering?" asked Naruto in an icy tone. "You don't know suffering. You live here with a family that loves you." He raised his head and glared at Inari. "You have food in your stomach and a warm place to sleep." Naruto May Anko couldn't finish. The killer intent coming off of him is maddening. "Are you hated for something you couldn't control? Have you been beaten so badly and so often that you don't notice the pain? Do you go home every day to absolutely nothing?" He stood. "Maybe I should show you some of my pain." He began to raise his blindfold, but a hand stopped him. Anko then hugged him from behind and whispered something in his ear. As she continued, he began to calm himself. He turned to everyone present and stated, "I'm going to blow off some steam." He then left Sunshine away. Anko turned to look at the crying Inari. The massive killer intent had been too much for him to handle. "Stop whining, you deserved it," she said. "Just because you have it bad doesn't mean you have it the worst." "That baka probably made that all up, right, Sasuke-kun?" spoke Sakura. "HN," was his response. "You have no idea what Naruto has been through," hissed Anko. "The trial he's endured just for living." She whispered, "All for something he had no control over." "Was it really that bad?" Tsunami asked. No, Anko answered. What he said was the sugar-coated version. Woods. The next morning, Naruto was lying in a field. He had done a lot of damage to the area. No tree was spared in his rage. Now he was enjoying some well-deserved rest. He then felt a chakra signature enter the field. It wasn't a member of Team 7, his, Tazuna, or even one of his family members. It was, however, very familiar. The signature grew closer. "Excuse me," the voice said, "you'll catch a cold if you sleep out here." "Don't worry," Naruto reassured me, "I have inside work on my immune system." He let out a quiet chuckle at his own joke. "So what is a pretty lady like you doing out here all alone? You have a blindfold on, how do you know I'm alone?" A thought then occurred. "What makes you think I'm pretty?" "I know when someone's around the same way I know you're pretty," Naruto answered vaguely. He then lowered his blindfold and looked Haku in the eye. "I was right, pretty." Their eyes met. As they looked deeper they saw each other's pain. "Those eyes are just like mine." They thought as one. "I'm Naruto, by the way, you are?" "Haku, I'm picking herbs for my sick friend." Haku answered, "Should I be worried that I'm alone?" "No." He hastily answered, "My senseis would kill me if they thought I thought something perverted." He saw her work. "Do you want any help?" "Sure," Haku answered. Naruto sat down beside Haku and began picking herbs. Haku wondered how Naruto saw which to pick but didn't ask. "Naruto-san, are you a ninja, right?" asked Haku, gaining a nod. "Are you strong?" "Yes," Naruto responded with pride, "but I need to get stronger." "Do you have anyone precious to you?" "Yes," Naruto answered with no hesitation. "They are very few," he thought of each one, "but I'd happily lay down my life for them." "Then you will be truly strong." Haku stated, "I think I have enough herbs. Thank you for your help." They stood and turned to leave. "Hunter-san," Naruto called to stop Haku, "when I said I'd lay down my life for them, I meant it," he continued, "but I'd make sure whoever hurt them suffered as well." Neither turned face the other. They began walking in their separate directions. Although neither knew of the smile on the other's face. "Naruto-san, where have you been?" asked Tsunami while the others were worried. All of them or just Anko? She didn't answer, so he did. "I had a strange day. I was told to give you something when you returned," spoke Tsunami. "It's a gift from Anko-san." He noticed she had a frying pan in her hand. No, he begged, "please don't." "I'm sorry," but she took aim at Dodge. For a civilian she had good aim. Bridge. Naruto had guard duty. He didn't mind, it was part of the mission after all. He was even able to collect a little fear from the nervous workers. He just wished they would stop quitting. Izuna called a random worker. I just can't keep working on the bridge." He said, "I'm sorry." "Hey." Naruto asked the man, "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm going home," he stated. "So you're going to give up too?" It wasn't a question. He turned to the remaining workers. "Are you all just going to give up?" The worker who was about to quit stepped forward. "What choice do we have?" He asked. "Some of us to have a family to provide for. We can't do that if we're dead." Naruto unfolded his blindfold. "Kyuubi is going to hate me for this." He needed to help them. This bridge needed them. He looked into their minds for the cause of the fear. "Builders of the bridge, I know what you all are afraid," he stated as he faded away. Gato appeared out of nowhere and stood with all of his arrogance. The builders were all afraid. If Gato was here, then that meant that he was going to stop them. They were going to die. What happened next shocked them all. Naruto reappeared behind Gato and sliced away at him. In one swing he removed the tyrant's head. As the body fell to the ground it faded away. "And I can help you rid yourselves of it," he stated, "if you are still willing to work for the future of Wave." Naruto stood in silence. He waited for them to make their decision. Finally one of the bridge builders stepped forward. "We are." Then he stated as they looked on in confusion, "You are all willing to defy Gato," he elaborated, "You are willing to continue for Wave." He shouted, "You all have already casted out your fears." The builders looked toward one another. They were willing to defy Gato. For their family and for their future they were willing. They cheered as they returned to their jobs. There was a new vigor in each of their movements. That was a great motivator. The kid spoke to Zuna. "I just hope it was enough." "I try." "Wait, what do you mean?" "Even with this new energy we already lost a lot of workers." "I have that covered," Naruto stated, forming a cross with his hands. "Shadow clone jutsu." Izuna was speechless from what he saw. For every one worker he lost there were 3 Narutos. Maybe more. "Just tell us what we need to do." Chapter 7. Bridge. Naruto was happy. Kyuubi had worked him into the ground for giving hope instead of fear. Now Naruto was allowed a night of peace. Even as he slept he had felt the others leave. It was a lesson his Heims taught him. Always be prepared and on guard. That was how he knew of the 2 extra signatures that entered the house. "Let go of my mom," cried Inari. And that was how he was aware they were enemies. He was already downstairs. He had concealed himself and observed. One of 2 swordsman thugs were holding onto a bound Tsunami. The second was making his way toward Inari, drawing his sword. "Stop," Tsunami cried, "if you kill him then I swear I'll bite my tongue." Even these thugs knew that she wasn't bluffing. The first said, "You got lucky, kid." The one closest to Inari kicked him down. Much to everyone's surprise he stood back up. Naruto decided it was time to make himself known. "You did a good, Inari," he said, "your dad would be proud." "It looks like one of the ninja was left behind," one spoke. It seems that Naruto returned calmly. What will you do now? Do you think so? He asked nothing. We have all the cards. He motioned to the tsunami. We are leaving and you will stay. Or we start cutting this one, the other threatened, putting his sword to tsunami. Cut who? Naruto asked. The thugs looked at the tsunami. To their surprise she merely faded away. They looked and saw that she was next to Naruto. She was no longer bound and was holding Inari tightly. They drew their swords and took a menacing step forward. Wait. Tsunami cried, you want money, right? If I give it to you, will you leave? The two thugs looked at each other. They shared a cruel smile and looked at Tsunami and said. Sure. Naruto knew it was a lie, it was very obvious. He was also sure that the tsunami could tell it was a lie as well. He decided to see what she had planned. And that scroll to your side. She pointed, it has everything we have, it's a ninja tool, and all you have to do is open it. The two snatched it up and opened it. Inside was a letter. They read the letter out loud for all to hear. Dear Naruto-kun, we are at the bridge. P.S. Dodge. As they read the last part, a violent stream of kunai shot out. Many of them embedded themselves inside the thugs. They fell down dead. Mom, how did you know that would work? Asked Inari. That scroll was from Anko, wasn't it? Naruto asked. She added a lot more kunai than usual this time. Anko-san wanted me to give it to you. Tsunami admitted she told me how it worked so I wouldn't be hurt. Were you really going to give it to me? That was something he needed to know. They're waiting for you at the bridge. She said, not answering his question. Bridge. As Naruto entered the scene, he noticed the air was laced with chakra because of the mist. It was much more potent with the extra water. This would make it difficult for Naruto to use his sensor skills that he relied on. He dropped his blindfold so that he could see. He didn't like it. His eyes hindered his sensor skills. He headed toward the closest signatures. They were to the side and by far the weakest. Hello Tazuna, he greeted, nearly scaring Tazuna and Sakura to death. Kid, are you trying to give me a heart attack? He asked. Not yet, Naruto spoke, but I'm so close. Baka. Sakura started but never finished. Paralysis jutsu. What? Naruto asked. Don't look at me like that, she's better off this way. He continued, motioning to her frozen body. Now you have a proper meat shield, one that won't run. Tazuna thought it over and admitted he was right. I can't think of a single thing against that. Tazuna admitted. So what have I missed so far? The blonde asked. The Scarecrow one is fighting Zabuza Tazuna, and the kid and the snake lady are fighting against a new enemy in there. He pointed toward an ice dome. I guess I'll go and save the Uchiha. Naruto stated after a moment of thinking. What about your girlfriend? Tazuna asks if she's inside that thing too. Who do you think I'm going to save him from? The blonde asked. Sasuke was not doing too well. He had so many needles inside of him that he looked like a pincushion. Anko was doing much better. She had very few needles inside of her, but it could have been worse. She would be doing better if it wasn't for one problem, Sasuke. Why? Because she had to keep saving him from the hail of needles. Dodge. She shouted, knocking him away as she too jumped away. If the Uchiha dies, then the council will blame either me or Naruto, if not both. I can't let that happen. Woman, I demand you stop doing that. I am an Uchiha, I do not need someone saving me. Sorry kid, but I can't have you dying. She stated. I'm an Uchiha, I don't need saving, he shouted. Now watch as I end this fight. He began sign weaving. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The flames spread onto the ice mirrors. Anko would have been impressed if she hadn't seen Uchihas his age do the same thing. Soon the flames died down to reveal the damage of fire toward ice. Nothing. Good job, she laughed. I think I see a stream of water dripping. Please surrender, Haku pleaded, there is no need for your deaths. You see, shouted Sasuke, my flame must have done more damage, now the enemy is weak. Why else would the enemy ask for it to end? Yeah, whatever kid. Stated Anko, she knew that the enemy was just being merciful. Haku prepared to give off another volley. Anko prepared to tackle the Uchiha to safety. Sasuke prepared for something else. He stepped onto the tail of Anko's jacket. He began to channel chakra like Kakashi had taught him. Soon he had stuck himself and Anko to the ground. This will teach her. As the attack came, Anko prepared to jump. However, she was being held by something. Looking back, she saw the Uchiha's arrogant smirk. The attack came and Anko took the full brunt of it. The needles were in every part of her. Sasuke had used her as a shield. She took another look toward Sasuke. Traitor, she gasped. You should feel honored, he smirked. You get to say that you were of use to an Uchiha, the greatest honor. If there is any consolation to this, she spoke with a smirk of her own, it is that you will die along beside me. I'm an Uchiha. He stated that this ice ninja won't be able to kill me. I'm not talking about the ice ninja. She pointed before closing her eyes. Sasuke turned to see what she meant. Entering the ice mirrors was Naruto himself. He had seen the whole thing. Anko-chan. He cried, running to her side to wake up. Hime, please wake up. All he got was a lifeless limp. He held her as he cried over her. Please give her back to me. Don't take one of my himes. Make them hurt, spoke a familiar fox. They dared to hurt your mate, your home, hurt them both. Yes, they dared to harm her. Use it, the fox continued. Use what I taught you. Use the fear you collected and make them. No. Fear. Naruto looked Haku in the eyes. He needed eye contact for this. He didn't need to see hers, just for her to see his. Shin no Ippo Stage 1. Success, the technique worked. The technique froze her in place. It was temporary, she would break it, but it was enough. Naruto drew his sword. He held it toward his face and looked into his reflected eyes. Using his fox glare he began. Shin no Ippo Stage 3. He was afraid and feared nothing. Over his head chakra began to form an image of a smiling fox. His hinge had dropped. He no longer cared for it. He felt the fear he collected. He let it out as it consumed him in a red aura. It sent him past the peak of his abilities. His power only continued to grow. He would make them suffer. Standing to full height he stared at the frozen faces before him. His blue eyes were now crimson red. He had a coat of red chakra that seemed to flow around him like a second skin. It was wild and uncontrolled. He looked and saw that they were afraid. It wasn't enough, he wanted them terrified. He wanted them in true despair. You dare touch my hime, spoke Naruto as his rage and bloodlust grew. You dare hurt my hime. Out of the way, Dobe spoke to Sasuke. This is my. Sasuke never finished. Naruto didn't even turn as he kicked him into the mirror behind them, but it didn't stop there. The force of the impact shattered the mirrors. Sasuke sailed straight through it. He landed in a broken heap next to Tazuna and a frozen Sakura. Haku was terrified. This wasn't the same boy she had met in the woods. It was as if he had taken in everything that scared her. Haku saw that he was ready to act. Using her mirrors she summoned her reflections to appear in each one. As they each pulled their hand back to throw the needles, another hand stopped them, each of them. It was Naruto. He was inside the mirrors behind her, each of them. He easily held her hand as she struggled against him. He grabbed her by the throat with his free hand. She struggled as he forced her to look forward. She was looking at her reflections as they were being restrained as well. How did he get inside? He let go of her throat now that she was looking. He drew his sword and leveled it to her neck. In a flash he had slashed her throat. She felt the blade give her the fatal blow. She watched as her reflections bled out, waiting for the cut to end her. But it never came and she opened her eyes. She could see him standing there in the middle of the dome as if he had never moved. That's right. It's only Jinjutsu, he can't hurt me. She would stay in her mirrors, she was safe in there, right? It's only Jinjutsu. Wrong, he spoke as if reading her thoughts. Just because you're covered in ice doesn't mean you can't be touched. He spread his jacket out and she could see the crimson interior. That wasn't what he wanted her to see. From several points in the jacket, hook chains shot out. They flew straight into the mirror, digging into her flesh. She had never felt such pain as more continued to pierce into her. They pulled, forcing her out of the mirror. Each step is more painful than the last. They stopped pulling as soon as she was in front of Naruto. She looked him in the eyes and saw something she wished she hadn't. This wasn't the same boy she had met in the woods a few days ago. This was someone who truly wanted to see her suffer. I'm going to tear your mind apart, he whispered. And he was going to make it happen. The chains released her as an invisible force pushed her back. She continued straight through the mirrors just as the Uchiha did. Haku, however, landed between the two battling. The shock of what happened stopped them mid-battle. They looked toward the one who had caused the interruption. Zabuza couldn't believe it. Haku was down in a bloody heap. The shock was so great that he stopped giving chakra to the mist. This revealed Naruto. The reddish blonde was making his way toward Haku. Zabuza dashed toward Naruto. He wasn't going to let the kid kill Haku on his watch. Raising his massive sword, he brought it down with as much force as he could muster. As a master of his sword, that was a lot. Naruto simply raised his hand and caught the blade. He held it between his thumb and fingers. Everyone was in shock. Zabuza tried adding more pressure, but it was futile. Naruto held the blade in a simple but powerful grip. The blade didn't budge an inch. You're in my way, Naruto said. Move. Naruto raised his free clawed hand. With careful aim he jabbed at Zabuza, impaling his hand into the older ninja. But strength only a ninja could muster. He raised Zabuza into the air. Without looking around he tossed him to the side. He didn't need to look. Zabuza landed in a bush of spikes. Each spike impaling him, going straight through to the other side. Even though they stuck through, none of them were fatal. It's like the brat is keeping me alive for some reason. Naruto made his way toward Haku. The fear has been nice, he thought. Now it's time for some despair. Haku looked up and saw a shadowy figure coming toward her. It was Zabuza. He stood over her and raised his sword. "Zabuza-sama?" She asked. What are you doing?" "You're a broken tool, Haku," he stated coldly. "I no longer have any use for you." Haku couldn't believe what she was hearing. The one who gave her any purpose in life was tossing her aside. He was going to kill her. "No, Zabuza-sama," she begged, "not him. It was just like all those years ago. Just like with her father." Zabuza brought his sword down. Haku acted on all of her battle instincts. Using her bloodline, she commanded the water on the bridge. Using her control, she raised ice spears. They impaled Zabuza through different spots. Each one a fatal wound. Haku looked in shock at what she had done. "Why you are real liar. Defective tool," he gasped. He fell limp and died. "No," she whispered. No. She cried. "Zabuza-sama, wake up." She begged. She melted the ice and ran to his body. As she fell on top of it, begging him to live, she heard it. Laughter. She turned to the side and saw the source. "Naruto. He's not dead," he stated, "but it must be nice to know you would have killed him." Haku stared in disbelief. Naruto pointed toward the dead Zabuza. Right before her eyes, he faded away. He then pointed to the real Zabuza. Stuck and restrained by spikes. Naruto raised his sword to finish her. "Well, what do we have here?" Spoke a new voice, stopping Naruto. "It seems the demon of the mist was all talk." "Gato, what are you doing here?" Zabuza asked. "Well, Zabuza," Gato started to come to my attention that you are too expensive, so I decided to end our agreement." He looked on the bridge. "Kill the men, the woman on her knees is yours to play with." Naruto, who had been ready to kill Haku, was enraged. "She can wait." He thought Anko would want me to end filth like him first. Naruto grabbed his sword and took a new stance. It was the one that Kyuubi had taught him. He never used it because it was brutal. Now he would use it without restraint. He eyed each of the bandits. They were all so full of confidence. The arrogance wasn't what he wanted. "Time for more fear. Remember, kid, you get the blood," the fox reminded, "but I get the glory." His body seemed to convulse as he began to mutate. Fur began to cover half of his face, which became more fox-like. His free hand became claw-like. From his backside 9 glorious tails sprang free. "I suggest you all come and die quickly." Naruto called to do it while you still have the chance. These bandits were terrified. Fear makes people do crazy things. The bandits did the craziest thing, they charged Naruto head on. Naruto charged them as well. Naruto impaled the first victim with his sword. Lifting the body with his sword, he gave a mighty toss. The body crashed, knocking a few over. Naruto ducked under a blade. Standing, he cut the enemy's throat with one swing. One tried to run. Naruto ran after him. Grabbing him by the back of the head, he forced the bandit's mouth open. Reaching his hand in, he began to tug and pull. With little effort, he ripped the top half of the bandit's head off. More tried to run. Naruto charged after them. With a powerful leap, he landed one of the bandit's shoulders. A second later, he jumped again. However, the bandit was missing his head. "Man, I sure know how to get ahead in life," Naruto jokes. Two of the closest decided to attack from behind. Their blades made it through and pierced Naruto in the back. He ripped them out. Letting loose his tail, he impaled many that were foolish enough to be behind him. There were several on each one of his tails at a time. He held the bodies high for them to see. Many tried stabbing and beating him. He would either disappear like a mirage or dodge them. He would then slaughter the attacker before moving to the next. "Why, you're a monster," one bandit shouted at a demon. "Look at him," another cried, "he's a tailed beast." "Go ahead, count my tails," shouted Naruto, "I want the world to know the number." "Nanin, 9 tails," one shouted. Kyuubi. "Let the world know that Kyuubi is going to make a comeback." "And no, Kyuubi is dead." Gato shouted that a ninja killed him. "Wrongly," stated Naruto. "Kyuubi is afraid, and fear is forever." He looked toward Gato. "You however aren't." Naruto turned his gaze toward the bandits. He had gained enough fear for now. It's time to end this. Salbane. The jutsu took immediate effect. The bandits were turning on each other. They couldn't tell who was friend or foe. Naruto could have let them go on. Let them kill each other until there were none left. Where would the fun be in that? He jumped into the slaughter. Neither Team 7 or Tazuna, nor Haku or even Zabuza could believe what they were seeing. This was a slaughter. "Haku, what did you do to that kid?" asked Zabuza. I didn't do anything," she stated in equal shock. "It was the Uchiha. He used that woman as a meat shield." "Is she dead?" asked Zabuza. "No, she's just asleep," explained Haku. "Wake her up," and ordered Zabuza to wake her up now. Haku was already moving toward the body. She began to remove the needles from Anko. Unfortunately, Naruto saw her. "Even in death you won't give her peace," he shouted. Naruto made his way toward Haku. Each step was deliberate. Each drawing has more fear. Haku had removed the last of the needles. She was now shaking Anko. Wake up already. Haku shouted as Naruto stood above her. He raised his sword. 5 more minutes, Anko mumbled. Heim? He asked in shock. Anko's eyes snapped open. She looked around as memories began to flood into her head. She looked to the one who had called her. Neri-chan? She asked as she took in his appearance. He quickly dropped all genjutsu and allowed his true form to appear. As he looked into her eyes he saw many things. But not fear. She's not afraid. He thought in confusion, it soon turned into happiness. She's not afraid. Monster came to shout from Gato, you're a demon. All eyes turned to the forgotten tyrant. He stood in front of a pile of bodies. Only a few were still breathing. Naruto would spare them. They could tell what happened. That would bring in tones of fear for him. The demon of the mist stood. Even though his wound was lethal he had enough energy to raise his sword. He pointed it toward Gato. Gato called Zabuza, before I die, I'm killing you. With a mighty heave he sent the blade flying. Gato only smirked. Taking a step to the side he waited for the blade to pass him. He noticed Naruto's smile. The blonde mouthed one word. Invert. Invert. He asked what he was talking about. He never received an answer. The blade that was supposed to pass him did. It passed right through him. Now it was lodged inside his midsection. He fell to his knees. He had never felt any pain as excruciating. He had never felt fear so potent. As he looked up he met eyes with Naruto. Fox glare. He was in a small dungeon. Where am I? He asked to no one. You're in my realm. Naruto said, appearing from thin air. In here I control space, time and reality. Why am I here? Before you die, Gato, you're going to give me some information about Naruto and then you can die. You won't get squat from me, Monster, Gato stated defiantly. Oh, I'll get squat, he assured me, I'll get squat. Burn in hell, Gato shouted. Such a limited imagination, Naruto took down these dark decades of your pain, I'll make that sword in you feel like a memory of pleasure. Gato knew he was trapped. He did the one thing a worm like him could do. He began to cry and beg. Don't cry, Gato, Naruto sighed. It's a waste of good suffering. What are you going to do to me? He asked. I'm going to make you feel everything done to every single person in the wave. Naruto stated coldly, every last man, woman and child. He smiled coldly toward the tyrant. I will repeat it over and over again because hell is repetition. Gato had long since been broken. Naruto just wanted him to suffer for his crimes. He repeated the torture over and over again. When Naruto was finished, Gato embraced his death. Said blonde just blinked. Inside hide the fox glare, years had passed. In reality only a second passed. Did Haku Zabuza called here for a second. Naruto knew Zabuza was dying but was cautious, even near death he was dangerous. He just tossed that sword half a bridge away. Yes? They asked. I'm dying, he stated calmly, he accepted his death. No, Zabuza-sama, Haku protested. We can get you help. From where? The man asked. I accept my fate, I just have a single request for the both of you. Whatever it is, Zabuza-sama. I want you to take my sword. He ushered Naruto and Haku. Wait, you want me to do what? Naruto asked. I don't care what you do with the sword. He said sell it, give it away or even gamble it away. Zabuza-sama, you can't. I can and did. He said, I want you to go with this boy. As you wish, she stated. I can save you, Zabuza. Naruto stated, you can continue to live. What's the catch? 3 things, he stated. The first, I want you two to come with me to Konoha and become ninjas. The second, I want you to free Haku, she should make her own choices. And the third? Asked Zabuza. I want that rabbit. Naruto shouted, I need that rabbit stew. Deal. Naruto drew his blade and cut himself across the arm. It was deep enough so that the blood flowed freely but not lethal. To him. He held his arm and allowed it to fall into Zabuza's mouth. The battle was over. Naruto had saved Zabuza, Haku and his Haim. They would be coming back with them to join Konoha. Now Naruto just wanted to be with his Hibi Haim, to enjoy the fact that she was alive. Naruto, Anko asked in his arms, what are you thinking about? There was however one problem. I killed them. He stated, I just killed every last one of those bandits. The guilt of their first kill. Naruto, she spoke, I know exactly how you feel, everyone has it after their first kill. Although so few ninjas have ever been killed on such a large scale. Do they enjoy it? He asked tonelessly. Anko had no answer. The only one she could think of was her sensei. There has to be an explanation, I know for a fact that Naruto isn't a monster. Naruto, I heard that you used this technique after I was knocked, she stated. It was a genjutsu that I learned from. He hesitated, he never told them from the Kyuubi. He felt her tense in his arms. He could feel a bit of nervousness creep deep into her, he did not enjoy it. What does it do? She asked. It has 3 stages. He explained the first traps them in a paralysis of fear. The second is more potent, it freezes the victim's lungs. And the third? She asked. When used on a user it increases them to their maximum potential. He stated it allows me to use kitsune illusions and other genjutsu without restraints. That's it? She asked, losing hope. It helps in my merge. With Kyuubi. He trailed off. That was the answer, he wasn't a monster. Naruto, that jutsu practically turns you into a new Kyuubi. She stated I don't want you to use it unless necessary. Okay, he agreed. He would have agreed to anything at that moment. A thought occurred. Did someone ever free Sakura from that genjutsu? Who cares? She asked. Bridge. Citizens of the wave shouted to Zuna, the bridge is complete. Cheers flowed from every citizen. They were directed to the one standing by Tazuna. What will you name it? Asked one citizen. How about we name it after the true hero? He asked. How about the great Naruto bridge? Sasuke, who had stepped forward, expecting the glory, stood in disbelief. They want to name it after the dope. Over me and Ichiha. Hey, you shouldn't name it after that baka. Shouted Sakura. You should name it after Sasuke-kun, he's much better. I will not name the bridge of our hope after that traitor. Spat Tazuna, he heard what happened. Orochimaru isn't nearly as great as Naruto, chided Anko. This got shouts of protest from Sakura. Tazuna spoke Kakashi from his book. It would seem that you're playing favorites, that wouldn't be fair. That is the pot calling the kettle black, everyone, though it would be better to name it something else. Who likes the name I gave? Asked Tazuna to the citizens. His answer was an ocean of cheers from the citizens. The name stays, he stated to Kakashi. Let's go. They made their way back to the village hidden in the leaves. Chapter 8. Home. Hokage, office. Hiruzen wasn't one to be shocked. When you've lived as a ninja as long as him you learn to cope. He was called the god of shinobi, the professor, the strongest leaf shinobi. He has served in the great wars and led them to victory. He has trained the Sannin, each cage level shinobi. That means nothing with Naruto. It was his first C-ranked mission. He was supposed to protect a bridge builder from bandits. He somehow ended up overthrowing a tyrant. Becoming a symbol of hope. Getting a bridge named after him. Bringing home an A-ranked rogue and a mystery ninja. It's my fault for expecting something normal in my profession, he thought, or just when Naruto is involved. Hokage-sama, I believe Naruto should be punished for this. I demand the dope give me his. Such a baka. Oh, Sasuke-kun. After getting several different types of mission briefs, the Hokage felt a headache growing. It all seemed to be centered around Naruto, that much he could tell. Hokage-sama, I believe I know a solution. Stated Anko over the racket upon arrival of Wave. Naruto performed a genjutsu that allowed me to see what happened. I believe it would be well suited for now. I want all but Naruto to leave. Ordered the Hokage. I deserve to know what the dope is going to hear. Stated the Uchiha. Anko. On it, Hokage-sama, she stated. Striking shadow snakes. Grabbing the arrogant child, she dragged him out. Once they were alone, the Hokage began pulling out his sake. He had a feeling that he would need it. Okay, show me this, he ordered. Flashback jutsu. Now he had an answer and an even bigger headache. Naruto showed almost everything from leaving the village to the bridge. What he left out was that he owned every dime stolen. He was trained by Kyuubi and he feeds on fear. Let me get this straight, spoke the Hokage, you went on a mission obviously outside your rank. Way outside. Stated Naruto. You blackmail your sensei. He's a hypocrite. You fraud a missing A-rank ninja. I held him off, yeah. You sent courage through a bunch of hopeless bridge builders. We needed the mission to be completed. You then killed nearly 200 bandits. That one had him a little worried. I can't take all the credit for that one, Naruto stated. I made most of the bandits kill each other. You also say that your new appearance is because of you drawing on so much of the fox's chakra. Yep. You know I don't believe that last part, but I won't press on the matter, he stated, knowing the headache wasn't worth it. You will have to wear a henge so you don't cause an uproar. I know, he sighed, it would have been too easy just to have the disguise break like that. I'll do my best to keep the council off your back, he stated, but it won't be too long. Thanks, old man. You then turned said missing ninjas into your friends. They're more of an ally right now. The Hokage and the Hidden Anbu stared at the blonde. And now you want them to be shinobi of the Hidden Leaf? Yes. The wizened leader stared at his surrogate grandchild. It seemed the kid was a crazy magnet. Why couldn't he have had a normal mission? Were the thoughts of the village leader and several Hidden Anbu. Fine, Zabuza will need a few months under Anbu watch, but Haku can start immediately. Can I have another mission? Get out. He ordered. Ichiraku raiment stand. Hey am Ni-chan, Naruto greeted the old man. I need some raiment. Coming right up, Naruto, he called. Hey dope, he heard an all too familiar voice call, I demand you give me that sword. For the last time he said, I'm not giving you my sword. He turned, why do you want it anyway? You don't even practice. I know that it was how you did those things in Wave, he stated. Yeah, Baka, shouted Sakura, if it wasn't for that sword you'd be nothing, even with that training you're getting. You think that I get it from my sword? He laughed. The howler monkey he called me got my skill from hard work. And having a fear-born demon living inside me, but thank you, you reminded me to visit my girlfriend and give her the gift. Order up, Tucci called. Right after ramen. Naruto happily ate his ramen. He had hoped if he ignored the two of them then they would leave. No such luck. Aka, you give Sasuke-kun what he wants now, ordered Sakura. Why don't you two just sit down, shut up and eat some ramen, Naruto shouted, it might make you two less irritating. Ramen can only do so much. I don't want any of that piss-flavored noodle, stated the Uchiha as another bowl was placed by Naruto. You shouldn't insult the ramen team, stated by Naruto coldly, it could get upset and upset ramen is bad for you. Who cares how the ramen feels? He should have taken the advice. Before Sasuke could finish his insult, the ramen attacked. The noodles stretched around the Uchiha and began constricting him. The bowl swung toward him and covered his face as the broth began drowning him. Sasuke-kun, Sakura cried when Naruto called you filthy. The bowl jumped to her. Well. Time to go. I wonder how my Heims are doing. Using his sensor abilities, it was a breeze to find them. Better get them something. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Welcome to Yamabaka. What are you doing here? Asked Ino. I just want to buy some flowers and I'll be on my way. He stated. Do you know how much trouble you put me in with daddy? She ignored his statement and continued ranting, it's like a blonde Sakura. I kind of don't care, just give me my flowers. A lot. She shouted, it's all yo. Hey Ino, he cut her off, this is what got you in trouble last time, he stated. Do you want me to tell your father how you treat customers? He began raising his blindfold, or I could punish you myself. That won't be necessary, Uzumaki-san called Inoichi. I don't know what you're about to do, but please don't. Flowers please, Yamanaka-san, Naruto said to Inoichi, and I'll go away. What kind? The clan head asked. Do you have a one-of-a-kind somewhere around here? Of course we do, Baka Ino shouted. We have. Ino? Inoichi shouted in disapproval. Right this way, sir. He turned to his customer, and we had a small array of foreign flowers. Because of the customer service you received, he sent a disapproving look toward his daughter. You will be getting a large discount from my daughter. But daddy. The look in his eyes told him to be silent. After Naruto paid, he left. Not this time, Naruto, I'll revenge. Kurenai. He found Kurenai inside of a food stand. She was with Asuma, who was smoking, much to her annoyance. Well, he already knows we're dating and the others won't care. Still, I had better not draw too much attention. Hey Kurenai-chan, he greeted. Hello Naruto-kun, she greeted me back. Do you remember my friend Asuma? She asked, hoping Asuma caught the message. Hello Asuma-san, Naruto said, how is your food? I hate you, Asuma stated, gaining a glare from Kurenai and a chuckle from Naruto. And when I leave you will love me. The blonde stated, then you will hate me again. I hear you had your first C-ranked mission, Naruto-kun. Kurenai asked, how was it? I have some gifts for you. He started reaching into his pockets. I hate this hench. It's easier to just steal stuff. I got my C-ranked mission pay, so I brought you all something. Finally finding what he was looking for, he handed her two things. The first, a bouquet of desert roses, and the second, an all-expense-paid trip to the Leaf Lotus. She shouted to Naruto, how did you get this? The Leaf Lotus was the most expensive salon. They did everything from massages to nails and hair. Everyone who went there felt as if they bloomed twice. This would cost more than a C-rank mission. I collected a few bounties, he stated. It actually came from Gato, but let's just keep it a secret for now. Naruto smiled. You really know how to treat a lady. She sent a glare to Asuma, who looked away. Ank, I need to find the others, bye. With a quick kiss he was off to his next home. Kurenai. Be quiet, Asuma, she ordered, just eat your steak. Steak? He was eating dumplings. Looking down toward his plate, he saw a perfect T-bone. I think I love that kid who took the first bite. It was cooked just the way he liked it, perfection. He could taste the flavor and feel all of the maggots in his mouth. Wait a second. A second later he was emptying his stomach all over the floor. I think I hate that kid. Want me to kiss it better? Kurenai asked. Sure. Then clean your mouth. Click click. Perfect. Hana. Hello pup, Tsum greeted Hana in the back. Thanks Tsum-chan. Heading around back, Naruto saw her training with the triplets. Hello Naruto-kun, she greeted. Hello Inuheim, he pulled out a scroll. I have some things for you. I hope there's something nice. Hana stated. She knew it would be, they're coming from Naruto-kun after all. When she unsealed it, what she saw surprised her. Inside were the gauntlets from both of the demon brothers. They were in perfect condition. Naruto, these are amazing, she stated. Where did you get them? Dumb question, she thought, kicking herself. I had a crazy C-ranked mission. He stated. It's the same for the second gift. He handed it to her. An all-expense-paid trip to the Leaf Lotus. I'd love to hear all about it. She said, how about you stay the night and tell me all about it? She used her most seductive voice. Then we can. No. Came several shouts from the distance. The Inyazuka family was starting to appear and surround them. They were giving hateful looks to the blonde host. The one glaring the hardest was Kiba. Hana's younger brother and Naruto's old foe. He stepped forward and spoke. All the members of Inyazuka, I asked him, shouted, do you enjoy your sleep, do you enjoy your peace? Yes. They answered as one. Then we must keep that dope from sleeping with my sister, Kiba shouted, or we'll never get any sleep. Attack. Someone shouted. Run pup, run, Tsum shouted, I need you alive to give me my grand pups. She really wanted those grand pups. Shunshin. Arna, Kiba shouted after him. Yugao. Naruto simply walked by a tree and stood by the bench by it. It was a nice day, but he had to move. Setting down a scroll, he continued on his way. He didn't look back as a hand stretched from concealment and grabbed the scroll. He didn't look back when he heard the gasp of surprise. Looks like someone likes the sword I got her, thank you, dead bandit with good taste. During his rage, he had found a beautiful sword but knew that he would never wield it. He didn't look back when he heard the feminine squeal. It looks like someone loves her spot, rip. Click. Anko. And that is how a kunoichi seduces a man, stated Anko. Anko. I just asked you how you were and where you've been. An annoyed Iruka, now you've traumatized my female students long before they need to be. He looked to the class and you knocked the male out through nosebleeds, they'll probably be perverts now. Oh, I'm fine, she stated, and I was on a mission with Team 7. She leaned over the desk, revealing a lot of cleavage to Iruka. How are you, Iruka-kun? Her voice had a very seductive tone. I'm fine, he stated, flustered. So you went on a mission with Team 7? Hey, that's our boss's team, stated Konohamaru. Boss? Anko asked. If you say the Uchiha Haruno then I will. No way. The shouted as one. Our boss is Naruto Uzumaki. Nari-chan, huh? She asked with a smile. Has he taught you anything? It was a simple question. To the core. It was a horrid one. The trio fell into a huddle. They were shivering not from the cold but from an untold fear. It seemed as if they were trying to push it to the back of their mind. It wasn't working. First rule of Naruto training, Yuden shouted. Do not talk about Naruto training. Mogi, what's wrong with him? Asked Iruka. Mogi was the only one not panicking as much. She was shivering in fear, just not as much. Naruto, she stated as if it were obvious. Okudanko, my Nari-chan has them terrified. She was so proud. Knock knock. Iruka-sensei is called Hanabi. There is a man with a large chakra supply at the door. It's him, Yuden shouted in fear. He's come for us. He knew we were talking about his training, shouted Konohamaru. Now he stopped at all the horrid thoughts. Oh, don't stop on my account, a disembodied voice spoke. By all means, give me some ideas. Out the window. Mogi shouted. They jumped out. It didn't matter that they weren't on the first floor. It was better than Naruto catching them. Iruka-sensei, Hanabi called. He's not at the door anymore. Then where is he? Anko asked. AHHH. The K-Corpse shouted. With them, she answered stoically. Classes, stay here and cry out in protest, Anko, if you will. Summoning jutsu. At her command, a large coral snake appeared. It was large enough to gobble up any of the kids in a single gulp but small enough to stay in the room. I want you to make sure these kids stay in order, Anko ordered. If any of them twitches outside of their seat or opens their mouth, she stares at the kids eating them. Anko. Iruka shouted. That's a bit extreme. Fine, she sighed, punish them as you see fit. She told the snake. Grabbing Iruka before he could protest, she jumped outside the window. The snake was alone with the terrified kids. It eyed them hungrily. Does anyone want to move? The snake asked. I might let a few of you go. The kids didn't so much as shake their heads. But they wanted to. The snake could wait, they were kids after all. They weren't costumed to sit still for too long. Fields. When the two ninjas arrived, they saw a sight to behold. It nearly gave Iruka a heart attack from sheer worry and annoyance. Anko was laughing as if she was seeing the funniest thing possible. Yuden and Konohamaru were tied upside down by their feet. They tried not to move and put unwanted strain on the ropes. Under them were a pile of explosive notes. Mogi was just watching from a distance away. And that's how my first C-rank mission went, Naruto finished. Cool, Konohamaru stated, causing the rope to shudder. Naruto, what are you doing? Iruka asked in a panic. I'm telling them about my mission, Naruto stated. Why are they upside down over a bunch of explosives? Iruka asked. I'm just training them, he stated, by putting the fear of Kami in them. Why isn't Mogi getting the same treatment? Anko asked. You're not being soft because she's a girl, are you? There was a warning in her tone. No, he sighed. Every time I tried something like this she just used those eyes. He spat in hate. I honestly believe you women are taught that at birth. What eyes? This had Anko and Haruka curious. Naruto drew a kunai and made his way toward Mogi. Puppy eyes. See, he pointed accusingly. Naruto is the dumb. You left one of Anko's summons with the kids for more than 5 minutes. Naruto stated. How many do you think are left? Haruka was already running back to save as many of his remaining students as possible. If there was any left to save. He's such a worrywart, Anko stated. So what are you doing here, Naru-chan? Anko asked. I came to give you this, what he had given his other Heims. Anko squealed in delight. She looked for Naruto but saw nothing. All that was left were a few flower petals in his place. She was impressed. Can't wait to tell the girls about the mission. Wait, someone cut us down, shouted Yuden. I have a better idea. Anko laughed. How about I help in your training? What? They didn't like her smile, it was too much like Naruto's. Well, you're upside down, I want you to. She drew kunai dodge. Chapter 9. Junin exams. It hasn't been much time since his mission to Wave. He's had to deal with his team very little since then. Naruto would show up for a mission and then go off training. He would train with his Heims like usual. When he wasn't with them he was with Team 9, minus Niji. Unknown to both Team 7-9 and his Heims, he often trained alone. He wanted them to be proud of him. He's taken to learning the silent killing from Zabuza. He progressed greatly with the stealth skills he built over the years. Zabuza would consider him a prodigy if Naruto didn't hate the title. That didn't mean he didn't have to deal with them. Sasuke would demand fights, his secrets, his weapons and his power. He was usually ignored, which made things worse. Sakura was a usual lapdog to the Uchiha, making no effort to become better. Kakashi, he refused to call him sensei, usually allowed them to have their way and scolded Naruto for antagonizing his team. His skill has progressed regularly. For Naruto. Whatever passes as regular for Naruto is what happened. He wasn't Jounin level yet. He could however give any Chunin a run for their money. He was so skilled that the Hokage was confident enough to give him small solo missions. His Heims or Zabuza would even take him on the more dangerous missions. Now here he was, enjoying his ramen. He decided to enjoy the 2 hours it took for Kakashi to arrive. It gave Naruto more time away from Team 7. There was just one pest left. Actually, make that 3. Yuden. Naruto called. You're the smart one, right? He asked. No one in particular. If I have to tell you 3 rocks aren't square one more time. He let the threat hang. Aha, so you saw through our disguise, eh? Konohamaru asked. I expected nothing less from you. Naruto noticed smoke rise before their disguise blew up. From the explosion the young trio jumped out and each took a pose. Before they could say or do anything Naruto spoke up. If you do that intro then I'll get Anko to watch your class again. We weren't going to do that, he lied, were we? His friend said nothing. What are you 3 doing? He asked blankly. You're supposed to be at the academy. We broke up. Mogi cheered. That you could teach us real stuff, not that boring stuff. And you promised to play ninja with us today, boss. Konohamaru stated. A ninja playing ninja, huh? Asked in a horrid voice. You really are a baka. Hey boss, who is that? Konohamaru asked if she held out his pinky, earning a scowl from Sakura. Konohamaru. Naruto started. Do you like having your mind unbroken by horrid vision that would forever haunt you, nightmares eating at your very will? Why yes. Then don't associate me as being in a relationship with Pinky over there. He started pointing to Sakura. I'm stuck with her as my teammate and nothing more. This angered Pinky. This also hurt her. She didn't know when, but Naruto just seemed to drop her and move on. It made her miss the boy that followed her like a lost puppy. Now he was someone else that scared her. Then it was back to anger. What do you mean, baka? Sakura asked. You think you're too good for me? I don't mean to brag, but my girlfriends aren't bad mothers. Hush your mouth. The K-Core shouted. I'm just talking about my Heims. We can dig it. So if Forehead isn't your girlfriend, who is? Mogi asked. Watch your mouth if you know what's good for you, Sakura threatened. We can take you, Konohamaru stated. It was true. Even without Naruto training them they could take her. Easily. They were 8 years old. Easy. Yuden tried to reason why we shouldn't calm down and go get some ramen. I don't want that filth, Sakura shouted. You should not have insulted the ramen, Naruto stated, turning. He grabbed the kids and ran. Sakura felt something moist slither across her feet. Looking down she saw a noodle moving as if it had a mind of its own. She didn't look back as she ran. Once Naruto was sure he was far enough he sat the kids down. Hey boss, why do you eat so much ramen? Konohamaru asked. It was a simple question, too simple for Naruto. He loomed over them. Using just a touch of killer intent, just enough to scare them, he answered. It's the only thing that keeps me from craving human flesh, plus he answered them with a mouthful of fangs. I never did get to eat my fill today. He eyed the kids. Let's fix that. They ran like the wind. I was just going to ask if they wanted to eat some with me. He said as he stood alone. Ouch, that hurt you little brat, a gruff voice stated. I need to teach you a lesson. Naruto happened to come around the corner just as the threat was made. What he saw was two sand ninja. He decided to watch and see what happened. Stopped and a more feminine voice shouted, what if he shows up? Don't worry, Temari, Kankuro stated, we have nothing to fear. Oh, that poor fool, he never met Naruto. Would you please drop him, Naruto stated coldly, making his presence known. And why should I do that? Kankuro asked, and who are you? I'm everything you ever were afraid of. Naruto stated. Ahaha, Kankuro laughed, you're nothing. He hated this form, he couldn't gather any fear through intimidation. Naruto raised his blindfold and looked Kankuro and Temari in the eyes. I think it's time I put the squeeze on you. From nowhere two giant snakes appeared. One latched onto Kankuro and began to squeeze him tightly, he was already turning blue. The second grabbed Temari, unlike Kankuro, it was merely restraining her. And you should have dropped him because I don't think your friend in the tree would be upset if you hurt the Hokage's grandson. Naruto stated. Also Sasuke, you might want to dodge. Sasuke had been waiting in the tree for a moment to show Naruto up. The Uchiha learned that Naruto knew when danger was near. When he said dodge, it meant you dodge or die. Gaara, Kankuro called. I can explain. Shut up, Kankuro, Gaara ordered, or I'll kill you. Naruto stared at Gaara. He felt the fear radiating off of Kankuro and Temari from the simple death threat. It frightened them more than Naruto's skeleton hands that were crushing them. You with a blindfold, Gaara addressed Naruto. What is your name? Why do you care about him? He's just a nobody. Sasuke started stepping forward. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki, he answered, irritating Sasuke further. And you are? I am Gaara of the desert, he stated. These are my siblings Temari and Kankuro. Hello, they greeted. Mother wants your blood. Naruto walked forward toward the now named Gaara. It made Naruto excited, it meant he had a challenge. The stronger and braver the opponent, the more potent the fear. It seemed Gaara had the same opinion. Naruto dropped his henge and drew his sword. He flooded the entire area with fear. Gaara uncorked his sand and flooded the area with demonic killer intent. It almost feels like Kyuubi that made him even more excited. Neither of us could back down from a challenge, Naruto stated. Well, come on, desert punk. Yes, Uzumaki. Gaara gave a crazed smile that can make me feel alive. The boss, Konohamaru called. Naruto turned his attention toward his little followers. They were on the ground in a terrified huddle and were having trouble breathing. The fear and killer intent was both crushing and drowning them at the same time. Their eyes constantly shifted between Gaara and Naruto. It seemed they were trying to see who to fear the most. This wasn't something they could handle, even Sasuke had dropped to one knee. The other two sand ninja were doing a little better, just barely. Sakura passed out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so careless. Naruto stood over the Konohamaru Corps, bringing them into a group hug. He relieved the pressure by releasing a calming aura with his genjutsu. It stopped the pressure from growing, but the damage was done. I forgot you three weren't ready for something like this. Using Shunshin, he took them to his private land. It wasn't the nearest or emptiest training ground, but it was the safest. Now he was sure that they would be okay in their vulnerable state. Looking down, he saw that they were covered in cold sweat. Their eyes were glazed over in a daze, but even then they wouldn't meet him. He removed his jacket and layered it with his strongest calming genjutsu. As he laid it across, he called his foxes. Bet you all forgot them. Be honest, they would protect them with the training Hana gave them. As he turned to leave, he felt Mogi grab his red shirt. Be careful, Konohamaru whispered. He gave them a smile as he shunshined away. When he returned, he saw that Sakura was awake and, like Sasuke, trapped in Gaara's sand. Temari and Kankuro, likewise, were still in his illusion. He addressed Gaara. Gaara, this is neither the time nor the place. Gaara stood there for a moment before his sand retreated. As he did this, Naruto released the other sand ninja. You are right, we shall continue later. They would do not die before then. As they turned to leave, Sakura thought it was time to put in her opinion. Hey, wait. What do you want? Temari asked. Even if we are allied, you need a reason to be here, she shouted. What are you doing here? Sakura, they are obviously here for the Chunin exams, Naruto stated. We're hosting them this time. He's right. Kankuro stated. Wait, before we leave, Temari eyed Naruto. See, can I touch your whiskers? Sorry, he stated. That's only allowed by my Heims and Mogi when using those eyes. Wait, Heims as in girlfriends? Kankuro asked. As in more than one? Yes and yes. You lucky bastard, Kankuro mumbled. I guess I'll just have to become one of your Heims. She purred until Gaara kills him. They turned to leave. Oh, how did you know about the exams? Sasuke asked, even he didn't know. Who cares how I knew? Naruto asked if I'm going to finish my ramen. Forget that. Sasuke was silenced by Naruto's hand over his mouth. The blonde pointed behind Sakura. When they turned to look they saw the monster Raymond peeking from behind the fence, waiting. Never mind. Reapplying his Henji Sunshine to training ground 7. After waiting 20 minutes his team finally arrived. Baka Sakura shouted, "Why did you leave us behind?" "Because I'm not very fond of either of you." Naruto answer. Before Sakura could start her screaming match a puff of smoke appeared. "You're late," Sakura stated. "Hello Kakashi," he returned. "That's sensei to you Genin," Kakashi stated. "I'll call you sensei when you teach me something." "Well my cute little Genin," Kakashi started, "and Naruto," he hissed, "I have a surprise for you." "You're signing us up for the Chunin exams," Naruto stated. How did you know?" Kakashi asked. "We ran into some sand ninja," Sakura stated, hoping to show Naruto up. "Any trouble?" he asked, looking accusingly toward Naruto. Baka tried to show Sasuke up, she screeched, "Not because it worked, because." "Well here are your entrance lips," Kakashi stated, not wanting her to rant about being there tomorrow. Next day. "What took you so long?" Naruto asked. He and Sasuke had been waiting for Sakura for over an hour. "I had to look my best for Sasuke-kun," she stated. "Let's go," said Uchiha ordered. They came into a block on the second floor. The hallway was under a low genjutsu to weed the weaklings out, Naruto deduced. He saw Team 9 trying to enter the exams but were knocked back. "I know they aren't weak so they must be holding back." It was a good plan. He was doing the same while under his henge. "Hey you," an arrogant voice said, "drop the genjutsu, we're going to the third floor." "You fool," Naruto snapped, "that genjutsu was to weed out the weaklings." "Chen," the Uchiha said before walking away. "So this is your team Uzumaki, I'm not impressed." Another arrogant voice spoke to you with dark eyes. "What is your name?" "It's polite to give yours first when asking for another's name." Sasuke spoke. The two arrogant boys had a stare-off. Without any warning they made an attempted kick toward each other, I repeatedly attempted. Lee stopped both kicks from connecting with his bare hands. "Yosh!" the green-clad ninja shouted, "We must save our flames of youth for when we need it." "Hey Lee," Naruto greeted Tenten, "You two seem to be doing well." Lee answered before turning to Sakura. "You are Sakura Haruno, yes? Please go on a date with me, I will protect you with my life." "No way." She shouted, "You are too weird." Lee does not give up easily and is not to be denied. Lee stepped toward Sakura. He eyed her with such intensity that it made her nervous. What Lee did surprised everyone, even Naruto. He winked. It wasn't an average wink. Out of his eye a heart popped out. Sakura just barely made it out the way. Lee wasn't so easily deterred, he sent wink after wink at her. She was barely able to dodge. "I thought Lee couldn't use genjutsu," Naruto stated. "He can't," Tenten assured. "Then how does he?" "Better not ask." "That right," Naruto. Tenten spoke as if she understood his thoughts. "The less you know, the better." "Sasuke," Naruto called, "can we leave her?" Chen. That was all he needed to say. They had made it into a hallway before Sakura finally caught up. "Hey you," Lee called, "you Sasuke Uchiha, right? I wish to fight you." "Lee, this isn't the time or place." "Be quite dope," Sasuke ordered, "this won't take long." "Yeah." Baka Sakura cheered, "Sasuke-kun is going to crush that freak for trying to flirt with me." "On second thought, Lee, crush him into the ground," Naruto ordered, "but make it fast." "Right," Lee shouted. Sasuke ran toward the green ninja in fury. "How dare that dope think this fool could beat me and Uchiha, the elite." "Leaf Hurricane." It was fast. Lee delivered a devastating spin kick to the Uchiha prodigy. The force behind the blow sent the Uchiha sailing back toward Sakura. "Man Lee, even with your weights you're faster than me." It was true, if Naruto took his weights off he was still slower and weaker than Lee. Naruto wasn't jealous. In fact, Lee was an inspiration to Naruto. "I'll just have to work harder." "Sasuke-kun," Sakura cried, "are you okay?" "I'm fine, in fact I'm better than," he said. "I've found a worthy opponent." Sasuke stood and took his stance. This time there was a small but major difference. He was using the Sharingan. So he unlocked it, huh? I need to be careful. Even though Sasuke couldn't copy his genjutsu, he could copy his kenjutsu. Naruto would have none of that if he could help it. Uchiha charged again. This time with twice as much arrogance as before. Does he ever learn? Instead of giving another spin kick, Lee vanished. He reappeared under Sasuke, giving him a devastating kick to the chin. This sent the Uchiha soaring straight into the air. Not even a second later Lee was behind the airborne Uchiha. He wouldn't. The bandages on his arm began to unfurl. He would. As Naruto prepared to act he felt a familiar chakra signature make its way to them. That was worse. If Guy sees Lee he'll go on about the flames of youth. Whenever they begin ranting they always hug. Their hugs always involve a certain genjutsu that even Naruto fears. I have to act fast. Lee, you are dimming your flames of youth. He felt so dirty. No more words needed to be said. As soon as Naruto spoke those taboo words, Lee cancelled his attack. Anything that could diminish the flames of youth was something he would have no part in. Now Lee was on the ground doing push-ups. I must reignite my flames before the exams begin. He stated, if I could not do that then I will do 200 laps around the village, and if I cannot do that. Thankfully he couldn't continue. Guy made his appearance. Lee, my glorious student, shouted Guy, I see your flames are as bright as ever. Those eyebrows Sasuke and Sakura thought were caterpillars. Oh thank you Guy-sensei, Lee shouted with tears. I lost to this buffoon. Hey you, what was that? Sasuke asked, why couldn't I follow it? My techniques are neither Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu. Lee stated, I use only Taijutsu. So you are Kakashi's students. Guy spoke. Has he mentioned me? Sakura noticed Naruto was trying to get her attention. He was motioning for her to say no. Unfortunately Sakura had to be Sakura. You know Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. I got the twinkle in his eye. Yes, for we are eternal rivals. He shouted, just as Lee and Naruto are to carry on the flames of youth. Guy-sensei, it is an honor to carry your rivalry. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Time to go, Naruto thought. However, there was one decision he needed to make. Should I let them witness the sunset? What kind of question is that? Of course he should. As silently as he could, which was pretty silent, he made his escape. Hello Naruto, Kakashi greeted me without even looking at his book. Where are the others? You make this too easy. They are learning the wonders of the flames of youth. Naruto shouted. Kakashi nearly dropped his book when he heard what Naruto said. When he looked up he said Blonde wasn't wearing his orange jumpsuit henge, instead he was wearing green spandex. His average blonde eyebrows were now 4 times larger in every way and pitch black. No, Kakashi whispered. Yes. Kakashi-sensei heard Sasuke call. I've finally found the power I've been searching for to kill my brother, he spoke, it comes from fanning the flames of youth. Sasuke was also wearing a green spandex with an Uchiha symbol on the back. His eyebrows were tremendous. No. If Sasuke-kun is following the flames of youth then so am I, Sakura shouted youth. Naruto stood before her holding out a green spandex. It jumped onto her and began to move around her like slime before settling. Sasuke stood before her with a pair of large eyebrows. They jumped onto her forehead. They stood before their sensei and spoke as one. Join us sensei, they chanted, join us and we can spread the flames of youth further. They held out a spandex and eyebrows. Assimilate, they chanted, assimilate. Never, he would never join their cause. The choice is not yours sensei, they spoke, join us or be destroyed. No. Yes. The green spandex jumped onto him and all went black. Sensei? Sakura asked hesitantly. Their sensei was lying on the ground in the fetal position, writhing in an awkward manner. It was an embarrassing sight, especially for his genin team. Sakura? It seemed her words reached him, Sasuke. They took a step toward him. This made him take a step back and draw a kunai. Sensei, what are you doing? Sakura asked. Before any of you take a step forward he spoke, how do you all feel about the flames of youth? That stuff those green freaks were spouting about. Sakura asked. I hate it, she answered before stating, unless you like Sasuke-kun. Chen. He answered. I need a real answer. Kakashi shouted, pointing the kunai toward Sasuke in a threatening manner. Are you one of them or not? I think it's useless. Sasuke answered. Naruto just stared at Kakashi in amusement. It was absolutely hilarious, now it was his turn. It's not so bad, Naruto answered, they just need to tone it down and stop hugging. Naruto. No, you know what, just get in there. Kakashi stated, going back to his book. Any words of encouragement? Naruto asked, are there any limitations? Do your best, Sasuke. Kakashi stated, the faster Sasuke is promoted the better. Wow, you could at least act like you're not playing favorites, Kakashi. A new voice spoke. Hello Naru-chan, a second voice greeted. Hello my Himes, Naruto greeted to Anko and Kurenai. Naruto, when you go in there don't hold back, Kurenai ordered, we want you to do your best. So? You're giving me permission to do whatever I want to pass? Naruto asked. Yep, Anko answered, aren't we the greatest and hottest senseis ever? There was a moment of total blankness. It was calm before the storm. All eyes turned toward Naruto. He had a smile on his face. It was no ordinary psycho smile, no. This smile was small and looked calm. However, it put even Anko's most bloodthirsty and sadistic smile to shame. Anko Kurenai said, what have we just unleashed onto those genin? I have no idea, Anko admitted. May Kami have mercy on whoever runs into Naruto. Because Naruto will have none. Oh, all the horrible fear Naruto spread. Chapter 10. Junin exams. Written exams. After Naruto started his laughing fit everyone became terrified. Even Kurenai and Anko were a little freaked out, though Anko was experiencing pride as well. Sasuke and Sakura decided to head into the exams. Sasuke-kun, a shrill voice called a blonde Kunoichi, jumped onto his back. Did you miss me, Sasuke-kun? Get off of him, Ino pig. Sakura shouted, Sasuke-kun is mine. Yeah right, just go to your lost puppy, Naruto. Ino spoke. Yahoo, a gruff voice called, we're all here. Troublesome, a lazy voice spoke, do you have to be so loud? Hey, we were eyes and Naruto-kun. A timid Kunoichi asked. Hey, where's that baka? Ino asked if I needed to give him a piece of my mind for getting me in trouble with daddy. I'm going to kill that dope. Kiba grumbled. Suddenly the entrance doors burst open with a loud bang. As everyone looked, they saw that no one was there, just a long empty hallway. Then it happened. The lights at the very back began to flicker before going off completely. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes became visible from afar. It was all that was visible. They were very fox-like. Then the singing began. Total slaughter, total slaughter. I won't leave a single man alive. The eyes began moving forward toward the entrance, but there were no footsteps. The lights began to flicker off as the eyes came closer. The room began to fill with fear. Blah da 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 die. Genocide. Blah da 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 dud. An ocean of blood. The eyes were finally at the door and still the only part of the stranger visible. The room was full to the top with fear. It only continued to grow. Let's begin. The killing times. The first foot made its way through. From the shadows Naruto appeared. He was still under his hijab, his blindfold was off. He gave the room a full view of his fox-like eyes. Hey guys, what's up? Naruto. Naruto, you troublesome blonde. Shikamaru sighed, you scared us half to death. Only half. Naruto asked, I'll do better next time. I wasn't scared, Kiba boasted. Then why are your legs shaking? Shino asked. Shut it. Hey, you guys should keep it down. A newcomer said, you're drawing a lot of attention. He looked at Naruto, especially you. You freaked out a lot of people with that intro. It was true. Everyone had their eyes on the rookie 9. Naruto decided to have some fun. Well, the only thing to fear, he eyed them, is fear himself. He felt them grow anxious, so they should be afraid, they should be very afraid. Naruto began reapplying his blindfold when Ino opened her mouth. Baka, why are you wearing a blindfold? She asked. It makes you look like a bigger baka, and it clashes with that orange monstrosity. You just don't understand that being a ninja isn't about fashion or looking good, Naruto spoke, plus a blindfold makes everything look impressive. Just look at that rain ninja over there. Everyone turned to the Genin squad from the rain. There was one with both eyes covered. It wasn't an exact blindfold, but it proved the point. The rain ninja gave a simple nod and thumbs up. Someone understood. Well, maybe I could be of service to you all, Kabuto offered. I have information from my previous times here. Is this your second time, Kabuto-san? Sakura asked. No, it's my 7th, he admitted. Man, you must really suck, Kiba taunted. Or these exams are extremely difficult, Shikamaru stated. Kabuto, Sasuke asked, do you have information on individuals? Yes, who would you like? Ara of the Desert, Rock Lee. He paused, and Naruto Uzumaki. You know their names, he stated. That's no fun. He drew 3 cards and began to read the first. Rock Lee. The Taijutsu expert with no known ninjutsu or jinjutsu. His teammates are Tenten and Niji Hyuga. 25, D ranks. 21, C ranks. 1 B rank. That's pretty impressive. Ara of the Desert. His skill is unknown, and his teammates are his siblings Temari and Kankuro. 0 D ranks. 9 C ranks. 8 B ranks. 14 A ranks. The scariest part is Kabuto said he's never even been scratched on a single mission. Naruto Uzumaki. A Jinjutsu and Kinjutsu user. His teammates are Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. AKA. The Mirage. Mirage Blade. The hero of Wave. Fear. 84 D ranks. 16 C ranks. 2 B ranks. 1 A rank. There is no way that Baka did all those missions, Sakura screeched. You must have mixed them up with Sasuke-kun's stats. Actually, these are missions he's taken with his girlfriends. That's right, plural. He paused and watched the men's reaction to the Ice Queens of Konoha. He managed to fight off Abusa the demon in the mist and turn him into a leaf ninja. Instill hope and save a village, getting a bridge named after him after killing nearly 200 bandits. And he was the one people believed was the dope. Many eyes were now on Naruto. This was like a fear buffet for him. However, some of that information is classified. I'll have to watch this guy. Hello, Naruto-kun. Temari, are you going to let me touch those whiskers yet? Hello, Temari-chan. Naruto returned the greeting, and no, still for my Heims only. He noticed off to the side that Kabuto made a comment on the sound Genin. That was foolish, insulting an unknown enemy. Alright maggots, take a seat. Ibiki shouted, it's time for the first test to begin. After explaining the rules, which I will not do, they began. It was simple if you looked underneath. You have to get the answers without getting caught. The only way to do that was to cheat. Unless you're Naruto. Proctor-san, Naruto called, can I have the answers? Everyone paused in their actions. They couldn't believe that someone would actually ask for the answers during a test. Yet here was Naruto, doing that very thing. Down in lounge. Kakashi was banging his head on the wall in embarrassment and anger. How could one of his students do that to him? The answer was actually pretty simple. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Anko was happily laughing her head off. Kurenai had to admit it was a little humiliating, but worth it to see the look on everyone's face. Plus, it was a technique no one had ever tried before. Did he really think Hibiki would just give him the answers? Asuma asked. Probably, Kurenai answered. Exam room. Sure, he said, handing him the answers. All Jounin face faulted, minus Anko, who just rolled on the ground laughing. Hibiki was impressed. Naruto had to either be the bravest or craziest genin he'd ever met. May I have the answers as well? Shino asked. Hibiki was tempted to give him the answers, but he had a reputation to keep. No, Hibiki stated. Please, Shino tried. No. Why did he give you the answers? Baka Sakura asked him to give them to Sasuke-kun, not that he needs them. She went on ranting about how great Sasuke was. It was a nightmare. Does she ever shut up about the Uchiha? Hibiki asked. Not unless you threaten her, Naruto asked, then you may have a good 1 minute. I'll give you the answers if you shut her up, Hibiki offered Shino. No, Shino whispered, be quiet or my friends and I will eat you. He allowed his insect to crawl around in a dramatic fashion for extra effect. They all believed he would. I believed he would. Not that he'd get much off her, many thought there is no meat on her bones. But the answers, Naruto quickly blew through the test, minus the 10th answer. Not that it matters, he thought. He had already figured out the meaning of the test. Alright, are you all ready for the final question? Hibiki asked. The 10th question was a dangerous one. If they decided not to take it, then they were disqualified. If they did take it and failed, then they wouldn't be able to be promoted. Ever. The genin were already leaving the room. This guy is practically spoon-feeding me. The fear of failure was intoxicating, but it's still not enough. It's nowhere near enough. For those who are still here, Hibiki spoke to you. Pass. As he spoke those words, a black cloth broke through the window. It spread out to reveal that it was a sign. It read. The second proctor. The sexy and taken Anko Mitarashi. I'm the proctor for the second exam, she spoke. Anko Mitarashi. Anko. Hibiki sighed. Again. You let so many things through this year. Hibiki. Anko pointed out that you are getting soft in your old age. No, but your little friend there, pointed to Naruto as a wild shot. I know, I'm so proud, she cheered. Hi, I'm Naruto. Hi, Naru-chan, she greeted me as she moved to sit in his lap. I saw your intro, it was amazing. Thank you, he spoke. I aim to please. Oh, you do, Naru-chan, she purred. You do. Before you begin something you probably won't stop. It was true, they wouldn't. You need to remember you are the second proctor. Right, she had forgotten. I want you all to follow me to the next exam spot. We are going to cut the remaining teams in half. Naruto raised his hand to ask a question. Yes, Naruto, you will be allowed to literally cut people in half. He dropped his hand. No, I'm not going anywhere with you, Sakura screeched. Not after what you put me and Sasuke-kun through. Naruto. Anko spoke. If you would. Everyone, this room has been laced with exploding tags, Naruto spoke. If the blast doesn't kill you, the collapsing building will. Bye. Both he and Anko went up in smoke. Everyone looked and saw that the room was indeed laced with explosive tags. Many were wondering the same thing. How did we miss him putting those up? They'll never know, and the explosives were set to go off at any second. Hibiki was the first out the window. He had no doubt in his mind that those explosives were real. The genin followed soon after. 5. 4. 3. Boom. Oh god, he's trying to kill us. A random genin shouted. All eyes turned to Naruto. Even Anko had to take a look at the blonde. She said those explosives were real. Yep, he answered. People could have died. Unfortunately they didn't speak, but now they'll fear me. You make me so proud. Chapter 11. Junin exams. Forest of Death. Welcome everyone, Anko shouted to the Forest of Death. It doesn't seem all that scary, Kiba shouted. As fast as lightning a kunai sailed past his face. The blade just lightly cut into his flesh, drawing a drop of blood. Anko was right behind him with a kunai at his neck. It's the hot-headed ones like you that end up splattered on the ground, Anko spoke. Usually she would lick the blood up but decided against it. Don't want Naruto killing the genin out of jealousy. Yet. She felt a presence behind her. It was giving off subtle killing intent. Hello, I believe this is yours. It was a grass ninja holding Anko's kunai with an elongated tongue. Thanks, but you shouldn't be behind me, Anko started with a hard smile. My boyfriend could get the wrong idea with a killing intent and kill you. Everyone saw the blonde behind the grass ninja. Gone was the mischievous smile. It was replaced with a hard mask. If his eyes were visible, many were sure that they were cold as ice. "Take her warning," Naruto ordered. The grass ninja gave a predatory smile before backing away. "That was unnecessary. Nari-chan," Anko said, "I can take care of myself." Naruto didn't speak. He never took his blindfolded eyes off of the grass ninja. Anko knew to be on the guard. "Hey, I'm still here," Kiba spoke. But Anko said, "You can hand these out," and she handed him a stack of papers. "These are permission slips so that if you die we don't get blamed." "What are we doing this time?" someone asked. "The task is simple, each team will be given a scroll." She held one that read heaven and one that read earth. "Your job is to retrieve the opposite scroll from the other team by any means necessary." She let that one hang in the air. "You have 5 days to do so and make it to the tower in the center." "What about food?" Chaoji asked. "There are plenty of plants and wildlife in the forest," Anko assured, "just don't let them eat you first." "If that becomes too difficult you could eat one of your teammates," Naruto offered. "The one that is the least useful will be helpful by being dinner." What scared many genin was that Chaoji seemed to actually be thinking. His eyes were shifting back and forth between Ino and Shikamaru. He began drooling at the prospect of a new flavor. "Can we begin?" Ino asked. "Chaoji is scaring me." The teams were each given a scroll. They were each designated toward a gate. The word of advice Anko spoke. "Just don't die." The test began. Team 7 were moving through the forest at an even pace before coming to a stop. Once they covered enough distance they came to a stop. "Okay, we need a plan," Naruto stated. "I think we." "Who put you in charge?" Baka Sakura asked. Naruto sighed. "Do either of you have a plan?" "I thought," Naruto said, "we should." He never got to finish his plan as he felt a large spike in chakra. There was only enough time to turn his head before he was hit. He was blasted away by a powerful wind jutsu. It carried him a great distance away. What hit me?" Naruto asked. "Hiss." Naruto turned to the sound. He was greeted by the largest snake he had ever seen. It stared him down with a predatory look. "Are you one of Anko's summons?" Naruto asked. The snake simply shook his head. "Are you going to eat me?" The snake didn't answer. It simply opened its mouth and swallowed Naruto whole. As the snake laid to digest the blonde, it felt strange. Soon pain erupted from its stomach as Naruto carved away at its innards. It had no choice but to spit Naruto out. The two looked at each other and Naruto shivered. He had just been eaten. He gathered himself as the snake made a second attempt. Naruto jumped to the side and released his henge while taking a stance. He had never fought anything this big, but he has fought countless snakes. After all, he wasn't going to be anyone's supper. Jumping into the air, he brought his sword, still in sheath, down onto the snake's skull. The serpent fell unconscious under the blow. "Be glad one of my heims is a snake summoner," Naruto stated, "otherwise I would have killed you." Now that the snake was unconscious he could find his team. Relaxing, he spread his sensor meter a good distance before he found them. They were in the middle of battle with a powerful opponent. And losing. "I need to get to them and fast." Without thinking, he jumped onto the unconscious snake. "Giddy up, snake." The snake laid there. "Giddy up, come on snake, giddy up." The snake continued to lie there. Naruto went behind the snake. Drew pulled his sword back. "When I say giddy up, I mean giddy up." He swung it at the snake. The impact to the snake was great. It was enough to wake the snake up and send it into a panic. This caused the snake to start slithering away at incredible speed. Without Naruto. "Whoa snake, whoa," he ran after the serpent. The fight. Sasuke was at his limit. The grass ninja was just toying with him. Even with his Sharingan he could barely keep up. Sakura was just switching between cheering Sasuke on and screaming in terror. "Whoa snake, whoa," he heard a familiar voice speak, drew everyone's attention. "Come on, whoa." It was a ridiculous sight. When I say whoa, there was a loud impacting sound. I mean whoa. The snake couldn't take much more of this. As Naruto stepped into the area he was greeted with stares of disbelief. "What?" he asked innocently. "Dobe," Sasuke called. "Get out of here," he shouted. "This opponent is way out of our league." "You can take that freak, Sasuke-kun," Sakura cheered, though she went completely ignored. "This is what you want, right?" Sasuke held out the scroll. "Just take it and leave us." "Sasuke, you fool." Naruto shouted. "If the enemy is as strong as you say, then what's to stop him from killing you anyway?" He eyed the grass ninja. "Isn't that right, Orochimaru?" "You're so clever, Naruto-kun," the enemy complimented. "What gave me away?" "There are only 2 snake summoners," Naruto answered, "and I'm currently dating the other." "You're really dating Anko?" Orochimaru asked. "And they call me the cradle robber." "I became legal when I put on this headband," Naruto stated. "Now, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I'm just here for Sasuke-kun." Orochimaru answered. "Now let's begin, shall we?" "Let's. I can make you pay for hurting my Haim." Naruto drew his sword and took a stance. He dropped his weights and removed his blindfold as prepared for battle. Even if he were to use his Shin no, stage 3, there was no guarantee he could win. He didn't have enough fear saved up. He had little to no control over the technique and just ran wild against whoever was in his way. The only reason he regained control was because of Anko, his Haim. The only beats Abusa with it because the former Miss Nin was already tired. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin for a reason and looked full of energy. "So you want a sword match, huh?" Orochimaru mused. "Fine." The snake Sannin began to regurgitate something, a sword. Now Naruto had a chance. Orochimaru wasn't a Sannin for his sword skills. However, Naruto still needed to be careful. Orochimaru had superior speed, strength and much more experience. Naruto decided to make the first move. He jumped toward a free branch next to Orochimaru. Looking the snake Sannin in the eye, he used Shin no, stage 1. The technique caught Orochimaru off guard long enough for Naruto to use another Genjutsu. Demonic illusion. Double false surroundings. He hoped that Orochimaru didn't notice him start using Genjutsu. While he had the opportunity, he dashed toward the Sannin. Raising his sword, he was made to decapitate the rogue. His blade was blocked by the one Orochimaru was holding. So he broke free. He didn't think it would hold all that well anyway. Now they were in a power struggle. Unfortunately for Naruto, Orochimaru was winning. Then it caught his attention. "That sword," Naruto whispered. He jumped back onto another tree. It was the sword of Kusanagi. A blade that was said to be indestructible and capable of cutting through anything with enough force. It also came with a bunch of other tricks. "So you know of this blade?" Orochimaru asked amused. "Do you still want to try yours against it?" Like he had a choice. The Sannin jumped toward the Naruto blade. While the Sannin was in midair, he made his move. "Now invert." With Orochimaru's vision and balance distorted, he attempted a one-arm diagonal slash. Orochimaru tried to block, but you know how that goes. The blade made contact, and Naruto was rewarded with the enemy's blood. As they fell, Naruto landed on a tree. Orochimaru attempted the same but fell through. It was the illusion Naruto had placed in the beginning of the fight. The Sannin tried to right himself, but Naruto would have none of that. Everything the snake Sannin tried to grab was just an illusion. He landed on the ground painfully. Naruto jumped and landed on the other side of the clearing. Sasuke and Sakura followed behind. "Oh, how were you able to beat one of the Sannin?" Sasuke asked. "You fool," Naruto shouted. "He's not beaten, he's not even hurt." "You are a very perceptive Naruto," Orochimaru complimented, "and your skills are just as good." "Well, Sasuke-kun is better," Sakura howled. "Be silent, you pink thing," Orochimaru ordered. "If you hate Sakura then maybe you aren't all bad," Naruto stated. "Sasuke, I need you to back me up here." "Baka," Sakura shouted. "You should be backing Sasuke up." "I'm going to kill her," Orochimaru stated. While Orochimaru was distracted by Sakura, Naruto decided to make his move. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Two Narutos made their way to Orochimaru. The snake Sannin blocked the first blade with his own, and with a flick of his wrist he impaled him. He grabbed the second Naruto by the arm and tossed him head first into the Naruto that was attacking from behind. Fire style. Fireball. It was a direct hit, however Orochimaru simply walked out of the flames. He eyed Sasuke with a disturbing look. The snake Sannin stretched his neck to inhuman lengths toward the Uchiha. He bit the Uchiha, leaving a mark on his neck. This caused him to scream in pain. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura cried as running to his side. "What did you do to him?" "I just gave him a little gift," he answered. "It will also keep him from interfering with my fight with Naruto-kun." "Let's begin," Naruto stated. "Let's agree. I wish to see what the one who believes himself to be afraid can do." Naruto attempted a forward thrust. The Sannin merely stepped to the side. Leveling his sword, Orochimaru made for a side slash. Naruto raised his sword to block, but the blow was too heavy and knocked him down. As he picked himself up, he saw Orochimaru. The snake Sannin was standing over him like a predator. "I believe I smell fear from you, Naruto," Orochimaru taunted. With great force, Naruto was back-slapped across the clearing. Striking shadow snakes. Several snakes flew out to the still airborne Naruto. They latched their fangs into his and pulled him back. Naruto was greeted by Orochimaru's sword pointed to his face. Naruto pulled his sword arm up and cut through the snakes binding him. He then delivered a chakra-infused kick to the snake Sannin's stomach. Instead of being pushed back like Naruto had hoped, Orochimaru merely grunted. Grabbing Naruto by the back of his head, he placed the sword to his neck. Giving a chakra-infused elbow to the stomach, he freed himself. He jumped back a few feet to make some distance. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He summoned 5, and they each made a dash for Orochimaru following the original. The snake Sannin dispatched them easily. The snake Sannin delivered a kick to Naruto, bringing him to his knees. He was forced to drop his sword from the pain. He pointed the Kusanagi at Naruto. The blonde fell back in fear. What he did next would shame him. He ran. He didn't know where he was. He just knew that he was tired and scared. He felt a familiar pulling sensation in the back of his mind. "You little twerp," a familiar voice growled. "How dare you?" I'm sorry, Naruto whispered, ashamed. I know I shouldn't have ran. You're damn right you shouldn't have, Kyuubi agree, but that isn't what has me so angry. It isn't? He asked the fox. Then what does? You were afraid. The fox shouted. You felt fear. My container felt fear from a snake. I was losing a life and death battle. It wouldn't be the first time, Kyuubi pointed out, and you didn't use any of the techniques I taught you. I didn't have enough fear for the Shin. I'm not talking about what Kyuubi said. You haven't used any genjutsu I taught you but that one. You haven't even used my kinjutsu since the wave, and you only used the basics. I can't control the illusions, Naruto stated, and your sword style is for killing and maiming. You aren't supposed to control the illusion, and what do you think a sword is for? But. What are you afraid of? The fox asked. You mouthed off to me. Kyuubi, the fox stated. You taunted the demon of the mist, you even stared down the Ichibi container, so I know you don't fear death. The Ichibi container? You mean Gaara? Naruto asked. Don't change the subject, the fox growled. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of myself. Naruto shouted. I'm afraid of what I can do. It became a whisper of what I will do. I see, the fox mused. You fear your control over yourself. What if I hurt my Heims? He asked if I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Kyuubi wanted to be angry at the brat but couldn't. Even the giant fox had a heart when it came to this matter. But as the container of Kyuubi, there could be no weakness. Brat. I will no longer help you, the fox stated, until you find your resolve. You are on your own. With nothing more to say, the fox ejected Naruto from his own mind. I'll go find my team if they're still alive. Naruto spread his sensor radar as far as he could. He found Orochimaru first. The snake Sannin wasn't with his team. He was with Anko, his Heim. It took less than a second for Naruto to decide his next action. He ran toward the direction of the two snake users. Naruto may be afraid, but it wasn't death. He would happily die for any of his Heims. He was afraid he wouldn't make it in time. Anko? Anko was worse for wear. She was completely exhausted and had used nearly all of her chakra. She had enough left for just one jutsu. The girls, Iruka. Naruto. Twin snake mutual death. I'm sure you don't want to waste your life, like Orochimaru stated. How do you think your dear Naruto-kun would feel? That question was enough to make her cancel the suicide jutsu. What have you done with Naruto-kun? Anko asked in fear. Nothing too bad, just a friendly spar, he stated. To my disappointment, he ran away. Well, now I'm back, a new voice spoke. Naruto-kun, Anko shouted. Get out of here. Well, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, are you going to give me a better fight this time? Naruto said nothing. There was nothing he could say. He took his usual stance. They moved simultaneously and their blades met. It was another power struggle as they fell from the treetops. They landed like cats, never breaking their struggle. Naruto pushed Orochimaru back. The snake Sannin made a side slash at Naruto's legs. The blonde jumped and attempted a straight slash down. Orochimaru backstepped, avoiding the blade. The Kusanagi took the blow, being pushed into the ground. Using his sword as a stand, Naruto delivered a kick to Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru stepped back even further. Very good, Naruto, Orochimaru complimented. What gave you such a new flair? Naruto stayed silent, not talking. Well then, show me more. The snake Sannin made for a one-handed thrust. Naruto sidestepped and swung at his exposed body. The blade made contact. Before Naruto could feel any satisfaction, pain erupted from his back. It was only because of his tolerance that he was able to stand. The Orochimaru before him dissolved into a puddle of mud. Another stood behind him. Naruto, Anko screamed. She dived down to help the blonde. Drawing her kunai, she began to recklessly slash away at the Sannin. With no chakra or focus, her movements were slow and sloppy. Orochimaru simply dodged each one as if it were child's play. I'm not interested in you, Anko, Orochimaru spoke. The snake Sannin raised his hands and formed a seal. It was a seal she was all too familiar with. It was the one she feared most. She fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Orochimaru had activated the curse seal on her. Naruto ran to her side. He completely ignored the snake Sannin. All he cared for was his home. Anko, he cried, get up. Oh, so she was your motivation. Orochimaru stated. No wonder you fought so hard. Stop it, Naruto shouted. I'm your opponent. Sorry, Naruto, he falsely apologized, but no one can. Naruto glared at the snake. He activated the fox glare, but nothing happened. He tried over and over again. Not gonna happen. What? Why? You need to give in. Never. Naruto dashed toward the Sannin but was simply backhanded. I will deal with you when I'm done with her, he stated, unless you show me what you used at the bridge. Do you hear that? Kyuubi asked. He is going to kill your mate, then you. I know. Then give in. But. Do you want to be alone again? Kyuubi asked. Do you want one of your Heims to die in front of you? No. Then give in. Alright. 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 Orochimaru looked toward the mumbling blonde. He was greeted with a pair of fox-like eyes glaring at him. It shocked him, but he knew enough not to look directly at them. That wouldn't stop it. The forest went black. Naruto unleashed more killer intent and fear than should have been possible. It filled the forest to the point that it stopped other genins in their task. Everywhere Orochimaru looked he was greeted with giant fox-like eyes staring at him from all directions. In the center Naruto was staring at him. It was unnerving, even to the snake Sannin. What have I gotten myself into? More than you could possibly imagine. With his concentration lost, Anko was freed. Then Naruto weakly mumbled before falling unconscious. 1 minute Naruto was staring at Orochimaru with untold hatred. The next he was behind the Sannin with fresh blood on his sword. Because of the shock, Orochimaru barely noticed the gash on his shoulder. Or the fact that Naruto was holding his severed sword hand. You shouldn't have harmed my Haim, Naruto stated. You would have lived. Orochimaru couldn't believe it, Naruto had just severed his hand. A genin, even if a gifted one had harmed him, a Sannin. How did it go? Again Naruto vanished and another slash appeared. Naruto needed to pay for hurting Anko in the past. Orochimaru was in trouble. He had only one hand and he was under assault from an unfamiliar attack. He needed to end this. As much fun as this has been, I need to go, Orochimaru stated. You think you can just leave that easily? Naruto asked. Just like that? Of course I can, Orochimaru stated with confidence with just 6 little words. Well, you had better say them fast, Naruto stated, charging Orochimaru. The Sannin simply smirked. You're so like your mother. That stopped Naruto. It also stopped the genjutsu that had filled the whole area. His mother? What would Orochimaru know about his mother? Even the old man, the Hokage, didn't know anything. Before Naruto could open his mouth, Orochimaru sunk into the ground. Naruto was at a loss. He wanted to go after the Sannin, but he knew he couldn't. He wouldn't leave his home in a vulnerable state. After sealing the Kusanagi he gently shook her awake. Naruto, Anko weakly called, I'm a little thirsty. He knew what that meant. Walking to Anko he uncovered his neck. Anko bit down and drank the blood greedily. Naruto wondered if healing blood was a blessing or a curse. Even as Anko moaned in ecstasy he couldn't decide. Naruto, what happened? She asked after drinking his thirst. Orochimaru got away and Naruto stated, I'm sorry I had to use it. He couldn't finish. He had broken his promise to Anko. It seemed she understood. You used the fox, huh? Anko asked. So what? This sent Naruto through a loop. I promised that I wouldn't. I made a promise not to use it unless it was unnecessary. She said I say an S-rank ninja definitely counts as necessary, don't you think? Naruto couldn't be happier. Anko wasn't upset that he broke a promise to her. In fact, she seems to have approved of his actions. It was ruined by a vile spike in chakra. It just happened to be in the area of his teammates. Darn it. She said I can take care of myself from here. She assured you on the other hand you have an exam to finish. Naruto felt the area. There were Anbu on their way to the spot. Since he felt Yugao's chakra with them he didn't mind leaving. Okay, with a kiss he was off. Snake. The summons needed a break. It had been summoned by its master for a simple task. Eat a child. What does it get? Knocked unconscious. Knocked awake to be a ride. And knocked unconscious when it wouldn't. Suddenly something fell on its head. Hey, a familiar voice called. I know we got off on the wrong foot, belly, but. The snake wasn't listening. Nope, it was getting away from that insane blonde human. Unfortunately, Naruto was still on its head. Whoa, snake. Team 7. Sasuke felt great. He had power, it was coming from the mark on his neck. He had been given power worthy of an Uchiha, worthy of his greatness. And he had the first prey to try it on. He even had an audience to use it in front of. There was Team 9 and 10 as well as Sakura. Before he could, a large snake burst into the clearing. It was thrashing around as if trying to shake something off. That something was a person. Naruto Uzumaki. Whoa, snake, whoa, a familiar voice drew everyone's attention. Come on, whoa, it was a ridiculous sight. When I say whoa, there was a loud impacting sound, I mean whoa. Everyone's sweat dropped as they saw Naruto ride in on a snake before smashing it over the head with a sword sheath. The snake had enough, it dispelled. As the blonde stood back up and dusted himself off he noticed his surroundings. What? He asked innocently. Yosh. Lee shouted that it was a wonderful display of youth. Thanks to Lee. Naruto, what happened to you? I was defending Sakura-san. He answered that it seems I must increase my flames of youth. Well Lee, you did good. Naruto spoke, reaching into his jacket. Here's a turtle. It was a real turtle, so he handed it to Lee. Thank you Naruto. Lee spoke through tears. I will forever. We were in the middle of something. One of the sounds Nin spoke, cutting Lee off. If you don't mind leaving. Sorry. Naruto spoke. As much as I don't like them. He looked at them and I really don't like them. He added that I need them to pass. Aka Sakura shouted, don't get in Sasuke-kun's way. It finally clicked to Team 10 who this stranger was. Naruto had only shown this form to Team 7 and 9. Troublesome. That's Naruto? Ino asked. Why isn't he? I'm usually under a henge when you see me, Naruto answered. Enough of this, Sasuke shouted. I have a fight going on. He looked toward Naruto. In fact, Naruto, I'll test my new power on you first. Charging forward, the Uchiha attempted to end the fight quickly. He was met with the end of Naruto's sheath to his stomach. The pain brought Sasuke to his knees. He gave the blonde his most hatred-filled glare. Sasuke-kun, Sakura and Ino shouted. You're in for it now, Baka. Ino said. You attacked an ally, that's against the law. If you would have paid attention to Ino Pig Naruto, you would have seen him attack me first. Well, it's still one down. The enemy spoke now. They attacked Naruto as one. He calmly took his stance. Dance of the poisoned snake. Naruto struck them with great speed and precision. They fell to the ground holding various parts of their body in pain. It was an attack he had invented himself. It was a quick attack that struck the enemy or enemies deep. The wound wasn't lethal, but if left unattended the wound would bleed out. It was born from the idea of a poisoned snake strike being feeble but deadly. If you don't get attention for that you will die. Naruto warned. It won't be fast so you have time, but you will just bleed to death if left unattended. All of the Konoha teams were shocked at Naruto, especially Team 10. This wasn't the blonde idiot they knew, this was a shinobi. The killer. Find the assumed leader and we'll leave. Leave your scroll, Naruto ordered. They did. Luckily for Naruto it was the one they needed. Hey you, Baka. Ino shouted. I want answers, so start. Ino, Naruto said. I have had enough of you and I could kill you now without any repercussions. Ino was frozen with fear. It was true, Naruto could kill her. During these exams death wasn't uncommon, it was actually expected. She looked around, it was obvious she would get no help. Uchiha, Haruno, Naruto called. Let's go. Wait, you hurt. Sakura didn't get to finish. Naruto grabbed by the neck and raised her off the ground. He gave her a hate-filled glare. Sakura, I am tired of your fangirl ways, he growled. Since this team formed you have been useless. It was true. If I have to keep dealing with you then I'll kill you myself, understand? Why yes, she choked out terrified. Let's go. Chapter 12. Junin exams. Preliminary. Team 7 had arrived at the tower a few days earlier. They were greeted by Iruka who gave a lecture. Afterwards Naruto had informed him and the Hokage of their encounter with Orochimaru. It was supposed to be kept secret so naturally half of the village would know of it by the end of the day. Naruto had already reapplied his henge and left his team for better company. Now they are getting ready for the next phase. I'm sorry to tell you all this but. The Hokage spoke but was cut off. Maybe I should do if Hate said I am the proctor for this exam, Fine. Alright there are two many of you Hate spoke so we are going to have a preliminary match. Does anyone want to quit now? Kabuto was the only one who did alright, everyone but the one fighting went to the balcony. Sasuke vs Yoroi. You should give up, Sasuke said. You can't win against an Uchiha. We'll see about that. Yoroi stated. Yoroi made the first move. His hands began to glow with chakra. He charged the Uchiha and grabbed him. It took a while, but Sasuke found out what he was doing. My chakra, he groaned. That's right. The Uchiha kicked Yoroi off as hard as he could. He drew a kunai and took a stance. A stance that angered Naruto. Dance of the poisoned snake. The blow to Yoroi was fast and ruthless. That attack wasn't meant to be lethal unless you let it bleed out, Sasuke spoke, but this is. Higher style. Fireball jutsu. The genin was burned to ashes. Winner, Sasuke. Uchiha Hate spoke. As Sasuke made his way to the balcony he was stopped. Naruto stood in front of him with barely contained rage. Team Naruto growled. You had no right. What are you going on about, dope? Sasuke asked with a smirk. Naruto was only angered further. He grabbed the Uchiha by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Naruto, unhand, Sasuke Kakashi ordered. Aka, you have. A glare from Naruto shut her up. Naruto the Hokage, please explain yourself. That technique Sasuke just half-assed was mine, Naruto spoke. I created it myself. Naruto, you shouldn't make up lies, Kakashi spoke. I can vouch for him. Anko said he based it off the style of the poisonous snakes. It's fast and seems easy to ignore, but given time you die from blood loss like poison. You should feel honored, Sasuke spoke with arrogance. I found the attack to be worthy, so I made it my own. Naruto increased the pressure on his hold. Naruto stopped the Hokage. I'm sure you don't need to kill him. Fine, Naruto mumbled, releasing Sasuke, but I'll get even my way. That's fine, Hiruzen assured, but not now. Come on, Sasuke, Kakashi said. We need to deal with it a little. Problem you have. Shino vs Haku. Panin. Shino wins. Tenkuro vs. Stretchy guy. Panin. Tenkuro wins. Sakura vs Ino. Panin. It was an awful fight. Temari vs Tenten. Hanan. Temari wins. How was that, Naruto-kun? Temari asked, am I one of your Heims yet? That was brutal, Naruto spoke, and no. Temari simply pouted before walking away. She stopped and looked directly at Naruto. Mark my words, she stated, I will rub those whiskers. Nari-chan, Anko called in a sickeningly sweet voice. Is there something you want to tell me? Maybe about that sand girl. And no, Heim said, there is nothing between us. Good, she cheered. I was worried 4 women weren't enough for you. Poor Kankuro and Kiba shouted. The Hokage and Kankuro experienced a terrible case of nose bleeding. Kakashi, who just returned, was having a perverted giggle attack. Hayate and Asuma sent unnoticed glares to the blonde. Kiba was shaking in untold rage. You're dating the proctor, my sister and 2 others, Kiba shouted, if I fight you then you're dead. Shikamaru vs Kin. Hanan. Shikamaru wins. Naruto vs Kiba. Yes, Kiba shouted, now we can teach this dope a lesson. But I don't want to learn now, Naruto stated. Wah, shut up and listen, Kiba shouted. I'm all ears. Henge. Naruto created several large ears in various places of his body. That's gross. You just don't understand the power of Henge, Naruto, which is surprising since your sensei is a Genjutsu specialist. Forget Genjutsu, Kiba shouted. Naruto Anko called, why not show him how well your Henge is? Gladly. Orochimaru ran toward Naruto and bit him. Although Orochimaru was a small dog, he had a powerful bite. It didn't help that there was chakra mixed in his teeth. Good thing Naruto had a high pain tolerance. Ah, heal, Naruto shouted as he jumped around on one leg. How would you like a case of 7-year itch bone breath? Naruto hinged into a man-sized orange flea. You'll free the flea. He began chasing Orochimaru across the arena. It was actually pretty funny and disgusting at the same time. It lasted until Kiba threw a powder substance into his face. Whatever it was, it caused a burning sensation to Naruto's face. What was that? Naruto asked in his human form. Flea powder, Kiba answered, that when you live with dogs you learn to keep prepared. It was true. Now come on, I'll show you why I'm top dog around here. You know, Naruto spoke, tightening his blindfold, I've always been a cool cat into a man-sized orange tomcat, but baby, look at me, ow. The cat ran toward Kiba. The feline delivered scratch after scratch at Kiba, who was barely able to dodge. Kiba knew he was in trouble. He needed some space. Orochimaru, he called. The dogs ran behind that cat Naruto and did something insane. He bit Naruto's tail with a chakra-infused bite. This caused Naruto to jump straight to the ceiling in pain. It didn't help his image that Orochimaru was barking at him while running in circles. Like a cat and dog. Now everyone was laughing at him. He began to shake in rage. Naruto didn't like to be laughed at. So he undid his blindfold. An unnatural chill silenced all of the laughing. The walls all became black and seemed to close in on everyone in the room. From the unnatural darkness an untold number of giant glowing fox-like eyes glared. The henge he was wearing hadn't been undone but altered. Now he was in his half-man half-Kyuubi form. The same one he had taken on the bridge right before slaughtering the bandits. His eyes glared into Kiba and Orochimaru with great rage. He gave a mighty roar and with great speed he stood before the two. Using one tail he grabbed Orochimaru and began squeezing. 5 others latched onto Kiba. 1 on each limb and 1 on his neck. The tails on Kiba's limbs began pulling in opposite directions. The one on his neck pulled as well as squeezed. Who's laughing now? He growled, who's laughing now? Naruto Kurenai called to stop this instant. Naruto released both Kiba and Orochimaru, who were struggling to breathe. He also undid the illusion he had on the area and himself. He couldn't meet Kurenai's gaze. For him, disappointing any of his home was too great a shame. It didn't help that he had put his blindfold back on. Oh, I'm not mad at you, she assured me, but how will Hana feel if you hurt Kiba too badly? Sensei? Kiba couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're one of them too, aren't you? That's why you always smell like foxes. You're dating Naruto as well. Well, she didn't like the gazes she was getting. Naruto finished the match. She couldn't meet the gaze Hinata was giving her. I will not lose to this dope, Kiba shouted. He actually thinks he's worthy of my sister. He continued. I am tired of them keeping the clan up all night when he visits her. This brought out some blushes and nosebleeds, and mom only encourages it so she can get some grand pups. Kiba Ino called, check your kunai pouch. What, why? If you want the baka to really suffer, she stated, show him what's in it. Fine. Kiba did want him to hurt. When he reached into his pocket he pulled out a few pictures. As he examined them he couldn't help but smirk. These would give him what he wanted, with interest. Hey Baka Ino, you should take a look at them as well. Kiba tossed the pictures into the air and let them scatter. Everyone saw the pictures. Kiba Kurenai growled, you fool. Naruto-kun. As Naruto examined them he felt a cold hand grab his heart. On each picture was a different one of his Heims. They each were with different men. Anko with Iruka. Asuma and Kurenai. Yugao and Hade. Well done, did Kiba say anything? Everyone watched as the blonde calmly walked towards Kiba. Naruto delivered a devastating punch to Kiba's face. The blow most obviously broke his nose, but that wasn't all. The force behind it sent Kiba sailing into the wall across the arena. On impact, Kiba became lodged into the wall and created a crater. Naruto wasn't done. The blonde began to deliver punch after punch to Kiba's face. Each one digging Kiba further into the wall. Each one drawing more and more blood from the dog user. Kiba was beginning to fall unconscious. Naruto wasn't going to have that. He punched Kiba in the gut. The blow forced him awake for the continued punishment. It also caused him to double over and spit out both blood and vomit. He weakly looked at Naruto and regretted it. What he saw wasn't the blonde he ridiculed. What he saw was a pair of crimson red eyes that made him afraid. Naruto glared into Kiba's eyes with such intensity that he nearly fainted again. As Kiba started, he caught a glimpse of Naruto's fox glare technique. Kiba gave a horrible scream. What Naruto showed him was so full of his anger that it was maddening. Naruto delivered one final punch to Kiba, silencing him. This time he could fall unconscious. No one could believe what they saw, especially coming from Naruto. That was one of the most savage beating they had seen. It wasn't even a real fight or even just a beating. It was a punishment. Then Naruto Anko called. Is it true? He asked them. They wanted to say no. But they couldn't lie, not to Naruto. Yes, Anko and Kurenai answered. He looked at the cat, who was masked as Anbu. She nodded her head. Why didn't you tell me? He asked. Why did you lead me on? Don't feel bad, Asuma said. You can at least say you went all the way with the Ice Queens. He continued. On the first date on the same night. You chose him over me? He asked Kurenai. She wouldn't meet his blindfolded gaze. Well, you are just, a kid. Hade spoke. And you're half dead. Naruto started getting a glare from Hade. What's your point? Listen to you a little. Hade just barely stopped himself. Say it, Naruto ordered. I want you to say it. Hade didn't know what came over him. But he said it. Demon, he shouted. You demon. You broke the third law, Naruto stated, undoing the cloth punishable by death. Hade Anbu dressed. Yugao called. Don't look into his eyes. Too late. Shin no Ippu. Stage 2. This stage was the one Naruto thought was the cruelest. In an average battle he wouldn't use it. Now he just didn't care, he wanted this fool to suffer. It literally froze a person's lungs with fear. Hade couldn't breathe. He was literally suffocating from fear. He fell to the ground gasping for air, his sick lungs denied. He couldn't turn his terrified gaze from Naruto. It became obvious to everyone why Hade couldn't breathe. Naruto's henge ended and everyone saw what he really looked like. No longer was he the orange-wearing buffoon. Now he was a blood-red shinobi. It hurts, doesn't it? Naruto asked. To feel those diseased lungs of your being denied air. He spoke to feel them burn with each passing second, begging for an end. He then lowered his voice one way or another. Everyone was shocked at what they saw. They couldn't believe the cruelty Naruto was showing. Naruto, please stop, Yugao begged. Her pleas fell on deaf ears as he watched him squirm. Asuma decided to step in and end it. Stand down, kid, he warned, or I'll have to take you down. Naruto wasn't listening. Look, I know how you feel, kid, but you can't do this to a fellow shinobi. You know how I feel? Naruto asked. You know nothing on how I feel, Naruto stated. I despise you both so intensely that I can't tell if my vision is blurry from my broken heart or my unforgiving rage. Everyone could feel both in his voice. Once I'm done with Hade, I will gut you with an honest to Kami smile on my face. Let's just end this, Asuma stated. Naruto raised his sword so that it reflected his eyes. Shin no Ippu. Stage 3. He felt the power begin to surge through him. No, Anko and Kurenai shouted. They needed to act if they were to save their men. String beam binding illusion. Kurenai used this to restrict his movements. Striking shadow snakes. Anko used this to separate Naruto from his sword. Dance of the crescent moon. Yugao split into 3 clones and performed the dance. There were 3 blades pointed to his vital areas by Yugao. They stopped short of piercing the skin. Himes. He couldn't believe what was happening. Don't call us that. Yugao snapped. How could you do that? Anko asked. After you promised me. I'm so ashamed of you, Naruto, Kurenai stated. This was really happening. His himes were turning on him, for another man each. Naruto Hiruzen called in an empty tone. He is my son. They watched as the Naruto before them faded away. He reappeared on the balcony with a blank look on his face. Look at you two, Jounin wasted and gasping for air. He spoke to Asuma and Hade, but you don't go yet, when your very lives are broken around you. He lowered his voice, then you have my permission to die, so for now stand. Hade and Asuma were finally regaining their breaths. I was a fool to think you 3 were any different in the end, he stated to his himes. Once again Naruto faded out of existence. This time he didn't reappear in the room. You just had to teach him of all people a camouflage jutsu. Kakashi asked. We'll be lucky to ever find him. When Naruto didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be. All of his years living in the village made sure he learned to be stealthy. If possible, this would only make it harder. Hey, what's that? Ino asked, pointing to the arena. It was a scroll. It was obvious who left it. That was why no one wanted to open it, especially his former Heims. Hein Hiruzen stated. I'll open it. Shadow Clone Jutsu. What, don't any of you look at me like that. He ordered. This is Naruto. He wasn't really going near that thing. The clone opened it and revealed a letter. Dear Heim. I want you all to know how much I love you. I know that I don't deserve any of you, but I will do my best to make you happy. Without any of you I would be nothing. It is you four that keep me whole. You four keep me from giving in to my furry tenant. Without any of you, I would have no purpose. If I were to lose you, I would just give up. If any of you were to die, then I would die right alongside you. I would happily follow any of you to hell if it made you happy. There was a seal on the one designated to Anko. When she saw what was in it, her heart nearly stopped. It was the severed hand of the one she hated the most. It was the severed hand of Orochimaru. I know I couldn't beat him, but I will. I will free you from that curse he left you. Even if it costs me my life. The snake mistress was in tears. All of them were in tears. They had broken the hearts of someone who had loved them. Naruto, who had never known love, just stated that would happily die for any of them. Naruto never lied. P.S. If you aren't one of my Heims and are reading this, then, as a tribute to Anko. Dodge. The Hokage's clone was greeted by a face full of kunai. At the end of each kunai was a high-powered explosive note that detonated on contact. That was a little extreme, many thought. Good thing I used my clone the Hokage though. What have we done? They asked themselves. You've just done something not even the villagers could say. Hiruzen just broke Naruto's spirit, something many thought impossible. What happens now? That's the main question, isn't it? Hiruzen asked. And what will he do now? That was the real question. Naruto was a Genkinjutsu genius. He had near limitless chakra and stamina to match. There was also the giant demon sealed in his stomach. Chapter 13. Confrontations. Naruto was hurt. Nothing had ever hurt him this badly before. Not in his 13 years as a resident of Konoha. Not as a civilian and not as a shinobi. He had been beaten. Stabbed. Hunted. Starved. Burned. Suffocated. Crushed. Poisoned. He has been physically broken in a year more times than he could count. These things he could handle easily. He could just laugh them off. They all healed after a good night's sleep. But none of those things could compare to the pain he was feeling. The pain in his heart. The ones he had cared for among all others had betrayed him. They had led him on. Give him the hope that he could have happiness. Yeah, right. He wanted to get to his land. He couldn't focus enough to just shunshin there. So he was walking through the village hoping that he could get there before he lost control. Unfortunately, he didn't have his henge on. He wasn't going to wear it any longer. He was tired of hiding. This didn't go unnoticed by the civilian populace. Hey, is that the demon brat? I think it is. It looks like he decided to show his true colors. Maybe we should teach him a lesson. Naruto had enough of this. He wouldn't be pushed around by the likes of these weaklings. He turned to the one speaking. Well, go ahead, Naruto stated. Try and punish the demon. Drew his sword, but he'll fight you back. The civilians eyed him worriedly. Normally Naruto would just ignore them or give them a little scare. Not this time. We aren't afraid of you, demon, one of the braver civilians shouted. Naruto began to chuckle. It was an empty and hollow sound. The way he felt on the inside. Yes, you are, I can smell it on you, Naruto spoke, taking a big whiff. Because you're nothing but weak civilians. He smiled darkly. I already had enough skill to kill you all before I even graduated. He raised his voice. Now come on, who wants to be the first? None of the civilians made a move. They couldn't even look at him. They were all terrified of what was standing before them. It wasn't the boy they've tried to break and kill countless times. It was someone who would break them. Naruto turned to leave. He wasn't going to let them see him when he lost control. While his back was turned, one of the braver and more foolish civilians decided to act. He grabbed a large rock that sat by his leg. With great aim he tossed it to the back of Naruto's head. The rock made contact and fell off. Thanks to all of the abuse he could barely feel it. Not that he would have, it was a welcome change to the pain in his heart. Naruto turned and glared at his attacker. So one of you cowards has a bit of courage, huh? He asked. I'll have to fix that. But you're worse, the civilian spoke. I am a proud citizen of the village hidden in the leaves. It seems that you have leaf envy. Naruto stated cruelly. Do you know what leaves? Tea trees, he answered. Yes, trees, he answered. How about it, do you want to be a tree? He lowered his blindfold and glared the civilian in the eyes. Do you want to feel your bones become brittle like wood? He asked. To feel your very blood turn to sap. Naruto glared into the man's eyes, and his eyes began to glow with hatred. The man felt himself become stiff. His skin became tough with bark, and his bones felt as brittle as the branch on a tree. The very blood in his body became thick and slowed as if trapped in his small veins. The civilian felt as his mind began to fade. That would have been too easy and too light of a punishment. Naruto halted the process to study his work. He would allow the man to keep his mind. That way he would endure all of the punishment. The unnamed civilian was stuck in his pose. Over half of the civilian's body was wood. His eyes were looking around wildly for any kind of help. Help that he wouldn't be getting from the other civilians. They didn't want to share his fate. Time to finish this. He stood back and opened his coat. A mass of blues began to jump from its depths. The sky began to fill with dozens upon dozens of birds. Woodpeckers. They made their way to the man tree. They flew onto him and began pecking, digging their powerful beaks into various parts of his wooden hide. He couldn't scream as they began removing his eyes from his head. He could only endure as they broke into him and began making nests in his body. But he wouldn't die. The woodpeckers glared at the remaining civilians, daring one of them to come forward. Naruto had left the minute the woodpeckers arrived. He was finally at his destination, his home. He finally lost control. His tears began to fall down his cheeks fast. There was no longer any way he could hold them back. He wouldn't have any way, not here. This was his place of peace. Surrounded by his family. The foxes didn't know what was wrong with Naruto. They just knew that he was hurt and needed comforting. "Thanks guys," he spoke, earning a growl, "and girls, this earned a yip. I knew I could always count on you all." He could. Hospital. Naruto was sure that the Chunin exams were over. He no longer felt chakra being tossed around from the tower. He did feel a few of his friends end up in the hospital. He decided to check on them. Unfortunately, the doctors and receptionist were being difficult. "Just tell me where Rock Lee is," Naruto shouted. Usually he wouldn't need to ask. Unfortunately, Lee was a special case. Without any chakra, Naruto couldn't tell if he was going to find Lee or enter an empty room. He was tempted to use his clones to find the room for him. "He's resting and doesn't need company from your kind," she hissed, "so leave before I call Anbu to escort you out." "Do you have tree envy?" Naruto asked. The receptionist paled. Many had heard about what had happened in the village earlier that day and didn't want the same. She didn't believe it at first, but now. Naruto stopped harassing the receptionist. A lazy voice spoke. "You're making a lot of noise." "Kakashi, who am I up again in the finals?" Naruto asked. "And what makes you think you passed?" Kakashi asked, amused eyes still in his book. "Because I beat Kiba." Understatement of the year. Naruto thought. "I thrashed him." "You're fighting Niji Hyuga in the first round." "Alright, Kakashi. I know what you're going to say," Kakashi interrupted, "but I won't be able to train you for the finale." "I wasn't going to ask for training, not from you," Naruto growled. "I just want Lee's room number since he pointed to the receptionist is giving me a hard time." Naruto turned to leave. "Wait, Naruto," Kakashi called. "Sasuke is up against Gaara." "And?" Naruto didn't care about the Uchiha. "So I need some things from you," he continued. "Your sword and any other dances you've made, they'll be the surprised since they're original." "What?" Naruto growled. "You actually expect me to hand over my weapon and hard work?" "Don't worry," Kakashi spoke, "you'll get the sword back. Sasuke just needs it to cast a few illusions until he wins." "And what about me?" "I can't wait to hear this. What do I do while you're training the Uchiha?" "Well, since you're up against Niji, you should quit." "What?" "Well, without your sword you have no Jinjutsu," Kakashi reasoned. "Not that they would work against a Hyuga." "No," Naruto answered evenly, "those Jinjutsu are mine, not the sword," he explained. "As for the dances, forget it. I spent countless nights training those skills. I'm not just going to hand them over." "Fine, if you want to be difficult," he spoke, "as your superior I order you to hand them over." The room went deathly cold. The sudden change caused Kakashi to look away from his book. He saw the source of the change. A pissed Naruto Uzumaki. "Listen to me, Haddock," Naruto whispered, "if you ever try something like this again, well, here's a sample." Fox glare. Kakashi was in a small and nearly empty room. All that he could see was his sensei, his former team, and a copy of his favorite book. Next to a kunai. "Hello, Kakashi," they spoke as one. "Sensei, R. Don't speak," they snapped. "It's time for you punishment." "Punishment?" He though, what do they mean? "What's happening?" he asked. "We are going to read a copy of your book to you," they answered. "How is that punishment?" "It's the yaoi version," they answered, "and the only way out is to kill yourself." That's. He didn't know what that was. "If you do it then you gain our respect and our forgiveness, but you'll be shamed like your father as a coward." "And if I don't?" "We kill Sasuke and leave Sakura to you. They pick up the book. You have until we reach the end to decide." Real world. Everyone who saw what had happened couldn't believe it. 1 minute Naruto was talking to Kakashi, the next, Kakashi passed out. Many senseis, who were here to check up on their students, saw the whole thing. Even his former Heims had seen the ordeal but were too afraid to step in. The shock only increased as he gave a cruel but hollow laugh. "I will come back to check on my friends." He spoke coldly and told the others what they saw. He leaned and whispered, "Or I'll come for you, do you hear me?" He asked, "I'm talking pain, razor blades and lemon juice." The receptionist nodded frantically. Naruto vanished in a shunshin. In Yuzuka compound. Naruto felt like kicking himself. He had actually forgotten about Hana during the ordeal. She was the only one not in any of those pictures he saw. He decided to sneak around to her window. It would be unlikely if most of the clan didn't hate him more for hurting Kiba. "Hana," he called Inuheim. Her window opened and he humped right to it, never entering. He looked to his Inuheim and saw that she was upset. So did the triplets who hung around her feet. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had her angry. "Why?" she asked through tears. "Why did you do it?" "Do what? Please don't mean. Don't play dumb," she shouted, getting the triplets riled further. "Why did you hurt Kiba so badly?" "It was a match and I lost control," he admitted, "but I..." "No, I don't want to hear it," she stated. "You're nothing but a monster." "Monster? Monster? Monster? No. Heim," he begged, don't say that." She was his last Heim. The last person important to him. "Get out," she ordered. When he didn't, she put on the claw he got for her. "I said leave." Heim, he took a step in toward her. "Don't touch me," she screamed. In her anger she lashed one of the claws out toward him. The blades cut him deep across the neck, drawing a mass of blood. The triplet saw this as a signal and attacked Naruto. One bit into an arm and one into a leg. The last one tackled him, causing all four of them to fall out of the window. "Time." It was the last thing he gurgled before he dispersed into a column of black petals. The look of betrayal would be forever burned into Hana's mind. "Naruto," she cried, I'm sorry." But it was too late. He was gone. Home. That was it, he was done. He had nothing left. He had no Heims, and he definitely had no love for the village. "So you are just giving up?" "Don't worry, I'll still free you." "That's not what I asked." "What else is there for me? I have nothing left." "What did you have before meeting them?" "Nothing but my fox family." "Exactly, it's just like starting over." "Starting over?" "Yes, starting over without restraint." "Restraint?" "Yes, no more of your Heims holding you back." "Holding me back? What are you, a parrot?" "Oddie parrot." He couldn't resist. "The point is, you won't have to keep yourself restrained for them, relying on simple parlor tricks." The fox growled. "Remember what happened in the forest?" "How could I forget? The only reason I started helping again was because you found your resolve." "We went over this already in Kyuubi." "Yes we did, and when you gave in, but only partially." "Party? Don't you start that again." Kyuubi snapped. "Sorry. You were so focused on saving Anko that you still held yourself back." "I am sorry. I can make you a stronger, better you, not held back by your emotions for them," the fox whispered, "but for me to do that, you have to let go." Maybe I was a little hard on Kakashi. Chapter 14. Newcomer. Naruto was training as hard as he could. Why? Because he finally had the free moment. He had a little less than a month until the Chunin exam finals. His first match was with Nichi Hyuga. He wasn't worried, in fact he was looking forward to putting that Hyuga in his place. The only real competition he had was Gaara. The rest were just there. That didn't mean he would take them. He would give it his all in every fight. Unfortunately he couldn't train as often as he would have liked. Why? The problem was with the Uchiha and Haddock. Naruto often sensed them around trying to take his techniques. He tried going to the Hokage but it wasn't enough. Without actual evidence it would be his word against theirs. Even the Hokage couldn't punish people without evidence. So Naruto decided to do things his way. That included using his foxes as guards. They may not be very numerous, but they were very skilled guards. They, however, weren't his only problem. He sensed two more. Strangers, watching him. Samui. Samui was one of the, if not the most attractive women in Kumo. She was both afraid and respected Kunoichi. Her business-like personality and skill had seen to that. When given a mission she went through with it without question. Even one such as this. Engage Naruto Uzumaki aka the Mirage Fox and see if the rumors are true. If they are, then seduced and become impregnated with his child. If not, then if possible, obtain a sword and return to Kumo. Naruto Uzumaki, recent graduate and former dope of his class. Fought Zabuza Mamachi twice and slaughtered nearly 200 bandits. Turned Mamachi into a Konoha shinobi and liberated Wave Country. Severed the hand of Orochimaru of the Sannin and forced him to flee. Konoha really needed to keep an eye on their secrets. That kind of information drew attention. You never know when there might be a spy listening in. Now if only she could find him. Naruto. Naruto was tired of hiding from strangers. He would meet one of them head-on and he would do it at his land. It's better to have the advantage of home turf in case things get messy. Now all he had to do was sit back and wait for the arrival. Home? I'm looking for Naruto Uzumaki. She said, are you him? I am, he answered evenly, and this is private property. Samui was impressed. Most of the time men would be staring at her chest or turning into stuttering. Not Naruto, he was relaxed but also guarded. Must be the blindfolds. I am Samui, Jounin of Kumo, I hear that you are pretty good with a sword. She spoke. I wish to test that. Fine, he spoke, it would be good training. As he drew his sword she stopped him. I would like for you to use this sword. She handed him a well-forged katana if that's okay. So that's your game, he thought. Find out if it is the sword or me. Fine. I have to end this as quickly as possible. Naruto wasn't foolish enough to think he could beat a Jounin in a head-on fight. Even with his trickery he was highly outmatched. Begin. She charged him with speed worthy of her rank. As she entered striking distance she did so without hesitation. Invert. Samui was shocked and Naruto floated behind her, upside down. He had his sword pointed to her back ready to strike. She knew he had a clear shot to at least one lethal area. As you can see, the skill is mine own, he stated, shocking her even further. Not the sword. I see, she whispered. What gave me away? The minute you stated who you were and where you were from, he answered. Why else would a foreign Jounin be interested in me? I was careless. Now what do you really want? He asked. To be honest, I'm a censor. He explained that if I find that you're lying, then this sword goes in. Samui mentally cursed. Censors were a pain to deal with in the shinobi world. You couldn't lie to one of them and you definitely couldn't hide from one. I was ordered to seduce and bear your child, she answered. I see. Let's begin. She began undressing. Oh wait, stop, he shouted, dropping the genjutsu. Samui paused and looked around. Is this area not satisfactory? No, it's not that. She cut him off. Am I not satisfied? No, you very beautiful. He paused, thinking of what to say next. Samui couldn't contain her blush. Back in Kumo she has been called both hot and sexy but never beautiful. She had to admit it was a nice change. I don't get it. Why was he turning her down? Most men would have jumped at the chance for her. Maybe. I have a brother. She stopped when she saw him shudder. Never mind. You're very attractive, he stated. I just don't like being used. I see. She was surprised by the amount of hate in his voice. What should I do now? What could she do? If she left now then she would be a laughingstock in Kumo. A kunoichi that couldn't even seduce a teenage boy. Losing to him was no problem, he's proven to have real skill, but not being able to seduce him. Samui felt like laughing at herself. It would be easier to think if her back wasn't killing her. She couldn't keep the groans of ache out of her voice. Why was I cursed with such a large chest? It was a question she asked herself often. Are you okay? He asked. My back is killing me, she admitted. I'm not surprised, he admitted. With a chest like that who wouldn't be? Yeah. Well, so he's like the rest, eyeing my chest. Want a massage? He asked, earning a glare. I've been told that I'm good at them. Fine, she answered after some thought. If he tried anything then it could help her complete her seduction mission. He took his jacket off and laid it on the ground. She removed her shirt, with Naruto looking away, and laid on it. Once he began she felt as if she were in heaven. She would let out a moan of pleasure near constantly if he needed her back. You're good, she admitted. What kind of oil are you using? No oil, he stated. My blood. Please explain, she spoke, tensing under his palms. My blood had healing properties. He didn't elaborate any further. That's it. Cool. She began to relax under his kneading hands. It wasn't long before she began to feel drowsy. After a while she fell asleep under Naruto's working hands. Naruto was very surprised by Kumo Jounin. For a foreign shinobi, Jounin no less, to fall asleep in another's hands, her back must have been aching for a while. Such a vulnerable state left them as easy targets for anyone. As she slept, Naruto heard a wonderful sound. It was a gentle music that called for him to follow. He did so. Who am I to deny music? Once he reached the source he was on guard. The music came from a woman playing a flute. That wasn't why he was on guard. No, he was on guard for two other reasons. The first reason he was on guard was because she was the second stranger following him. The second, the music she was playing was laced with genjutsu. Heiya. Heiya was a feared kunoichi of sound. Her genjutsu skills have made her one of the Sound 4, Orochimaru's personal guards. She had been given a mission by Orochimaru himself. Seduce Naruto and bear his child or face punishment. Failure for Orochimaru was not taken lightly. Unlike most who thought it was the sword, he knew Naruto's ability came from another source, the Kyuubi. Hello Naruto, this is private property. I'm sorry, the Redeed spoke. I just wanted a peaceful place to play. Well, if it's okay. He asked. He liked her music. Can I hear some more? You dumbass, she thought, now I can seduce this shithead and get knocked up. Not looking forward to these 9 months. Well, Orochimaru said he had plenty of stamina, so it shouldn't be too bad. She began to play her most alluring music. Under the tune was a lightly laced seduction genjutsu. As the moments passed, she noticed no change in the blonde, he just stood there calmly. She decided to subtly add a little more chakra to the song as she played. Nothing. What's wrong with this shithead? He should be mindless. Her thoughts were cut short as the song ended. That was amazing. He complimented me. Now tell me who you are and what you ordered. I want the truth or your head comes off. She felt 2 sharp blades press against her neck. Looking around, she saw 2 solid clones with their weapons drawn on her. When the fuck did he make those? Isn't it obvious, Uzumaki? A familiar asks. She's here for the same reason as me. Hello Samui Naruto, I hope you enjoyed your nap. Who the hell is Melon Tits over there? Taiya asked herself. Yes, I slept very well. Samui stated. I was surprised to find that I was. She paused. Untouched, unchained. Naruto offered. All of the above, she admitted. I told you that I was only going to. Hey shithead, I still hear Taiya shout, and who the hell is Melon Tits over there? Why did she say I was here for the same reason? Just as I stated, Samui answered, ignoring the name. You're here to seduce Naruto Uzumaki, right? What if I am? She challenged. The clones pressed their blades closer to her neck. Then you should give up. Naruto answered. As I stated to Samui-chan here, that earned a blush from said Chan, I don't like to be used. Well listen shithead, she ordered, I don't want to fail my leader, so drop your pants. No. Hey, Melon Tits, what do you say to a team up? Taiya said. He can't stop both of us and we get what we want. Well. She seemed to be thinking it over. Maybe you two would like to hear my proposition, Naruto stated. I'm sure both sides would be happy. Samui and Taiya shared a look before nodding. We're listening. Naruto reached into his coat and pulled out 2 scrolls. Ones he had prepared in advance for this very occasion. They tried to open it, but he stopped them and didn't want people to know. I want you to hand this to your leader, Naruto stated to Samui. If they agree, then I want you to personally return to me. He looked at Taiya. This one is for you. You have these already, shithead? Taiya asked in disbelief. How? I knew you two have been watching me for a while. He answered that you shouldn't try to sneak up on a censor. They mentally, Samui did at least, cursed. Of course you don't sneak up when a censor is involved. They were trackers, it's what they're made for. Fine, Samui agreed. I'll have the answer as soon as possible. Same here, shithead, Taiya answered. They both left. If this kid was as good as they say, then he was offering something good. Hot springs. Naruto had sent Kunoichi off a few days ago. He was expecting their leader's response pretty soon. With what they're being offered, I expect an answer soon. After a hard day's training, he decided to relax. There was no reason he should overwork himself, plus he earned this time off. Now if only someone would stop that perverted giggling. Wait a sec, that's coming from the female side. With great skill and grace, Naruto jumped out of the water. He made his way to the female side and followed the unfamiliar chakra. What he found was an old man staring through a hole. Hey pervert, stop peeking at those women. As the words left his mouth, it entered the man's ears. The man stood and looked at Naruto as if insulted. Did you just call me a pervert? He asked. Yes. I am no mere pervert, he stated. I am Jiraiya. Naruto's mind began to fade as some crazy intro went on, and I am a super pervert. Thank you, Naruto stated. Oh, have you read my book? Jiraiya asked. Are you thanking me? Details. No, Naruto answered. I'm thanking you for digging yourself into a grave. He undid his blindfold, but for your honesty I'll reward you. Jiraiya made the mistake of looking Naruto in the eye. Naruto motioned for Jiraiya to turn around. The Toad-san did and was greeted by a gracious sight. It was a horde of beautiful women dressed in nothing but towels. They were making their way to him with a certain sway in their hips. Jiraiya-sama, they called. We love you, do you love us? Yes, he screamed. I love all of you, would any of why? They silenced him by putting a finger to his lip. Have you heard of tough love? One asked. What's that? The one who silenced him earlier answered. By headbutting him in the nose, there wasn't much force in it, just the surprise of an attractive woman headbutting him. Then it happened, their beautiful faces were gone. In their place were horrible reptilian-like scales and blank pus-filled eye sockets. As soon as he saw it, they vanished, as if they were never there. One of the women punched in the face. This blow had force behind it, it knocked the Sannin to the ground. Why? He asked. Sometimes love hurts, Jiraiya-sama, they answered, and we love you a lot. They all began to grab weapons from nowhere and hold them menacingly. But Jiraiya was cut off by a blow to the head. The women continued to beat the Sannin with the skill and strength of a pack of Kunoichi. He begged for mercy, but there was none for him. You have left me no choice, Jiraiya shouted. Summoning jutsu. Under him a giant toad appeared. It wasn't too large, around the size of a large human. The frog won't save you from our love Jiraiya-sama, they purred. Frog. The toad shouted in indignation, I'll show you a frog. The toad gave them a mighty blow with a water jutsu. The blast was enough for them to begin to dissolve as if they were melting. Such a waste, Jiraiya whispered as he dispelled the toad, they were such inspirations. We forgive you, a feminine voice spoke. Jiraiya looked and saw the women as they began to reform. Their melted skin began to smoke and bubble. In mere seconds there became living flames. That's a new meaning to the word hot. How? He asked. We forgive you because we love you, they answered, and we love you to death. They each tackled the Sannin as one. With the unbalanced weight in fear of burning to death, the Sannin fell over. He fell into the water of the empty hot spring hoping to douse the flames. The water merely caught aflame as well. Naruto watched as he burned. Save me, he begged. Why? Naruto asked. Hello Naruto, my Kami. Haku couldn't believe the sight, bet you forgot her. Hello Haku-chan. Naruto, where have you been? We have to help him. She prepared to freeze the water. No, Naruto shouted, let him cook. Why? She asked, afraid of the answer. Because I'm have frog legs for dinner. Answer. Orochimaru-sama want to know if you can honestly pull your end off, Samui stated. Same with me, shithead, Taiya stated. I can, but only if they agree, Naruto spoke. Then it's a deal, Samui answered, you'd better not be lying, Uzumaki, I put my word in for you. Let's us begin, Naruto stated. Begin what? Samui asked. You've lost your chance for a piece of ass, Taiya stated. No, Naruto waved her off. My training. Training? Why the hell would we train you? Taiya asked. Well, I need to win to hold up my end of the bargain, don't I? Naruto asked. Since this is a way around your failed seduction, they flinched at the shame. You two need to ensure that I win. That answers her, Taiya stated. Why would I train you? So that you can brag about it, he tried. He had no real reason for Taiya. I bet you think you're so damn clever, Taiya growled, don't you, shithead? Do we have a deal? He asked, still calm. Fine, Samui answered. Oh, what the hell, Taiya spoke. I can torture you for a while. Don't you mean train? I know what I fucking said. Oh boy. Ifts. Naruto was enjoying a nice little break from training. At least until his sensei finds him. I think those women are trying to kill me. Hello Uzumaki-san, a new voice greeted me. How are you? Naruto jumped away and drew his sword, on high alert. He looked to see a bandaged old man. Whoever he wasn't to be taken lightly. He was able to not only sneak up on Naruto, but get so close. As Naruto pulsed his sensor ability, he realized something. I still can't sense him, but I sense a dozen others. How had he missed that? Each was well hidden, and each was at least down in level with the chakra they had. Who are you? Naruto asked. What do you want? I have an offer for you, he stated. Your name, Naruto repeated. Danzo, he answered. I'm listening. I would like to train you, he stated, for the finals. What is the catch? There is almost always a catch. No catch at all, he answered. Even if Naruto couldn't sense him, which he still couldn't, he would have said no. He knew when he was being lied to, it's something that served him well over the years. No deal, there is always a catch, Naruto answered. Very well, let's say this meeting never happened. He placed a scroll on the floor, and this is insurance, I'm sure you'd enjoy it. He gave Naruto a calculating look. If you can use it. Danzo gave the ground a simple tap with his cane. The hidden shinobi were dispersing like roaches when the lights were turned on. After a moment they were gone, and so was Danzo. He had a clone check the scroll for traps. He may have been curious, but he was even more cautious. Living in Konoha had burned that into his memory. What he read was enough to interest Kyuubi. This will be the perfect payback for that thieving Ichigo. He was in a really good mood, only one thing could make it better. Hey shithead, we've been looking for you, Taiya stated. Naruto wasn't surprised. Samui-sensei, Taiya-sensei, he called. How would you two like to get some dinner with me, as a date? Chapter 15. The Chunin exams finale. It was finally the day of the finals. Many people of influence such as daimyos and other leaders were attending. Even the Raikage showed, but he was here for a different purpose. Greetings Raikage-sama, Kazuki-sama, the Hokage greeted me. I hope your trip was eventful. It was no problem, Hokage-sama, the Kazuki spoke. I'm sure you would have made the trip in your younger days. It wasn't too bad, the Raikage answered. That I had to listen to my foolish brother's rap. Hey bro, I need to be me here rapped, awfully, after all I'm the rapping killer bee. That was awful were the thoughts of the Cages. The Raikage sighed to go practice rapping in an abandoned training field. I hear that the Uchiha will be fighting my son, the Kazuki. I'm sure that it will be an interesting match. This put both the other Cages on edge. The Kazuki never called his children sons or daughters. I'm more interested in the match between Uzumaki and the Hyuga, Raikage spoke, and whether he holds up to his end of the bargain or not. All great candidates, the Hokage agreed, but we can't forget the other contestants. The proctor began speaking. He used a jutsu that amplified his voice over the crowd. We will begin the first match. Wait, where is Hade? Naruto asked. Hospital. Sweet. Naruto vs Neji. The two combatants stood ready. Naruto is no longer in his disguise and Neji with an arrogant smirk. The real difference was that Naruto now wielded 3 swords. The first was his original sword, the second the Kusanagi and the third, a mystery sword. You should surrender. Neji said you are fated to lose. Naruto said nothing, he merely stood there with a smile on his face. Neji didn't know this, but it was the same smile he had when he was told to go all out. Small and calm, holding back the true madness. Naruto drew his sword, the blade caused a glint to cross Neji's eyes. His Byakugan activated and glaring into the blonde. He then resheathed the sword and never even took a stance. Naruto walked forward causing Neji to take a cautious step back. Never dropping his smile, Naruto opened his jacket and stood still. The meaning was obvious, he was giving Neji a free shot. "I'm on Hyuga," Naruto taunted. "If you're destined to win, then end it here and now." "I always thought you were a fool," Neji spoke, "but it seems you at least understand your fate." 8 trigram 64 palms. 2 palm. 4 palm. 8 palm. 16 palm. 32 palm. 64 palm. Each blow was to the intended target, not one missed their mark. However, Neji added a little change, each palm was aimed for a lethal spot such as the heart. Naruto fell to the ground unmoving. "I told you fate could not be changed." Neji gloated, turning to leave. "It's over, Proctor, he won't be getting up." "Impressive, Hyuga," Naruto complimented. "Even with my pain tolerance that hurt." "How did you survive that?" Neji asked. "If I knew each blow hit its mark." "They did," he answered. "As to how I survived, well, I don't die easily." "Many could vouch for that." "Well, come, I shall show you why your efforts are in vain," Neji taunted, activating his bloodline. "My Byakugan shall see through any of your Jinjutsu." "Well then," Naruto stood still with his smile still in place. He would allow Neji the next move. "Don't mock me, Uzumaki," Neji snapped. Neji charged toward Naruto, letting his anger get the better of him. As he got within range, he threw a hand out, intent on hitting a lethal chakra point. Naruto simply sidestepped, allowing the arm to sail past his face. Naruto placed his arm inside Neji's guard and reached for his prize. With a quick motion, he completed his move. They jumped apart. Naruto stood back with a smile in place. This one was different, it allowed a bit of the madness to show. Neji stood back in confusion, unsure of Naruto's move. Naruto held up his prize. He placed it over his face so that Neji could get a good look at it. It was his Byakugan. It was his eye. "I see you, Neji," Naruto spoke. "Do you see me?" The pain finally made itself noticed. Neji fell to the ground in pain, it was unbearable. He only thrashed around screaming, unable to even activate his Byakugan. "Winner of TH. No," Neji shouted. "I am fated to win." He forced himself to stand and took the Hyuga family stance. Naruto pulled out a large vial, it was full of a strange-looking dark red liquid. He placed the eye inside. Neji charged forward again, this time his guard up. He aimed for the chakra point at Naruto's heart. Naruto's free hand jumped out, it held Neji's just inches away from his heart. From nowhere, several Naruto clones dropped their illusion. They charged toward Neji, sword drawn for the kill. The Hyuga merely smirked. "You lose, Uzumaki," Neji stated. Heavenly spin. It was as its name entitled. Neji began to rotate while gathering and expelling a massive amount of chakra in every direction. This caused a visible sphere of rotating chakra to appear. It knocked away all of the Narutos in opposite directions. Deception slice. The user feigns being attacked. Then using replacement, or in Naruto's case Shunshin, they then surprised the enemy with an attack from behind. Neji felt himself fall off angle and excruciating pain in his legs. He looked down and saw a sight that filled him with horror. Naruto had severed both of Neji's legs. Neji knew he was at a loss, knew he couldn't win. He opened his mouth to surrender, but nothing came out. Realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Naruto wouldn't let him. Naruto was calmly walking toward Neji, smile still in place. Neji tried to crawl away with his hand. He didn't get far before Naruto placed a foot on his back, holding him still. With careful aim, Naruto placed his sword into Neji's back. The blade dug through the Hyuga, missing all vital organs. It continued until the blade was mostly in the ground through Neji. Naruto grabbed a handful of Neji's hair and yanked the Hyuga's head back. Slowly, deliberately savoring the moment, Naruto reached for the remaining eye. He dug into the socket as Neji thrashed, careful not to damage the eye. He had his prize. Now everyone watched as the Hyuga cried out in despair. Trapped in an eternal cage, a cage of darkness. "Kill me," Neji ordered. "Without my eyes, I'm nothing." "No," Naruto spoke. "That would be too easy." Naruto gave 3 high-pitched whistles and then a low pitch. Neji felt pain shoot through his body. His bones began to rearrange themselves as their size shrunk. As fast as it came, the pain vanished. The most surprising part was that he could see. But all he saw was the darkness and Naruto. He looked down and saw his reflection. He was a bird, he had become a dove. The caged dove. This bird cage in your mind is where you'll stay. Naruto spoke, forever trapped in the jail you believed you lived in. As Naruto faded away, his voice remained. It asked the same question over and over again. In his bird form, Neji couldn't answer, not that he had one. Where is your fate now? Balcony. That was completely cruel, Kurenai stated. He always was a brutal fighter, Anko stated. Not that she, Kurenai stated the whistling. What are you talking about, sensei? Kiba asked. What else did the dope do? Kiba, it is unwise to insult the one who nearly killed you, Shino stated, causing Kiba to drop his head in shame. It had taken hours in critical condition to keep Kiba from dying. Well, what is Baka doing? Ino asked, earning a glare from the former Heims. Naruto used the ability to cast Genjutsu through a simple whistle, Kurenai explained. He's been in charge this whole fight. Ryuga no longer in Anbu attire stated. I thought Genjutsu users always needed a medium, Kiba spoke. Where did he learn something on that level? Who cares what the Baka can do, Sakura Sasuke-kun is much better. I told shithead not to do it, a voice stated, but does he listen? Fuck no, it continued. Now I have to listen to the pink-haired bitch. Hey Aya, did you really think Naruto would listen? A second voice asked if this is Naruto we're talking about. Wait, you know Naruto? Anko asked, you're you? Well, first we tried to fuck him, Aya answered, smirking at the glares, then he made a deal with us. What kind of deal? Classified, Samui stated. You're using him, Anko growled. No less than you did, Samui stated. This caused them to drop their heads in shame. We actually made a deal with him. Aya stated he knows the deal and gets something out of it. Why is he so? Kurenai was searching for the right words. Brutal. That's all, Aya admitted. I guess he has some pent-up aggression for some reason. She gave them a smirk. We've already fixed his other pent-up problem. The former Heims were angered by this, but they didn't know why. It's over, we have our men, minus Hana. She was the only one that was single before and after. Whatever you taught him won't matter, Sakura stated, breaking the spell. Sasuke will crush him if the Baka makes it to Sasuke-kun. Watch. Arena. I won, Proctor, Naruto called. Alright, he agreed, winner Naruto Uzumaki. The audience came for blood and that's what they got. The foreigners were cheering at a great, albeit quick, match. They applauded as if it were any match. The citizens of Konoha saw it completely differently. They saw it as the demon brat brutally beating and blinding a respected clan member. They made their opinion known, dwarfing the cheers of the visitors. They booed at Naruto, cursing him, saying he should be disqualified. They even threw stuff at him in hopes of injuring him from the angle. Naruto simply stood there. The smile that he kept the entire fight was long gone. Now he had a deep scowl and unhidden anger. The shadow under his foot began to grow, silencing the crowd. It stretched until it nearly reached the end of the arena. It began to take form as its light shade darkened, becoming black. Once the form settled, they were horrified at it. It was a giant nine-tailed fox. The pair of large crimson eyes snapped open in the shadow. The shadow fox eyed them, seemingly focused on the former attackers. A large pair of white fangs made themselves known in the smile. It was a smile that promised untold pain to all that saw. Roar. The shadow let out a tremendous roar. The power behind it was enough to actually shake the entire stadium. They had the feeling that it wasn't part of his Genjutsu skills. The citizens who lived in the village were even more terrified with the noise. It was the same as the one from 13 years ago, one that they would never forget. The sound of Kyuubi. The shadow retreated back into Naruto. He made his exit in silence. All of the foreigners were just confused at the action of both Naruto and the villagers. None of the villagers were brave enough to make a sound. The proctor broke the silence. Next match begins now. Page Booth. Well, I'll be the Raikage, thought he actually got them. I'm sorry, Naruto, the Hokage thought you shouldn't have to deal with this. Soon, Sasuke-kun. Balcony. Naruto made his way up to the balcony and saw his former homes arguing with his new ones. For the last time, I have no feelings for Naruto, Kurenai shouted. None of us do. We paid our debt, Anko growled. We moved on. They should head. Aya called a nice match, but why drag it out? The former Heims turned to the one she called. They played with who they saw, Naruto. It was obvious that he had heard them yelling. They lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet his blindfolded gaze. He had on the same smile from the beginning of the fight. It was unnerving to all who saw it, even his new homes. It seemed that their words hadn't affected him in the slightest. Well, there was some bad blood between me and the Hyuga, Naruto answered, not missing a beat. We've settled it. He walked forward, not even acknowledging his former Heims. Leaning in, he shared a gentle kiss with Samui and a rougher one with Taiya. For some reason this gripped his former Heim's hearts. Mando Kiba stated, "You move fast." "That was a completely unnecessary match," Tenten stated, teary-eyed. "You didn't need to go that far." "You're right, Tenten, I didn't," Naruto stated, "but I wanted to." This sent a shiver down their spines, a shiver of fear. For once, Naruto welcomed it from the former Heims. It's been cool since Naruto-kun, Samui started, but now it's time for business. Samui stepped forward and handed Naruto a scroll. Naruto simply took it and handed her a scroll in the eyes. "Hey Baka," Pink Harpy shouted, "why did you trade?" "None of your business, Aruno," Naruto answered. "Actually it's all of ours," Yugao stated. "You just traded a village asset." "Even if it is useless now," Kurenai added. "I am within my rights as a shinobi," Naruto explained. "I defeated Niji and salvaged what I found useful," he continued. "I'm also able to keep them operational thanks to my blood." He was right. A shinobi is able to personally keep anything they take from a defeated opponent. The rules never specified what kind of fight, minus a spar. It was a rule created by the Uchiha. They also knew Naruto's healing blood was powerful. It could heal almost anything from physical to biological. Healing useless eyes weren't that far off on the list. "Use it well," Samui ordered. "I will tell Naruto some after I make some." Naruto modifications. He disappeared in a shunshin. A Naruto modification. Many were really terrified. Page Booth. "Surely we can give them a little more time. The Kazekage tried it as an important match." "Nonsense," the Raikage spoke. "A shinobi not on time isn't a shinobi." "I agree," the Hokage spoke. "Proctor?" "Since Sasuke Uchiha isn't here," he began. "Gaara wins by default." This was greeted by a round of boos and jeers. "These are cage orders," the Proctor spoke. "Take it up with them." "Silence, that's right, respect the cages." Pankuro vs Shino. Panin. Shikamaru vs Tamari. Panin. Naruto vs Gaara. Gaara entered the arena using a sand shunshin as their match began. He would finally fight someone who could make him feel alive. As soon as he arrived. "Come down, Uzumaki," Gaara called. "Face me, or are you afraid?" The sky over the arena was filled with a red mist and the sound of laughter could be heard. It began to shape itself into a fiery form many Konoha adults knew. The head of the Kyuubi in all its glory. "You dare challenge me?" Naruto's voice asked, filling the area but not being seen. "You dare to challenge fear?" "I am feared," Gaara spoke, looking for Naruto. True, Naruto agreed, "but there is a difference between our methods." "And that's it?" Gaara asked. The fox gave a sadistic smirk before opening its mouth. From inside, Naruto walked out onto the tongue and stood with all attention on him. Presentation. The fox closed its mouth and began to dissolve, Naruto along with it. The mist began to snake itself around toward the ground. It finally finished reforming into Naruto. "Both contestants ready?" the Proctor asked, earning a nod. "Beg." A small puff of smoke filled the arena, a shunshin. Inside of it stood Kakashi and Sasuke, who wore a new outfit and a sword. "Yo, are we late?" Kakashi asked. "Yes," the Proctor shouted that Sasuke had been disqualified. "What, I'm an Uchiha," Sasuke stated. "I can't be disqualified." "Well, you were," Naruto stated. "I need to begin my match." "So you made it past Niji," Sasuke and stated. "You know what, maybe I should pay your Heims a visit unless you give me your spot." Naruto let loose a lot of killer intent. The action filled his former Heims with an unknown hope and his new ones with jealousy. What he said next changed that, like a knife to the heart. "You stay away from Samui and Taiya," Naruto spoke. "Boo, I'm talking about those so-called mistresses," Sasuke gasped. "Oh," then Naruto stopped the intent. "You can have them." Naruto. Kakashi spoke. "I don't think you are ready for a promotion, maybe you." Fox glare. Kakashi was on a nice beach. He no longer had a care in the world, not as a shinobi or a civilian. He had lived a long and happy life, he even made a legacy for himself. Now he could finally relax. He looked out onto the beach to watch the sunset. There were two figures running at each other, each at a different end of the beach. It was Guy and Lee. They weren't wearing their usual green spandex. Instead, they were wearing green lingerie. They embraced in a horrible hug. "You can thank AM Phoenix for your nightmares. Real world." Kakashi fell to the ground in despair. "I love the long-lasting effect of mental scars," he thought. He turned to Sasuke, who backed away. "I demand his place," Sasuke shouted, "or else." "Sleep." "What?" Naruto asked innocently. "He'll wake up in a minute to see me fight with power he'll never possess, and my finale." "Just." The Proctor grabbed the two downed Sharingan users and ran. Naruto backed up a few feet and drew his first sword. The fox won, and with great force he shoved it into the ground. He left it. Naruto decided to run forward. Gaara's sand formed three snake-like pillars and attacked, charging Naruto. He simply swerved his way through. Naruto faded it out and appeared in front of Gaara, the Kusanagi drawn. He attempted to cut Gaara but was blocked by the sand. The sand pushed Naruto back, never relenting. As he was pushed further he lost his footing and fell over. Off guard the sand began to cover itself around Naruto, head to toe. Sand coffin. The sand made a coffin like a prison around Naruto. Sand burial. The sand collapsed on itself. The force behind it crushed the blonde inside. The sound was very wet and echoed in the audience's ears. Balcony. Naruto. His former Haim screamed. Serves him right, Sakura and Ino stated. You bitches need to be quiet, Taiya stated. Shithead isn't dead. You should have more faith, Samui stated. Watch, it's about to become real cool. Fight. Is that it? Gaara asked. I expected a challenge. And you'll get it, Naruto stated. Gaara was in shock. How is he still alive? He asked himself. Naruto was indeed alive. He was in fact standing right by the clump of sand that was supposed to be holding him. How? That'd be telling. Naruto began to run in circles around Gaara. The copies of the blonde began to form and began to run in both directions around Gaara as well. Gaara eyed each one, trying to tell them apart. Each Naruto struck from a different angle. Unfortunately the sand got in his way. It protected Gaara from the real Naruto, while the others passed through harmlessly. So he doesn't control that defense, Naruto, though. Good to know. Naruto put a bit of distance between himself and Gaara. He began leveling the Kusanagi with Gaara. What are you doing, Uzumaki? Gaara asked. I think it's time. The blade extended at untold strength and speed to wake the demon. The blade had pierced Gaara's sand defense, and Gaara. What is this? Is this? Gaara went silent in disbelief. Blood, my blood. Gaara became cased in sand. Balcony. No way, Tamari whispered. That blade, Yuga whispered. Fight. Naruto leveled the sword into a new stance. He had been waiting for this match, his opponent. He was going to fight the demon. The sand cocoon shattered. He had a new form, it looked similar to Naruto's form. It seemed that the sand had melded itself into Gaara's flesh. His face was half demonic raccoon-like and his right arm was a giant claw. Not impressed, Naruto spoke. I can do that too. Naruto ran forward and attempted to impale Gaara. His arm was caught in several ropes of sand. They began to squeeze the blonde's arm before crushing and tearing it off. Naruto fell back in shock and pain. Even with his pain tolerance, he had a limit. Having an arm torn off makes one hit the limit fast. The sand then snaked itself around Naruto's leg. With a powerful yank, Naruto was slammed into the ground. The process repeated itself over and over before tossing Naruto. Gaara ended it by swarming the blonde in sand. Sand burial. Naruto appeared by the sand unharmed but exhausted. When was the last time I was this tired? How are you alive? Gaara asked, never waiting for an answer. He sent several spiked tendrils of sand toward Naruto. Naruto made no attempt to move as they impaled him and carried his body off. He spoke with a bloody smile, the name of the technique. Izanagi. Naruto appeared next to the traveling sand where he once stood. He was unharmed but seemed even more exhausted than before. I should have known I'd need a demon to fight a demon, Naruto laughed. He raised his blindfold and looked into his sword. He eyed his reflection. Shin no Ippu. Stage 3. He was afraid and feared nothing. A massive fox-like head formed over him. It gave the citizens attending the battle a large smile. The fear in the area grew as the fox head entered Naruto. Naruto felt the power enter him. The power he had gathered thought the fear he'd gathered. He was encased in a slight red coat of chakra. It was like a second skin to him, more free. Gaara felt the oppressive power, it was truly overwhelming. This was what he wanted, he would finally have his challenge. 1 minute the blonde was across the field, the next he was beside Gaara. This high-speed movement caused Gaara to jump back a few feet, but not fast enough. The blonde raised his sword and impaled Gaara in the head. The one-tailed container felt his heart stop. Then it was over. They were back in the arena as if it never happened. Naruto drew his mystery sword. He gave it a mighty swing and unleashed a massive wave of wind. Even with his sand defense he knew he had to dodge. Luckily he did, or it would have torn Gaara to pieces. Naruto came running from the side and took another swing at him. This time he unleashed a wave of water. It hit Gaara dead on, knocking him off balance, but did little to no damage. Naruto appeared above Gaara and raised his sword. Instead of aiming for Gaara, he impaled the sword into the wet ground. A stream of lightning was unleashed. It shocked both of them, but with Naruto's endurance, the wet Gaara, he ended up taking most of the damage. As they stumbled apart, Gaara's sand began acting on its own. It crawled up Naruto's left leg, encasing it while doing the same with his right arm. The sand around his arm began to squeeze until his arm was completely shattered. With a mighty heave, the useless limb was ripped from his very body. The blood and roar of pain was enhanced by the silence in the audience. It seemed most of Konoha was pleased that the demon brat was getting what he deserved. The select few that didn't felt like saving Naruto. The sand around his leg began to tug at Naruto. Instead of trying to dismember him, it began to drag him. He was pulled through the ground and tossed into the arena wall. He was then lifted into the air, high above the arena. With the barest of gestures from Gaara, the sand brought Naruto down, fast and hard. The scene was blocked by the sand and dust. From the dust various elements shout out, they range from fire, lighting and air. Gaara raised his sand claw and let it take the blunt of the attacks. They pushed Gaara back but weren't powerful enough to break his sand guard. The smoke finally cleared and there stood Naruto in full health, as if he hadn't just been dismembered. The sand raised itself and began to take form. It was like a snake in body, but with the one-tail's upper body. It dived toward Naruto like a snake taking down easy prey. Naruto raised the kusanagi, and the blade extended a great length. With a mighty swing he cut the sand snake raccoon down the middle. Using his second sword he gave a swing scattering the sand with air. This was a bad idea. The scattered sand began to spin around Naruto as if it were a tornado. It came to a sudden halt as the sand began to come together around Naruto. There was a visible shake of the now large sand dune as the blonde was crushed inside. "What's next, Uzumaki? What would you throw at me next?" Gaara called in mad excitement. "Throw it all at me, give me your best." Naruto stood on top of the sand made of mud. His smile was full of equal no even greater madness than Gaara. They stared at each other for a moment in anticipation. Alright. Gaara wanted everything, he would get it. Naruto's second sword began to vibrate because of the lighting chakra. The lighting wasn't being released in a wave like expected, this time Naruto was going to let it build. He would let it build to its limit, then he would allow it to be released. He laughed, this was going to be a completely suicidal move. Just the way he liked it. Balcony. That shithead wouldn't really do it. Tei was visibly shaking. Would he? What? Sasuke asked what he was going to do. Tell Sasuke-kun, two fangirls ordered now. He would, Samui stated. Fight. Naruto ran toward Gaara at full speed. He was going to end this fight with his next move. His blade was vibrating so fast it was barely visible. His entire body began to glow from the built-up lighting. If it wasn't for his extra coating of chakra he was sure he'd be dead. Even the insane Gaara knew that this technique was dangerous. He raised his sand and welded it into an uncontrolled ground beneath Naruto. Because of this Naruto began to lose his balance. Only one thing to do. He threw the blade. Is he insane? Were the thoughts that filled the air he was. The blade didn't even need to hit the ground. Nearly a second after he released the blade all of the energy freed itself. Gaara did the only thing he could. Using the sand spread beneath their feet, he formed a well of spike-like rods. All of the energy flew straight to the sand in powerful current, Gaara had to actually strain to keep control. It was a good thing and was not only a conductor but an insulator as well. Too bad he was in a fight with Naruto. "Hello Gaara," a dark voice called, scaring even him. Naruto stood there. His sword recharged, but this time he was using fire. It had reached the point that the flames were white hot. It was a decoy. Gaara realized. "No," he shouted, "I won't let you end my existence." Gaara commanded the electrically charged sand toward Naruto. It created a temporary wall between the two, and I mean temporary. Naruto literally burst through the sand. He hit Gaara across his deformed face with the flat side of the kusanagi sword. The force of the blow knocked Gaara a few feet into the air. As Gaara fell, time seemed to actually slow down for him. What he saw was Naruto pointing his heated sword in his face. Burn. And burn he did. The flames erupted with such power it nearly knocked Naruto over. The flames took less than a second to completely consume Gaara and even his sand. When the flames finally subsided, all that was left was glass and Gaara. He was trapped in his own so-called ultimate defense, frozen in the sand that melted into his skin. The only part not in glass was his nose to breath. Only his eyes were able to move and they showed the fear and pain, mostly fear, he was experiencing. Naruto made his way toward the terrified boy. Fox glare. "Sleep well Gaara, you deserve it." Deep inside the One-Tail's container's mind, the One-Tail's roared. He was trapped inside and hurgless, forever shifting. After a minute it was obvious he wouldn't be able to free himself. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stared at the crowd who watched him in disbelief. Their shock and fear was amazing, it was finally enough. Naruto walked calmly to his sword in long determined strides. He grabbed it and gave a flashy swing, it was time for the grand finale. He looked at the crowd and spoke. "I challenge the laws of nature and reason, by summoning the power of fear herself." He raised the sword and impaled into the ground Kyuubi exist. All of his power began to disappear. The ground began to shake and the center of the arena split open. There was a mighty roar, one that struck fear in all but Naruto. It was not of hate but of joy, the joy of finally being free. Phantom-like flames erupted like a tower from the splitting earth. The phantom flames began to crawl toward Naruto and spin around him. They merged and began to take form. Out of the flames stepped a woman. She had crimson red hair and eyes that matched with a piercing gaze. She stood at a tall 6 feet with a powerful and imposing, but beautiful body. Behind her were 9 swirling tails, 9 fox tails. Naruto spoke to the new arrival. His voice was low, but it echoed throughout the audience. His words frightened all who heard him utter them. Welcome to reality Kyuubi. Naruto laughed. Welcome to reality my Heim. Chapter 16. Invasion. Orochimaru, like everyone else, looked in fear and disbelief. How is this possible? The Kyuubi should be sealed or the brat dies. He couldn't fathom how Naruto freed the demon. Naruto looked at the false cage. The smile on the blonde's face made even Orochimaru's blood run cold. It was obvious the blonde knew who he was under the disguise. I have to do it now. He made the signal. Where Taiya is, Kimimura will have to sub for her. With great swiftness he attacked the Raikage. Being caught off guard he was able to knock him out of the balcony. It wouldn't kill him, but it would serve its purpose. Now it's just me and Sarutobi. There was a large explosion as a massive genjutsu filled the arena. Ninjas from both the sound of a sand village began to enter the civilian audience and fell asleep while the shinobi engaged in life and death battles. The invasion had begun. Arena. Should we get involved? Naruto asked. I haven't stretched in a long time. Kyuubi stated it'll be good to gather my own fear again. As she spoke these words Naruto's Heims, former that is, entered the arena beside him. With various weapons his former Heims attacked the fox demon. With a simple flick of her tails, Kyuubi knocked the mistresses down. She glared at them with contempt, they felt themselves freeze up under her hate-filled gaze. They turned to Naruto, their eyes pleading with him for help. He gazed back with a smile. Naruto, what were you thinking? Hana asked. This is Kyuubi, why did you free her? Why would I leave one of my Heims imprisoned? He asked if I could never do such a thing. Why your Heim Kurenai stuttered. How, why? She has always been there Naruto stated since the beginning, I've always had her. And you always will Kyuubi spoke before leaning into a kiss. Now, time for some fun. Shadow Fox Hunt. From beneath her feet her shadow began to act. Her shadow began to shape itself into a human-like fox and crawl around under their feet. It began to spread out in 100 different directions in a web-like fashion. Once they reached a target they rose from the ground in front of them as silently as a thief. Raising a shadowy claw, the fox figures took a swipe at the shinobi in front of them. Their claws passed harmlessly through. That did not mean there was no damage done. Each figure that felt the cold touch of the shadow froze in mid-battle. Many were cut down, but others were left alone out of worry of a trap. They began to convulse before falling to the ground. Dead. Okay, that was truly amazing Naruto complimented. I hope you'll teach me that. Oh, I'll teach it to you Kyuubi promised and so much more. There was a large explosion from inside the barrier on the cage booth. The force of it drew the attention of everyone present. I guess we should help Naruto. I'll help the old man, you can have the enemy armies. Kyuubi seemed delighted at that. Let the fear rise she spoke. Let the blood shed and paint the ground red. She vanished into thin air and screams began to grow. Naruto Yugao called. You can't. She stopped when he glared. He walked past them, never bothering to give them a second glance. This isn't the Naruto we know and… No, focus. They watched him go toward the cage level battle. They followed after to see the upcoming confrontation. Cage booth. Naruto arrived to see the Anbu squad stand outside and watch the continued clash. Useless Naruto though, and he was right. They seemed to be making no effort to help their village leader in his battle. Why aren't you helping? Naruto asked. We can't get through the barrier to Brat 1 Anbu answered. Excuses Naruto stated. Walking to the barrier Naruto raised a Kusanagi blade and swung at the barrier. He used every ounce of force he could muster to cut through the barrier, it seemed like he was sawing through it. After forming an entrance big enough he jumped through. The Anbu squad still made no effort to enter after him to help the Hokage. Once inside the barrier resealed itself trapping everyone either in or out. The mistresses arrived in time to see this. Hey old man Naruto called. Hey Orochimaru. Naruto Sarutobi called to get out of here, it's too. Sorry old man, but now Naruto stated you're on your last leg against Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage. He looked at his leader. It's time for you to sit down, I'll handle it from here. Naru he stopped from a look from Naruto. Old man Naruto said either let me do this or I'll make it rain paperwork for 500 moon cycles. Good luck and be careful Sarutobi called before whispering you're going to need it. He pulled out his pipe and his special smoking brand. Hello old friend, I've missed you. Your brat will need more than luck Orochimaru spoke. I was talking to you Orochimaru. Brat Orochimaru growled before calming. You know, I actually planned for you. He began smirking. You were a fool to come in here, now you're trapped. Oh really? This ought to be good. I see the other way around. Naruto smirked. I'm not trapped with you, you're all trapped in here with me. Orochimaru snapped his fingers and his plan was put into motion. The Sound Four left their places at the barrier, each leaving a clone in their former place. They took a spot next to their leader. The revived cages took a position on either side of the blonde, each waiting for an order. It was given. The members of the Sound Four began to activate their curse marks, entering the first stage. Naruto took a step back as Kimimaro charged forward, two bone blades in hand. Naruto swiftly dodged each attack to the face by inches, to the enemy it felt like miles. This continued until Jirobo stepped behind Naruto and punched the blonde from behind. Or at least he tried to, the blonde disappeared on contact with the fist. He reappeared beside them. "We won't give you a chance to use that technique," Seiken spoke, "and you're doomed without it." The second Hokage ran toward Naruto already weaving hand signs. From the spike in chakra Naruto knew it would be a powerful technique. Water style. Water shock wave. A spiraling vortex of water formed from thin air. It exploded into a type of water wave. Naruto jumped back but to his surprise the water followed him. So this is the power of the second. He drew his elemental sword to defend. That was when he felt the spike in chakra from his side. From both sides a pillar of wood rose from the ground and attacked him. He tried to move only to be constricted, the wood was wrapped around his feet. They collided with the water jutsu, the blonde was in the center of the collision. Izanagi. Naruto stood unharmed. The smile from before plastered on his face. Spider sticking spit. Kidomaru spit out a long web-like substance toward Naruto. The blonde raised Kusanagi to defend himself as the web came in contact with the blade. Kidomaru pulled the web with all 6 of his arms hoping to remove the weapon. Unfortunately he didn't know Naruto trained with Guy in strength. Naruto was able to keep the sword even as Kidomaru struggled against him. "Do not release him," Kimimaro ordered. Dance of the Clematis. Flower. The bones from Kimimaro's arm began to extend and enclose, forming a type of lance. He charged Naruto in hopes of impaling him. Naruto raised a still restricted Kusanagi and blocked the lance at its very point. It's good to have an indestructible sword. They held in a power struggle, neither giving or gaining. Jirobo jumped into the air and focused his chakra into a punch. He was coming down with the force of a boulder. From both sides Seiken and Yukin, now separate, charged him as well. Naruto drew his elemental sword and took a swing toward the ground. He unleashed pure lighting with no focus or any kind of control. It ran free in all directions, forcing all of the attacking shinobi back, he even freed the Kusanagi from the web. He looked at his reflection in his sword. No, Orochimaru shouted, "Stop him." Shin no Ippu. Stage 3. Too late, the technique was started. Infinite Darkness technique. Naruto felt his vision go completely black. It seemed he was the only one because he could still hear the footsteps of the others. From the chakra he felt, it was the second Hokage attacking. He raised both his swords. "Thank you, Zabuza." Shadow Clone Jutsu. 8 clones appeared. 8 points they spoke for all to hear. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. He asked, "Which will I go for?" Once the second Hokage was in range, the Naruto clones struck. Their blades each hit one of the lethal points they named with great accuracy. They wouldn't kill the dead, but it was enough to stop him and break the Jinjutsu. They each drew a high-powered explosive tag. They placed them on various parts of the second Hokage and ignited them. With great strength he kicked the time bomb toward the enemies. Dodge. Unfortunately they decided to listen to him. The second Hokage went off in a glorious explosion. Outside. How did he do that? Kurenai asked. The second Hokage's skill in Jinjutsu is second only to his water techniques. We never taught him to fight on that level, even though we can't fight on that level. That was the silent killing technique Hyugao stated Mamachi must have taught him. What else can he do? Hana asked how powerful he had become. Without our help. You're going to see, a voice behind them spoke. They turned to see Samui, Teiya, Zabuza and the Kyuubi. Inside. Spider sticking spit. Instead of his sword Kidomaru aimed for Naruto. The blonde sheathed his elemental sword, freeing his hand, and sidestepped and grabbed the strands of web. With a powerful tug he pulled Kidomaru toward him. Raising his blade he made 2 cuts, the first separating the web from Kidomaru. The second cut the spider-like man across the chest before kicking him away. With the web in hand he swung it like a lasso, catching the second Hokage, and pulled him forward. He cut the restrained water user, stunning him before tossing him into a web-covered bundle. He felt the chakra spike behind him. Slightly leaning to the side he avoided the bone lance from Kimimaro. Because of the momentum he continued to charge. This exposed his back to Naruto, who cut him deeply. Orochimaru watched in disbelief. How could this child have such power? He no longer even has his demon. The Sannin could take it no more, he entered the fight as well. 10,000 snakes wave. From Orochimaru's mouth a massive amount of snakes crawled. He no longer had the kusanagi to add, but his snakes were still venomous. Naruto raised his elemental sword and swung. The fire here at least wasn't as hot as he had hoped, but the widespread range made up for it. The snakes were ashes before they covered half the distance to him. Orochimaru stared Naruto in the eyes. That was a mistake he would soon regret. Shin no Ippu. Stage 2. The snake Sannin froze in place, unable to breathe. He knew what Naruto was saying. Don't interfere and enjoy the show. No choice, he began to break the illusion in his lungs. The split Yukin ran toward the distracted blonde, forgetting he was a censor. Naruto turned to him before he got too close. The blonde raised his sword to strike the twin down. Wood style. Silent strangle. Naruto was caught off guard as the wood surrounded him. Nearly every part of his body but one arm was restricted. Unfortunately, that hand held kusanagi. If he let go he would be unarmed. He was trapped. Demon parasite jutsu. Naruto turned to Yukin. The twin grabbed the blonde and began to meld into him. What is this? Naruto asked. Like it? Yukin asked. If it's my bloodline, he bragged, it allows me to destroy your body on a cellular level. Is that all? Naruto asked. Yukin felt pain erupt in his melded body. It was like something was tearing him apart. Just like his technique. What did you do? My body has the ability to destroy all foreign ailments such as parasites. Naruto stated. You are being torn apart on a cellular level. He smirked. You are literally being given a taste of your own medicine. Yukin did the smart thing, it was also the only thing he could do. He cancelled his jutsu and separated himself from Naruto. Seiken, seeing his brother in pain, ran to his side. Naruto, using kusanagi, cut through the wood. It was pretty easy with an unbreakable sword. Seiken charged the now free Naruto with Yukin trailing him. Naruto took a stance to attack them once they were in range. They were finally in range when Naruto spoke. Invert. Seiken heard the blonde speak, he knew the technique. Turning on a dime, he impaled the kunai into his victim. However, it wasn't Naruto. The blonde was actually standing to his side, not that Seiken cared. It was Yukin. His brother. The brother. Yukin gasped in betrayal. Why? Seiken screamed. It was a scream of pain, not pain of flesh, he would have relished in that. What he felt was a pain in the heart. In his blind anger he charged Naruto only to be cut down as well. Well, Orochimaru, Naruto spoke, what else do you have? Orochimaru was at a complete loss against Naruto. His best shinobi were being tossed around like rag dolls, while the cages were indisposed, and he couldn't interfere. Kyuubi was free, decimating his army. Sarutobi was resting, soon to be back on his toes. Time for my escape plan, he thought. Enough, Orochimaru called, we are leaving. But Orochimaru-sama, Kidomaru said, we can beat him, all we have to do is enter our. You fool, Orochimaru shouted, look and see, he pointed to Naruto, the brat hasn't even left that very spot since this battle began. Do you think I'll just let you go? Naruto asked. Those 6 words won't work this time. No, Orochimaru spoke, you let us all go for this. He pulled out a scroll with a spiral crest on it. When the third Hokage saw the scroll he began to choke on his pipe. Now Naruto was curious about the scroll. What is that? Naruto asked. If the old man acts like that from a scroll. This, Naruto, he motioned, is the sword style used by your very own mother. Naruto felt everything stop. The sword style of his mother? Give it to me. Naruto demanded. Only on one condition, Orochimaru said, you do not pursue us. He could escape the other ninja, but even I can't escape a censor without difficulty. What do you say? Why shouldn't I kill you all and take it? Naruto asked. Revenge, he answered simply, against Anko for her betrayal to you, he smirked. Imagine my death is the one thing she wants most in this world. They turned to see her watching them outside the barrier. Take that from her and you'll have your payback tenfold. Don't listen to him, Naruto. Sarutobi screamed, he'll say anything to save his own skin. Or are you trying to save your own sensei? Orochimaru asked. Where do you think I got this scroll, Naruto? Naruto didn't answer. It was here, guarded by the Hokage, he spat. He kept it from you this whole time. Don't listen. Did you have it? Naruto asked coldly. He knew he couldn't lie, not to a censor. I did. He admitted, I was going to give it to you, but it was missing. When were you going to give it? Orochimaru asked. You could have given it to him at any time, I only stole it earlier this week. He stated. I know you can tell when someone is lying to you, I am not. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor, couldn't come up with an excuse. Everything Orochimaru had said was completely true. Naru. Set the scroll down and leave, Naruto ordered. You have my word, I will not pursue. No. Anko shouted from outside the barrier. Don't do this, Naruto, kill him. She begged. You promised me you would kill him, are you going back on your word? She froze on the level of killing intent directed toward her. It was coming from Naruto, who never dropped his smile. I promised my Hibiheim that I would kill him, Naruto stated. You are no longer my home, so I have no need to kill him for you. He spat. I will however kill him. Eventually he turned to the snake-san and it will be at a later date. He turned to Anko. It won't be for you, it'll just be so it can be said I don't go back on my word. Anko couldn't believe the words she was hearing. Naruto was going to let Orochimaru, the one who made her life miserable, go. Naruto, she growled, I hate you. She knew that would have killed the old Naruto. Okay, he stated, confused, is that supposed to hurt me? The feeling's mutual. But it wouldn't phase this one. Orochimaru sat the scroll on the ground and moved back a great distance. He had the clones to disperse and the barriers to drop. Just like that, the snake Sannin and his team were off. The Anbu chased after them, but they were stopped by Kidomaru's web. They finally do something and they fail. He actually wasn't all that surprised. We have one of the sound shinobi, Hana stated, pointing to Taiya right here. She's not the enemy, Naruto stated, she's on my side. She's a sound shinobi, which means she works for Orochimaru. Anko growling that she is the enemy. Anko and the Anbu moved in to surround Taiya in an attempt to capture her. They were blocked by Samui, Zabuza and Kyuubi. Stand down, Mamachi, an Anbu dressed Yugao ordered, and this isn't your problem, Nin. Actually it will be in 4, 3, 2, 1. Naruto spoke. Hello Raikage-sama. Hello kid, the Raikage spoke, that was amazing. Thank you. Raikage-sama and Anbu called, please order your shinobi to stand down. Samui. What are you doing? He asked. This is something I'd expect from Kurai. I'm sorry Raikage-sama, Samui bowed. I was just protecting my fiance's fiance. Okay, I wait, what? He exclaimed, more than asked, when did you get a fiance, who is he? Naruto. Samui said, I'd like my fiance by my side. Naruto walked over and stood between her and Taiya. Both Samui and Taiya leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. Kyuubi walked over and got a kiss as well. Every shinobi was thrown through a loop. You're getting married? Hana asked sadly. The mistresses of Konoha felt as if their heart had been torn out and stabbed. They had never thought Naruto would move on so fast. Not after all they had been through. Has he moved on already? Has he forgotten us? Samui the Raikage shouted, how could you marry him? That wasn't the order. Order? The Hokage asked. I'll explain how, old man. Naruto said, these two were ordered to seduce me and bear my children. That earned some glares. I gave them an alternative which both were happy with. How does that involve marriage? That was for us, Naruto. After some dating we got drunk and… I thought you couldn't get drunk. Anko spoke, all the drinking they did. I'm sure I was drugged strangely. Samui was the one who avoided eye contact and woke up engaged. He smiled fondly. I kind of want to see where it goes. Well, I'm cancelling it. The Raikage shouted, I will not lose one of my best jounin that easily. I'm sorry, Naruto. Sarutobi spoke, but I can't allow your marriage to either of these women. How about another deal? Naruto offered to the both of you. We're listening, the Raikage answered. The secret to defeating your worst enemy, Naruto spoke. You don't mean… The Kages saw hope. Yes, the secret to defeating. Defeating what? Anko asked, an enemy to 2 Kages. Paperwork, Naruto finished. The Kages fell to their knees. This was the moment they had hoped actually existed, now they would be free. The Jounin and Anbu couldn't believe what they were seeing. Here were 2 Kage leaders bowing to a genin. Tell us, Naruto-sama, they begged, we'll do anything. I have many more Kunoichi and Kumo, the Raikage spoke. No, Naruto spoke, all amusement gone. I'm happy with Samui. He looked at the Kages. All I want is for them to be free to come and go as they please, as my wives. Deal? Many couldn't believe that Naruto had just turned down a harem the men wouldn't have. That was one of the few traits that made him desirable to the Ice Queen. They missed it, they wished their boyfriends were like that. Naruto Hiruzen spoke, as well as this has been, there is matters we need to attend. He sighed with the council. Can I? No, the Hokage stopped him. Whatever it is, no, he shouted, they need what little of their mind working intact. Fine, Naruto grumbled before smirking. Let's meet the council. We have much to discuss. We do have much to discuss about, Hokage-sama. He turned to the Hokage, who flinched, especially concerning my mother. Chapter 17. Council. I have gathered you all to discuss some important matters. The third spoke about himself, the village, and he hated this part of Naruto. Kill the demon. He should be banished. Silent, Sarutobi growled in a low voice. He will not be executed or banished. He turned to the door and came in. Naruto walked in with confidence. The council hated a fox on his head. He made his way toward the Hokage and bowed. He turned to the council. Alright, let's get this over with. Naruto spoke. You brat, a fat civilian shouted, you will show us respect. Respect is earned, Naruto snapped, not from simple names or titles. We are the council, we stand ab. Yeah, Naruto out loud, here is the new pecking order. He pointed to them. It goes you, the dirt, the worms inside of the dirt, that guy in the bandages, Danzo Tsume-san, the Hokage, then himself, then me. Any questions? You demon, I. The kunai was lodged into his skull. What? He broke the third's law. Now that we have gotten that out of the way, the Hokage sighed, it's time we got to business. Yes, one of the elders said it has come to our attention that you have abilities not taught by your sensei and gave village secrets to Kumo. I didn't give Kumo anything, Naruto stated. I traded with him. And what did you trade? Hiashi asked, having a good idea. And what did you receive? I traded the eyes of Niji Hyuga, Naruto, earning a volley of shouts for one of the 4 treasures of the Rikudo himself. That silenced them. Why you lie? One Sakura Haruno shouted. The sage's weapons wouldn't be traded for eyes that won't work. Are you related to Sakura Haruno? Naruto asked. She is my daughter. I see where she gets her voice from. He started earning a laugh from many. You're right, they wouldn't trade them for that, so I fixed them. Impossible, Hiashi stated. Once the cage bird seal is on a placed branch member, it destroys the eyes if removed. He was so sure no amount of medical chakra could heal them. Who said anything about medical chakra? Naruto asked if I'm talking about medical blood. Medical blood? Danzo asked what else he was capable of. My blood has near healing properties, Naruto stated. How do you think I survived those beatings as a child with no mark? No one answered, but they thought the same about the demon. Because of that, Kumo can experiment with a healthy pair of eyes. The civilian side of the council began ranting that the demon should be killed for giving village secrets. The shinobi side that hated him began yelling on harvesting his blood. Shut up or I'll turn you all into trees. Naruto stated. They heard what happened. So they can restore blindness. Danzo asked what else can they do? What are the limits? He needed to know how far the boy could take Konoha. I can heal nearly anything if I put enough blood to it. Naruto stated. I would offer to heal you as thanks, but I think you want to keep them. Danzo nodded. Brat Sakura asked, what treasure did you get and where is it? It was the banana palm fan, he answered. I have it sealed into my new sword. He held the weapon for them to see. Now all of its power is here. Then the council demanded that you hand the fan over, Sakura shouted, and the Kusanagi blade you stole from Orochimaru. The civilians agreed. Sasuke could use it more than you. No. We the council. I will eat you. Naruto started filling the room with fear. I will use Akimichi seasoning, roast you and then eat you. Silence works every time. These swords are mine, understand? He glared at the civilians. The only way to get these are through my cold, dead and unmoving corpse. He increased the glare. You're all welcome to try, but know this. He increased the fear. I will come at you with razor blades and lemon juice, rotten lemon juice. Bra Naruto-san, Hiashi said, could your blood heal Niji? It could, he answered, but I won't allow it, not with my blood. Why are you leaving him like that? Hiashi asked. He is a great Hyuga and could help the clan, and he means nothing to you. For Hinata, he answered. I have no romantic feelings for her, but what he did was below even trash. He looked the civilians in the eyes, turning on a family member who has never done him wrong. All she wanted was his love. He looked at Hiruzen. How could I do anything less? I have received a few complaints, Sakura's mother shouted. It seems that this brat has been tormenting my daughter and Sasuke-sama with death threats since their first C-rank mission. I have, Naruto admitted. See, another civilian shouted to kill them. Silenced Tsume shouted, please explain, Naruto-kun. The Uchiha demanded my secrets and then Sakura attacked me when I refused. Naruto answered. I was within my rights to defend myself as I see fit. It was true. Where did you learn these techniques from, Inoichi? I was under the impression that Kakashi was focused on the Uchiha. I was trained by the Ice Queens of Konoha, Naruto answered blankly. There have been accusations that your relationship with them has the Nara clan head looking for the right words. They were my heims. Naruto admitted they were everything to me. You say that in past tense, Nara stated. What happened? Your son looked at Tsume and your daughter to Inoichi. Naruto-san, Inoichi called to apologize to my daughter. Naruto-kun, Tsume said, I must apologize for my son and daughter as well. I already got even with him. Naruto stated to Tsume before turning to Inoichi. She helped show me who I was dealing with. He smiled happily. Now I have my new heims. Yes, your home, Sakura stated. We believe that they should be given to the Uchiha. The civilians agreed. We can interrogate them for all they know and you will do nothing, Naruto stated in a tone that could melt ice. If you do, I will leave you as nothing more than a broken husk. Listen here, demon. I am no demon, Naruto stated. One of my heims may be one, but I was not lucky enough, he sighed. I was born a simple human. What do you mean by that? The Nara clan head asked on edge, as was everyone else. My Kitsuheim, Naruto answered. Kyuubi herself. Impossible, one civilian shouted. You are the Kyuubi. I've had enough of this. The fox spoke, scaring the council. Naruto-kun is not me. The fox jumped and took a human form. I am Kyuubi, any questions? No way are you the Kyuubi, a stupid civilian shouted. You're a woman, everyone knows that the 9 demons are genderless. Many agreed, or at least male. Fewer agreed. I see, she stated. Naruto. Go right ahead, my heim, Naruto encouraged. Ayubi walked toward the man and grabbed him by the neck. In a flashy display, her body was engulfed in a bright flame. Once the fire dispersed, the council and Hokage held their breath. Behind her flowed 9 glorious tails, and on her head, 2 fox-like ears. She raised a claw like a nail. Like Naruto, she stated, "My chakra is toxic." The claw began glowing red, "But mine is more potent." She waved it in his face. "If I scratch you with this, then that part will erode away." She smirked. "Should I do it? What part should it be?" "Ayubi-san," the Hokage called, "we need some of the civilian council alive." "Can I still kill this guy?" she asked. "No," he answered. Dropping the man, she faced Naruto. "We're going to set the training field up for your new sword style." With a kiss she was off. "New style?" Tsume asked, trying to be friendly. "I was told you were training in 2 styles." She spoke 3 already. "You must." "Tsume-san, I know what you're trying to do." Naruto stated, "I won't seek revenge on your daughter." "What about my son?" she asked. "Or mine?" Hiruzen asked. "And my daughter?" Naruto? Inoichi asked. Naruto didn't answer. "What's this new one?" Danzo asked. "If it must be good to let Orochimaru go." Danzo, the Hokage, growled. How did he know what happened? Before he could ask, Sakura spoke. "You let an S-rank enemy of the Leaf escape." Sakura shouted, more than asked, over a simple scroll. Many were just as angered. What sword style could be worth that? "My mother's," he answered calmly, a little too calmly. Naruto Hiruzen called, "Stay calm." "I am calm," Naruto answered. "Your mother?" Sakura asked. "What 2-bit horse spread her legs to give birth to you?" Instead of getting angry like many expected, he put on a smile. The same smile he wore while fighting Miji. Only the shinobi were able to notice it. Naruto Sarutobi called. "I'm calm," Naruto repeated. "I'm like the honey badger," he stated. "I don't give a shit." "Well, that's it." But Naruto continued. "If I hear anyone badmouth my mother, the room becomes cold. I'll hunt you assholes down and feed you your own genitals." They backed up in fright. "I don't care if your mother's there, your grandmother, innocent bystanders, little kids, babysitters, bill collectors. I leave the whole area with cold fear and hot with piss if I have to. Do you know why?" Silence. "Because I just don't give a fuck." "You've been taking lessons from Taiya, haven't you?" Hiruzen asked. He wouldn't meet the Hokage's gaze. Naruto. Tsume said, "Who is your mother?" She had an idea. Kushina Uzumaki answered, "I'm sure you've heard of her." The entire council went silent. They all knew who Kushina was. She was one of the most skilled and powerful kunoichi in history. Her skill with the sword was said to have matched the 7 swordsmen of the mist. If she was alive, then many would have believed her equal to the Sannin themselves. Naruto with that skill. Many shuddered at the very thought alone. As her son Hiruzen said, he will inherit everything of hers. He glared at the council. "That means, even the Uzumaki bank account?" Naruto. Tsume said, "I was very close friends with Kushina. I could tell you about her." "I would like that." He gave her a sincere smile. "We shouldn't allow him that style." Someone shouted, "What if he seeks revenge?" "If you hadn't wronged me, then you have nothing to fear." Naruto stated, "Are you saying that you've wronged me?" Silence. Okage-sama, Naruto spoke in a mocking tone. "You still haven't told me why you tried to deny me my mother's style." "I was trying to protect you." The Hokage spoke. "I call bullshit." Naruto stated, "I was beaten and tortured so many times that only a ninja can cause me pain." He growled, "You call that protection? It was for your own good." He tried to reason. "Your mother made a lot of enemies. If I had her style, I could have protected myself." Naruto stated, "I would have done everything to master her style." "Exactly," the Hokage snapped. "You would have, that's the problem." He reasoned, "That would have gained too much attention from her enemies in and out of the village." He calmed himself. "You probably would have been used as a political tool or ended up like Sasuke Uchiha. It's only because of the Uchiha part I'm not going off the deep end." Naruto, the Aburam clan head, said, "How were you able to use the Izanagi?" He asked. "It's an Uchiha bloodline technique. My bloodline gives me the ability to use any genjutsu." Naruto answers. "I can actually collect fear and become more powerful without limit." Lies, Kushina never had a bloodline. "Mothers aren't the only ones that can pass on a bloodline," Naruto stated. "I've never heard of that bloodline." The Nara spoke. "You wouldn't have," Naruto stated. "I am the second human to possess it." He smiled at the council. "It was given to me by Kaiu-chan." "That demon can give bloodlines." Sakura shouted, "We should make her." "Make her what, Haruno?" Naruto asked. "The make her what?" She was silenced under his blindfolded gaze. Everyone went silent at the intense hatred in his voice. "Have you forgotten who my home is? She is Kyuubi." They all paled. "If she were to attack, then Konoha would be screwed and I'd be behind her all the way." "But she's the reason why you're hated," one of the elders spoke. This earned her a glare. "No, she isn't, Naruto. I am hated because people blamed me for her actions." They looked away. They couldn't see the difference between the kunai and the scroll. "Why are you defending her?" A civilian asked if she's unholy. Unholy you say? Naruto asked. He opened his jacket and ripped his shirt, it didn't show skin. Instead it showed an endless abyss of horrors even dreams couldn't make. The screams of terror that filled the room would forever be remembered. Even the ever-stoic Hyuga and Aburam clan heads couldn't keep silent, Danzo and Hiruzen were no different either. Their screams mixed well with the others as they cried out for their moms to make the bad things go away. Not soon enough, Naruto closed his clothes. He sealed the nightmare away. For now. Anything else? Naruto asked. The horror, Danzo wailed. Where does your food go? The Hyuga asked. It explains the unholy amount of ramen he eats. Hiruzen stated. Unholy? Naruto asked. The nightmare had returned. Stop that. Hiruzen ordered. I can't take much more of this. The nightmare was gone. The council stared at Naruto, too afraid to speak. Naruto, could you show us the bloodline? What do you want to see? Naruto asked if I could show you wonders only seen in your dreams or horrors of your worst nightmare. He offered I could give you whatever you want or take it away. Naruto Hiruzen asked if you could show him. I got it, he shouted, cutting the Hokage off. Old man, after this you can consider yourself forgiven. Naruto undid his blindfold and gazed into Hiruzen's eyes. He found what he was searching for. I am sorry. Monkey-kun, a sweet voice called. The entire council turned to the voice and gasped at the sight, a woman. She was beautiful in a motherly way. She looked kind, but had a firm gaze in her eyes. Take her away, Hiruzen pleaded. I beg you, Naruto, please, take her away. Naruto knew that whoever this woman was, she was precious to him. He loved to mess with a person's fear, never their heart. I'm sorry, Naruto repeated who she is. You beast, Sakura shouted that it is Bawako Sarutobi, she stated to be the late wife of the third Hokage. I want to know what Monkey-kun, Bawako said. Why did I have to die among strangers? Where were you when I was being killed? She whispered. I called for you, you didn't come to save me. She sobbed. You promised to always protect me. You never needed protection. He spoke through tears. You were a strong woman. He stood straight. You never feared death, you were a kunoichi, a soldier. You're damn right I was, she spoke in a tone only he knew, so stop sulking and be who you were. She ordered. You're the Hokage, not some spineless fool, so act like it. Yes dear. And like that she was gone. Naruto Hiruzen said, I believe it's time to get down to our last bit of business. He should be put on the crowd, Danzo stated. I accept. Naruto spoke on the conditions that I choose my wives. Done. Naruto Sarutobi said you are hereby being promoted to Chunin. Only Chunin, Naruto asked. I would have pushed for Jounin, but you need more experience. Fine, I know when I'm beaten. And lastly, Hiruzen said I am retiring, I've been at this too long. He admitted, earning a gasp. It's time I give the position up, I've decided to give it to my old student. Jiraiya? Someone asked. No. The female shouted. Don't worry ladies, Naruto soothed, he won't be peeking anytime soon. Naruto Sarutobi said, what did you do to my student? I caught him peeking on my hymns. Naruto stated I had to. Punish him. I am sending Jiraiya Naruto to retrieve Tsunade Hiruzen, and she will be given the title. You're sending a genin. Junin, Naruto corrected. That seduced two foreign kunoichi and now possessed two powerful weapons. Hiruzen spoke. Beat the one-tailed demon after a match with a true Hyuga prodigy. He continued beat Orochimaru and his elite shinobi, along with two of the reanimated Hokages. He looked at the council all in the time span of a single hour. They stayed silent. What if she doesn't come willingly? Naruto asked. I leave it in your capable hands. Hiruzen spoke, dismissed. Hamontsum-chan, Naruto spoke. I want to hear about my mom, say over ramen. But I hate ramen. Dodge. Naruto tackled her out of the way as a thin snake-like object moved toward her. What is that? Someone asked. You shouldn't have insulted Ramen, Naruto stated. Now it's out for revenge. Fill it with fire. You can't kill Ramen, Naruto stated. Then what do we do? Dodge. And dodge they did. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.